Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. Here in GOAT James Kingdom, we attack the GOAT debate head on, where we challenge all Michael Jordan fans and all LeBron detractors to who is the GOAT of basketball. You can catch us every Sunday noon Eastern Time, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel, for the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Also, we go live Friday nights with the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer, where you catch special shows and content as a GOAT James Kingdom follower and subscriber. Also, check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership, where you can get exclusive content.
It's been very, very quiet on these free agent streets, and now you want to show up, pop out in Ohio at a golf course with the welcome home hat on. One, nobody golfs in Ohio, okay? Yeah, you only got one golf course in the top 200. Ain't nobody going there, okay? Two, we seen your swing. Nigga, you don't golf, okay? That's not what you do. You play video games. Yeah, you Madden. Yeah, you like Madden and Call of Duty. So you don't need to be on the golf course right about now in Ohio talking about welcome home. What's the plan, nigga? Yeah. Huh? I got the checks. I don't got the plan. Yeah. If you think you about to just leave us with the team we got, nigga, you fooled, okay? We got your son. Yeah, Bonnie James ain't going nowhere, huh? Yeah, you ain't leaving your family. Huh? You think you the only one that got a plan around here? Nigga, I got my mask on, boy. Hey, I'm showing up to Vegas right now. Huh? Operation hold Bronny hostage until that nigga come home.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. As y'all know, we do this every Sunday noon Eastern time right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. So go right on ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't be afraid to comment. As you guys know, we do this all the time. We are big time on this YouTube streets. Sunday is our afternoon. We do the Lord's work. So again, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership. As you see, we're going to continue to do this. We're never going nowhere. We're going to drop new content. Today's show is about LeBron James, because this is what this channel is about, the GOAT of basketball. Should he stay in LA or should he find another route and go play somewhere else? As we know, he has a 1-year deal left on the Los Angeles Lakers, over $50 million. What should the Lakers and LeBron James do? So we're here to have fun again on another great Sunday afternoon. What's good, Brandon? Peace and blessings, brother.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
All right, you feeling good after Travis kicked your butt last night? Yeah, everybody feeling good. How about you, Travis? You got a couple of bruises on your face there. How you feeling today, sir?
Oh, we're amazing over here.
Yeah, you caught a couple of souls to the face as well. Shout out to Craig. Peace and blessings, Craig. What's good, brother? You got to unmute yourself. My bad.
I was trying to catch it. I was out last night. I didn't miss the message. I would try to catch it in and out where I was at, but it was just too loud. But I heard some points. I heard like the first beginning of last night when he was talking about Hakeem being top 10. Yeah, he made some interesting points.
He did. He definitely did. It was. Well, he had the unlimited amount of time to make all the points he wanted to make on every round.
Yeah. What did you do? What did you do? The 5 minutes each round?
It was the Travis rounds. It was talk. It was
talk to somebody rambling on about blocks.
Well, John was supposed to be there to be the time clock. He wasn't there. Shout out to John. What's good, John?
What's up, everybody, man? I apologize. I wanted to get on yesterday, y'all, and I will watch it because I told y'all that it's going to affect my top 10 list. So I am going to watch it. Once we get off here, I'm going to cut it right on and watch the whole live, the 2 hours and 33 minutes. It
was hilarious. It was pretty funny, though.
I'm definitely going to watch it.
Funny.
It was definitely funny. It was.
I appreciate you holding it down for me.
Hey, Craig, who had more playoff success, Bird, Magic, or Hakeem?
Based on what? Ring culture?
Based on playoff success. Based on playoff success.
Success would be Magic, Bird, and Hakeem.
Okay. What about you, John?
Hey, I agree with Craig.
I know what he getting at because the thing that Travis was pointing out was like the interesting. He said, I might be right quick. He was saying how Hakeem Olajuwon is the only one out of the top 10 to improve his regular season numbers in the playoffs for all 6 categories. That's something I caught on. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, he said, oh. But that's not playoff success.
That just being a badass.
I mean, but that would be considered individual. That would be considered individual success, though, because we're talking about the individual and not the team. So
that means that it's literally not your fault usually.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
He says that, and then
that was context.
Comes back. Oh shit, he's been eliminated the first round 8 times. What kind of success is that?
No. Hey, I'm definitely watching this soon as we
get off here it was context. Who had better regular season success? Bird, Magic, or Hakeem? Everything was Hakeem. Like, how the hell he outboards success for 3-time MVPs?
And they tried to make it seem like Brandon was saying Hakeem never won, which we all know Hakeem has 2 championships, so it's not about ring culture.
He was asterisk championships. He was like, because Jordan was there.
So he was saying that because he was doing ballerina spins around Kevin Duckworth. That was funny, bro. That was funny. But again, it was a great live. And it was funny how some of y'all mad at Brandon, but y'all was saying nothing to nobody who was talking about how T-Mac couldn't get out the first round. Y'all disrespected T-Mac for the past week and a half, 2 weeks. So, but what's it good, John?
Yeah, Johnny, remember I said Chicago had something to do with all Miami championships? I forgot Eddie Curry was also on that team, too. Also from Chicago.
He almost cursed us.
Miami championship, Chicago championships. I should add that to our 6 and say we got 8.
No,
because we own all y'all championships. I mean,
no.
I mean,
who? Eddie Curry? Who?
Eddie Curry.
Yeah, yes. Eddie Curry won in what? 13.
He won in 13.
13, I think.
Yes.
In a suit, just like a Chicago person should be in a suit.
In a suit. No, he practiced.
He played.
He practiced.
It's okay. But I mean, let's continue the show. I mean,
let's get to the real. Let's get real to the crux of this conversation, because we got some people in the comments already talking about LeBron should retire. First off, let's say what's up to all the GJK members. Peace and blessings. Thank you for joining us again. It's always great to have all our GJK members in the building. But those that are saying LeBron should retire. Anybody here think LeBron should retire?
Well, of course, the haters gonna think that.
If he retired, what are they gonna talk about?
I will ask
why he retired.
Why do you believe a man playing at a high level should retire? Just any man. playing at a high level should return. That loves the sport. He's showing that he loves the sport. So why should he return?
I mean, he's the only person who don't need to play sports who continue to play sports in the first place. You know, like you look at fighters, once they get so big, they don't really train as hard because they just living this life that they never did before. And LeBron just been living this life and training harder than most athletes, period. So he put in so much work to actually be great. And there's no reason that he should stop. His family wants him to keep playing. Even Savannah wants him to play with Bryce. So his family's pushing him. He wants to be pushed. You know, he have his family support. Unlike Tom Brady, when his wife said, "You need to quit or I'm leaving," Tom Brady's like, "You know, I love playing football." She said, "Well, that's more important to me, so I'm out." So it's a good thing he has his family support.
She said, "Quit or I'll cheat on you with your go."
Did she step out with a teammate?
His trainer, right? Like a trainer.
Trainer. It was a trainer. It was a trainer. Then she started getting jealous about who he was dating.
I mean,
crazy though, because she made more money than him when they was together. I was like, "Yo, you should get alimony, Tom."
Like,
with $500 million.
I mean, by the meaning of alimony, he would have gotten alimony.
Yeah,
I mean, he probably don't want anything to do with it after that, but he tried. You know,
he bought a house right by their crib.
Yeah,
so he got a house.
I mean, to be honest with you, like, if you're Tom Brady, why would you just want to sit at home all day when you could go to work and come back home later? It's not like the nanny's not watching the kids.
And during the wintertime, right? Why you want to be home in the wintertime, stuck in the crib?
I mean,
that's why he got a job at Fox.
So his crib doesn't live in Florida?
To be honest, I think the compromise was Tampa Bay. I think the compromise was Tampa Bay. Let's live somewhere warm. She probably got tired of them winters in New England, and the compromise was Tampa Bay.
Yeah, they got better trainers in Florida than in New England. I tell you
apparently, they got some for real good trainers in Florida.
Real
trainers
good.
that make her change her mind. And you know, Tom, like, you know, oh well, I guess I go find a 20-year-old now.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that I thought LeBron,
and she got upset with that.
You know, the great thing is I did think LeBron was going to make this his last year, but it looks like this is not his last year, and I don't see him playing on a 1-year deal. So I don't know about him playing on the Lakers, to be honest with you.
So he has a no trade clause, so it don't even matter. Like,
no, I know it's on him. The trade is going to be. Yeah. I think LeBron's going to demand a trade. I think LeBron's going to tell him.
It's just the thing. His next deal is not going to be for max.
Every team he signed for is now going to demand a trade.
He should go to the Nuggets.
Every single contract with the organization that signed him is going to demand a trade.
What you mean?
What you mean? What I mean?
No, I'm serious.
He plays out all his contracts. He'll never leave. You'll never see him demand a trade. And we got a whole show talking about should he leave or stay.
No. I don't think he's going to demand a trade.
He ain't going nowhere. Them niggas got his kid.
He ain't going nowhere. He opted into that contract. It's almost an untradeable contract to you if you're trying to still win the championship.
I mean, this is nothing new though. Like, LeBron is holding the new ownership to improve the team. Like, if you don't improve the team,
they're not.
And they just signed a center, so there's something to see if LeBron wants to stay. It's something.
Hey, trust me,
it's something.
They just lost DFS. That's why they signed Ayton. The money that they were supposed to be giving the DFS to play on the team.
No, they gave DFS. He didn't make shots in the playoffs, so it's cool. It's cool. He was one of the reasons they only won one game. So
Ayton does not make them better or replace what DFS was doing at all.
DFS didn't help them do anything once it was time for the playoffs. So you're not going to give a player $50 million, and we seen that he was a dud in the playoffs.
They're not giving nobody $50 million. Nobody on that. Again, the Lakers are not trying to win. They're not trying to build a roster. Anybody right now, they got 3 players on their roster that's there past 2027. They got 5 players that's playing past 2026.
LeBron he signed a 1-year deal. He's going to see how it works out.
No, he
I'm
opted
pretty
in.
sure he is.
He's not trying to see how it works out. LeBron's not trying to
I'm
waste
pretty
his
sure he
last
will.
year. No, he's
I
not.
can hear what the Lakers was doing to Vinny Smith. They was putting out there that he had a bad knee injury, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
That they was telling teams he was hurt, he was damaged, and to get him at a lower number so other teams wouldn't try to sign him. So they were trying to sign both of them.
I mean, they completely overpaid for him anyway. So, I mean, the Lakers, if they're not that dumb to pay him that much money.
The Lakers are not trying to pay nobody no money. They're trying to build
I wouldn't pay him that much money in the first place, even if they was trying to win. He needed a walk.
Who you paying? Who you paying?
You ain't paying nobody.
They
definitely ain't paying Finney that much money. I don't care who the player is. They're not paying him that much money. If someone just like Paul George, who would pay Paul George that much money? It doesn't make any sense. But there's stupid teams out there. To pay people a lot of money.
DFS was a very strong component for what the Lakers were doing.
DFS is really a bench player that you pay like a starter, and once the light is big, he's not going to make any shots.
Then you're not trying to build a championship roster. You just can't keep shuffling people in and out.
Finney Smith is not a championship player, so it's fine.
The Lakers are not a championship roster, and that's why LeBron's
Finney Smith is not a championship player, so it's fine.
The Lakers ain't a championship team. They're not looking for winning.
And Finney Smith is definitely not a championship player, so it's fine. Like he can go out.
But that's why LeBron's not going to stay there. LeBron's going to walk too because of that.
LeBron can't walk unless someone put up players for him. Like it's just not as like easy as you think.
The team that he's going to go to doesn't have to put up no players for him.
Like, what's the point of like gutting your whole team just to have LeBron on there? And LeBron's not going to be there. He has to make the deal happen. LeBron has to make the deal happen. So there's only a few teams that he could go to. So it's not like he could go to any team he wants.
Who said that? You said a few teams, right? So those few teams is where he will go. And I already know one team he's going to for sure because their plan is not going to work for them. So they're going to have no choice but to go for
who's that?
The Golden State Warriors.
Be talking about
I mean that's one of the teams that they could literally swap him from like Jimmy and it'd be the same squad almost.
That's it. And you got a championship contending team: LeBron James, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Buddy Hield, championship roster. Better than LeBron James and Luka, who's on a expiring contract and a champion on a team that a whole franchise is not trying to win. They've been sabotaging LeBron's career for the last 5-6 years because they really were not trying to win with LeBron James.
I mean, they made a lot of stupid moves. They got rid of a championship team because they could.
Sounds like not trying to win.
I think it's a video game. I don't think they weren't trying to win. They just didn't have a person in there making good decisions like Rob Pelinka. I don't think he knew how to. Magic said in the beginning he doesn't know what he's doing, and we've seen it for years. Mm-hmm. But LeBron had his hands in it when he wanted Russell Westbrook to join the team when everybody knew Russell Westbrook was not going to be a fit. So it's not everything is on the Lakers. LeBron made a dumbass decision, and it cost them 2 years of championship basketball.
I don't think LeBron James told them to trade Caruso, KCP, and all those guys to get Westbrook. I think they told him we're going to do this, and then are you cool with it? LeBron said, "Okay, fine, do that. That's what you want to do."
Caruso left before they got Russell.
They lost again. They got Kuzma. They traded Kuzma, Caruso, and KCP. Got rid of that so they can bring in Westbrook.
No, Kuzma
got traded.
They were not trying to sign none of these guys long-term deals. That's why they got rid of all those guys. Same reason they got rid of AD. They're not trying to hold on to no contracts, no commitments. Nobody. They're not trying to hold on to nobody long-term. They did not expect LeBron James to keep playing till 2025, 26, 27. They thought LeBron would be retired by now.
Anyway, Kuzma got traded for Westbrook in that deal, so he was part of it. But Caruso, I think he left before the deal. He left
after 2020.
Yeah.
Not the way.
They opened up cap space. They opened up cap space to bring in Westbrook, and that was a part of getting rid of Caruso.
Yeah, that was the dumbest move the Lakers made since they've been there, and LeBron was the reason for it.
Not if you're trying to sell the Lakers.
No, it was the reason.
Not if you're trying to sell the Lakers.
LeBron recruited him, made a deal, brought it to them, and they made one of the dumbest decisions that we've seen in the last 10 years with a player. Not a fit. Should not have been there. Should not have been there. No fit. Everyone knew it. Everybody knew Westbrook would not be going to be a fit, and everyone's surprised. No, like who the fuck was surprised that it didn't work? Who was surprised that it didn't work? Nobody was surprised.
Obviously, LeBron.
Yeah, because he made this dumb decision thinking that Westbrook was gonna play second fiddle. Like, no, Westbrook never wanted to play second fiddle. He never will. He's hard-headed. He's inefficient. He's not a team player.
I've never heard that.
So
before.
yes, Russell Westbrook set them back 2 to 3 years because of LeBron James. So you talk about they're not playing championship ball. LeBron James is one of the reasons that they couldn't play championship ball because they had Russell Westbrook eating up all the cap space.
So LeBron James also responsible for dismantling the championship team, then, right?
Hell nah. That so part was Rob Pelinka dumbass.
How?
That part was Rob Pelinka dumbass.
So why Rob Pelinka got nothing to do with Westbrook?
Because LeBron made them do it, basically.
Made him do it for what? And why is LeBron splitting up the team? Why not keep KCP and Kuzma?
He did stupid shit like that. I don't know why he did that stupid shit.
So you're just saying that without having any intelligence behind it. You're just saying it just to say it.
LeBron did.
LeBron didn't say he went and got Westbrook. LeBron said he went and got Westbrook. LeBron said
he had a meeting with him and AD. LeBron was trying to get everybody on that team.
All right, so he tried to get
Dame said no, so he went to Westbrook. Westbrook was like, yeah, I love playing in LA. No? Let's sign me.
When did Dame say no? For what? When did he go to the Dame? When did that happen? I know. I want to know where this is. Brandon, you got to provide the information.
Tell us follow this. Huh? Hey, it's not my fault you don't follow it. Like, it's fine.
I never heard LeBron James try to get the Dame in.
Westbrook said yes. LeBron brought it to them. They signed him. Because I mean, why the hell wouldn't you play in LA, Washington? Who the hell wouldn't say yes?
Why would Washington make a deal like that? Why is LA and Washington?
Because Washington didn't want Westbrook either. Duh. They like, hell yeah, this nigga eating up all the cap space. Get his ass off of here.
Okay, so the Lakers took somebody who would eat up their cap space and not make them championship winning for LeBron James.
Oh, LeBron James was the reason behind of it. So LeBron James let him eat up the cap space. That's all it was.
So LeBron James said, yeah, dismantle the team so we can get Westbrook over here. That's what you said.
Of course.
That's not what happened. That's as zesty as they get. You can sound excited as they get.
I'm zesty because LeBron James wanted Westbrook on the team.
Evidence that LeBron James made this trade happen.
Okay. That makes all the sense in the world. If somebody don't agree with you,
Rob Pelinka makes trades. LeBron doesn't make trades. Rob Pelinka makes trades. Rob Pelinka made
LeBron James wanted Westbrook on the team, but they try to make him happy. It's as simple as that.
LeBron James didn't want AD gone. They got rid of AD. LeBron didn't want Dwight Howard or the championship team gone. Caruso gone. They got rid of them. So why they
he wanted and he got on it.
You still haven't answered the question. You're running around it. Why would they listen to him for Westbrook? Why would they listen to LeBron for Westbrook? Why
is Westbrook fault that they listen to him? What question can I ask? What question can I ask?
It's a simple answer. Why would the Lakers and Rob Pelinka sign off on LeBron James wanting Westbrook but never on nothing else?
I don't know why they did that. That's the
okay. So say that. I don't know. I say a lot of Zesty Jeffrey shit just to say it. That's just to say that.
Because someone don't agree with your dumbass. Don't be someone is a Jordan fan. Just because someone don't agree with you do not mean you're a Jordan fan. Like, cut that shit out, man. I'm serious.
Just to argue. No,
cut
the Zesty part is just to argue.
If I don't agree with your ass, I don't agree with you. Simple as that.
No. You're ill-informed. You're ill-informed.
Cut that shit out. Everybody knows that LeBron James recruited Russ on that team.
So now you need other people to validate your information.
Just because you don't believe that, it's fine. It's fine if you don't believe that.
You don't know, because what do they know?
It's not my fault you don't believe that.
Okay, so how do they know that?
Go back and look at the media in 2021, 22.
How do other people know LeBron James?
It's fine if you don't believe that.
No, I don't believe it.
Let's just ask the panel. Let's just ask the panel. John, did LeBron have a hand in recruiting Russell Westbrook?
When it go off all the reports, that's what it was told.
Okay, Craig, did LeBron have a hand in recruiting Russell Westbrook?
No, he wasn't a number one pick. No, I'm stop.
Did he? Yeah. Okay, Travis, did LeBron have a hand in recruiting Russell Westbrook?
I got nothing to say to you, traitor.
Everyone knows he did. Like, what the hell are you talking about, Johnny? What are you talking about?
John,
everybody knows he did.
Since he can't answer the question, I'm gonna ask you, John.
Questions are being answered. He had a hand in recruiting him.
what information you have, John, that says LeBron James made the trade for Westbrook and that the Lakers
No
were
one said
against
he
it?
made no fucking trade. Like, what the hell are you
That's
talking
what you
about?
said, Brandon.
I
That's
said
what
he
you
had a hand in
said.
helping. He's the reason that he's on the Lakers.
I told you that they were going to make the trade and he approved it as far as saying I can play with Westbrook. Not the fact that he told them to make the trade. He has no way to tell them to make it or not make it. They're going to do it
Who
whether
the hell
LeBron
has a player
or not.
signing players' deals? No one's fuck say he signed a fucking deal. Come on now. Stop being fucking
I didn't say
stupid.
sign a deal.
Said that he had a hand. He recruited Russell. He wanted Russell Westbrook on the damn team. Everybody knows he wanted Russell Westbrook on the team. Simple as that.
They asked him.
He wanted Dame on the team. He wanted Russell Westbrook. He wanted players on the team. He wanted DeMar DeRozan on the team. But they signed Russell Westbrook. Everyone knows this. Everyone was watching basketball at that time. This is nothing new. This is simple shit. This is simple shit right here. This is nothing new.
Well, I did hear a lot of reports on the Dame thing, and Dame wasn't ready to leave.
Dame said no. He wanted to stay in Portland. He wanted to be loyal.
I'm going to ask you the simple question, John. What did the Lakers report say about them wanting Westbrook or not, or LeBron James being the one that forces them to go get Westbrook, like Brandon is explaining here? I want to know where is the
forced them to sign somebody.
LeBron James said you must go get
Stop making up shit.
That's what you said, Brandon.
Held the damn gun to their hand and said, you signed them. LeBron wanted Russell on the team, so they got Russ on the team. Simple as that.
I want to talk to John here, Brandon. I don't want you to be disrespectful.
Just go ahead and say stupid shit for no damn reason. When I said something simple, you've been saying stupid shit for some damn reason. I don't understand it.
What have I said that's stupid? What have I said that's stupid?
You said that LeBron James. When did he sign players? Yours vested Jeffrey. When did he sign this? Why did he make the deal? Tell me, how did he bring it to management so they could sign him?
Didn't you haven't explained that? Tell me this.
Why the hell would I have to explain something that nobody knows when LeBron went to the office and gave him a pen?
It makes you ill-informed.
That's the stupid shit that you're saying.
No, because you can't answer my question. It's not ill-informed. I still want to find out where LeBron James told the Los Angeles Lakers you are trading for Westbrook. You're going to get rid of KCP and Kuzma for Westbrook. Where is that statement at? Where is that coming from? Nowhere. You have no information for that. The Lakers are telling LeBron James, just like they've been telling him for the last 5 years, yeah, we're trying to win. We can help you. We can add somebody. We'll go get you Westbrook if you want him. LeBron says, I can go see if Westbrook's available. Of course, LeBron talks to Westbrook. He's not in the meetings and negotiations for what they have to give up for Westbrook. That's not his job.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
To do with LeBron wanting Russell Westbrook on the team.
They're not going to him and saying, we're giving up Kuzma,
just because they don't have a board meeting with LeBron James in the board meeting that LeBron didn't want Russell Westbrook. Is that what you're saying? Because they didn't have a board meeting.
I'm telling you that LeBron James did not sit there and okay the trade to get rid of KCP and Kuzma for Westbrook.
That has nothing to do with LeBron wanting Russell Westbrook on the team.
Stand. You can't tell me my stance has nothing to do with this. You can't argue with this.
I'm saying stop lying about what I was saying about Russell Westbrook. That has no. They have to let players go. They have to let players go if somebody's on a max deal.
If you're not arguing my argument, what are you arguing?
They have to let players go if you want a max player on your team. Simple as that. That's every professional sport.
A max player. He doesn't need a max player. They had a max player.
Russell Westbrook was a max player. What the hell are you talking about? He was a max player. You cannot just add Russell Westbrook to your team without giving up players. He's a max player. He was making max money.
He won with Kuzma. He won with KCP. He won with
Caruso. It doesn't matter who he won with. To add Russell Westbrook, you have to let go of players in every basketball sense of trades. You have to let
LeBron James did not agree to that.
Oh my God, dude! Like, what the hell is going on with you today, man?
No, he did not agree to that. LeBron James did not agree to put a championship team. That is a Laker move. That is a Rob Pelinka
You have
move.
to let players go if you want Russ on your team. LeBron knows this.
It's obvious.
LeBron knows this is what every person knows this.
It's obvious that the Lakers were not trying to win. As you can see, they sold their stakes in the team. So they have been trying to hold value by not overextending contracts, overextending commitments to hold on to a championship roster while picking up a guy who has a 1 year, 2 year deal left and get rid of him after a year later, because at the end of the day, they were already planning to sell the team by 2025. LeBron was supposed to be gone by 2025. He is not. Now they're telling him the partnership we can't have it with you anymore because we're not even the owners anymore. So this is all we're going to give you is this 1 year left. It's your choice to play under this 1 year deal because LeBron wants to play under a 1-and-1. He doesn't want to play under no 1 year deal. So if LeBron has this much power under the Lakers, he would have way much more power to do more than just get a Westbrook. Get the fuck out of here.
What the hell? I mean, watch it in the last 10 years with LeBron James. When he wants a player, they try to get him.
Yeah. He said Westbrook. That's the best LeBron could do. Westbrook.
It's not our fault LeBron wanted Westbrook.
It's not my fault you have no information. It's not my fault you have no information.
What information do you really want? I don't understand what information you want.
Yeah, I want information on LeBron James making deals because that's what you said he did. He don't do that.
So your stance is just to come up here and like make up stuff that I never said. Who the hell said LeBron making deals? He wanted Westbrook on the team, so they moved mountains to have Westbrook on the team. Simple like they wanted he wanted Anthony Davis on the team. They made moves to get Anthony Davis on the team.
No, it didn't.
That's the stuff that happens. He wanted Kevin Love. They made moves to make sure Kevin Love was on the team. Like he's LeBron James. If he wants somebody, they're going to try to make it happen.
And the other team is just supposed to. The other team is just supposed to just do that because LeBron wants it too.
That's why they have to make deals.
Yeah, of course.
That's why everybody he wants they don't get. But when they can get somebody, they try to make it happen.
Okay, you're right.
Just like Luka wanted a lob threat. Luka wanted a lob threat, so they're trying to make deals to get Luka what he wants. Like this is nothing new in basketball.
They didn't get Luka nothing.
Michael Jordan wanted to replace Dennis Rodman, so they made moves so they could replace Horace Grant. So they could make moves to replace Horace Grant. I mean, come on, man.
No, listen, they lost Horace Grant because Horace Grant didn't want to return on Chicago.
Okay, he wasn't on the team, so they made moves to replace another rebounder.
Okay, they did.
This is sports.
No, but that's different.
Sport.
So technically, you can't say Jordan recruited Rodman anymore. If this is your logic, Johnny, that it's the team, that's just the organization that make these trades. Because Jordan couldn't make a trade for Rodman.
I didn't say LeBron James didn't recruit Westbrook. Meaning, go sit down with Westbrook and explain to him that they can play together. If Bob Pelinka tells LeBron, because they're partners, hey, we're getting rid of these guys. Here are the options. Here are the players we can get. And they say, can you help us go get these players? He goes talk to Westbrook. He goes and sits down with Westbrook and explains to Westbrook, yo, they're trading for you. You can come over here and we can make this work. They are trusting that LeBron James is going to make it work with Westbrook on the basketball court. But it's not on LeBron James to say, hey, gut the team for Westbrook or gut the team for Damian Lillard or whoever y'all thought LeBron James was trying to get at that time.
And he chose Westbrook over DeRozan. That's
DeRozan was a free agent. DeRozan was a free agent that could have signed with the Lakers, and he did not choose to sign with the Lakers because
DeRozan came and said he wanted to play with the Lakers.
Exactly, but guess what?
They didn't want to make him a deal.
They changed him. They're not.
They didn't want to make him a deal because they was too busy trying to get Russell Westbrook.
Exactly, because they're not interested in long-term.
No, because they was trying to get Russell Westbrook, so they couldn't make a deal for him.
Who's better, Damian? Who's better for LeBron, DeRozan or Westbrook? Who's cheaper?
LeBron wanted Russ. That's the reason.
No, he did not. See, that's what I'm saying. That's a lie. That's what I'm saying. That's the lie. You're telling a lie right there.
You telling me the Lakers wanted Carmelo Anthony too?
Huh?
You telling me the Lakers wanted Carmelo?
Melo said that LeBron came to him to say that you're playing on the Lakers this year. When LeBron wants somebody, they try to make it happen.
Again, LeBron did not want AD gone. He's gone.
From Melo's mouth.
LeBron, why would they trade Westbrook a year later? Why would they go get
because he didn't work out? He didn't work out. He was a terrible situation, now you calling LeBron like everyone thought.
Now you calling LeBron a quitter. LeBron quit on the teammate he fought so hard to get.
Like everyone thought, Russell Westbrook would not work out. He wasn't listening to the coach. He wasn't playing his role. He was doing exactly what everybody thought he was going to do. So they got rid of him.
All lies. Nobody ever says that about Westbrook. All his teammates love him, including LeBron James.
Except the Lakers.
None of his teammates ever say that. None of his teammates ever. No, Laker fans don't like him. Zesty Jeffries don't like him. But all of Westbrook's teammtes,
Westbrook got traded because he didn't get along with nobody.
They all love Westbrook. You won't find one player to talk negative about Westbrook as a teammate. Never, ever, ever, ever. Those are facts. So again, LeBron James said trade Westbrook for Hachimura. That was what he said. Go get me Hachimura.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like after they know it wasn't working, they had to get him off the team.
No information to answer none of these
There's
questions.
No information that happened. He wasn't working out. He need to get off the team. He up too much cap space.
When they went and got Wade and freaking Derrick Rose,
like that. Even KD like that.
They got Russell Westbrook off the team, and they went to the Western Conference Finals. With Russ, they couldn't make the playoffs, so they had to get him off the team.
Okay.
Simple as that.
They're not trying to win. They're not trying to help LeBron win because LeBron thinks he could win with Westbrook. There you go. So they're not trying to win. You just proving my point all the way across the board.
Well, when you win, you don't have to be trying to get all these new players every goddamn season. When you win it, you don't have to do that.
Thank you. You can't win that way. What franchise you see winning, changing their roster every year? Never. The Lakers have done that since 2020 because they were not even supposed to win in 2020. They built that roster, again, to just sell tickets and sell jerseys. They drafted Bronny to sell jerseys because they're selling the Lakers, and they sold the Lakers. It's on. And they're moving on without LeBron. So why stay? Because I got the power to bring in West. Trade me for Jimmy. How about that? Trade me for Jimmy.
Like I said, if LeBron leaves, it's because of LeBron wants to leave. It has nothing to do with the Lakers.
He does.
LeBron's going to leave because he wants to leave. He has a no trade clause. He has to approve the trade. He has to approve the team. So LeBron James is the reason. If he leaves, it'll be LeBron James, not the Lakers.
He's going to make it happen. He's leaving. He's gone. The Lakers not trying to win. Tell me what's on this roster that's trying to win. Tell me who's on this roster after this year that's a winning roster. Why stay? Where are you winning at? What are you winning with? Explain this to me. Since LeBron James is not responsible for this, what are the Lakers doing here? What is this roster supposed to bring you? How are you supposed to get it?
Everyone had a penciled in into the finals last year. You had them penciled into the finals. Apparently, they was trying to win something. If they had them penciled into the finals.
Pareto, Crenshaw, all last year.
Hold on, wait. With Finney Smith.
Are you trying to go back on what you're saying now?
I'm trying to answer your question. Let me answer your question.
You're trying to go back after months and months of training that they was going to win the title. Now this is not a winning. Now they're not trying to win. Now they're not trying to win. Okay, go ahead, because now they're not trying to win. Go.
Let me explain why the Lakers were supposed to win the roster. The Lakers roster had DFS, which was one of the reasons why they ended up having one of the top 10 defenses since he joined the Laker team. They also was using Jackson Hayes, which they stopped using in the playoffs. At the end of the day, like I said, you have Luka playing on a 1-year deal. You have Hachimura playing on Hachimura is playing on a 1-year deal, which they're talking about trading. They're talking about bringing Andrew Wiggins and trading him away. You don't have Dorian Finney-Smith anymore. Luka's on a 1-year deal. Austin Reeves is on a 1-year deal because he has the player option next year, which he's obviously going to opt out of so he can get more money. You got Gabe Vincent on a 1-year deal. Max Kleber, 1-year deal. You have all these players playing on a 1-year deal. If this is a Laker team that's going to win a championship, it's predicated on the fact that all these guys are playing on a contract year. They don't have a championship roster because they didn't add nothing to this team. You have to add to this team, right? Because you couldn't play Jackson Hayes. So what do you add? A DeAndre Ayton, which is the $14 million you give it to Dorian Finney-Smith, which is really $7 million. You're going to cut him off the team by next year. The Lakers are not building a championship roster. They traded Luka because Luka contract is up. If you have Anthony Davis all the way to 2029, that's not a good thing. They don't want that. As you can see, the Lakers are not trying to win. If you are trying to win, you give LeBron James his 1-and-1 deal. You re-sign Luka to a max deal automatically. You already do all of this. They have the cap space.
They couldn't do nothing because LeBron opted in. He can't do nothing now.
No, yes, they can. Again, they can opt in and save money like doing the 1-and-1 deal, doing a 2-and-1 where he has a 2-year deal but a 1-player option until 2027. They can also save money by actually signing Luka and extending Luka's contract. They can save money. But they're not trying to save money in that sense. What they're trying to do is cut ties because there is no long-term
Luka
commitment.
cannot sign his deal until August, I believe. So Luka cannot sign to August, I heard. But
August 2nd.
Yeah. So who all did they give up this year? Is it just Finney? Is it other players?
You lost Finney Smith and other players are up for trade value.
Okay, so the only player they lost is Finney Smith, who didn't perform well in the playoffs. But they were parade on Crimshaw last season. They upgraded their big man to a double-double guy who shoots a high percentage. And you're saying they're not trying to win? Is that what you're saying?
Because when they were winning and parading Crimshaw,
do you realize how that doesn't make any sense, right?
Can
you realize how that doesn't make any sense?
Because you're not letting me say what I have to say. When Dorian Finney-Smith was on the team and the team was playing good enough to win the championship, Dorian Finney-Smith was playing at that dude. You're bringing up what he did in the playoffs, but you're not bringing up what he did in general.
Isn't that what matters? Once you do in the playoffs?
You can't bring up a 5-game sample to compare.
Okay.
You cannot do that compared to what they were doing for this season, which is why the Lakers were good. Jackson Hayes was another component that would help them. Again, you can bring in a DeAndre Ayton who only played 40 games last year and hope that he's going to play 50 to 60 games at that this year. So you can hope that if you want to, but you lose a Dorian Finney-Smith who was a key component to why the Lakers defense was good. You don't know if DeAndre Ayton is going to be able to do that for you. You still don't know if you trust Jackson Hayes. So in reality, they never really upgraded by adding a DeAndre Ayton. So I ask you, where did the Lakers upgrade since they lost Dorian Finney-Smith and only added Ayton and they lost in the first round last year of the playoffs? Where do you see this team as a competitive championship team that JJ Redick is not going to play a 5-man roster?
Okay, if they replace Ayton with Finney-Smith last season, they'll make it out the first round.
Playing 40 games?
He would make it out the first round if he was playing.
I ain't never heard nobody talk about Dorian Finney-Smith in the beginning of the season. It was always Luka and Braun or Braun and AD.
Right.
Everybody was talking about
wow, that's crazy.
You just want to make an excuse. You just want to make an excuse for Finney-Smith laying an egg in the playoffs.
That's what I was, because I remember when I said the Lakers defense got better without Anthony Davis, all y'all said was because Dorian Finney-Smith. I heard all y'all say that. Don't come lying here now, because all of this is recorded. Like I always tell y'all, and I always stand 10 toes down. The Lakers played like a championship roster during the regular season, got into the playoffs and switched their whole formula because they couldn't trust their roster. Did they upgrade their roster? No, they didn't upgrade their roster. If they would have added a DeAndre Ayton and kept a Dorian Finney-Smith, then I could see that, okay, the Lakers are interested in trying to win. But you just let go of Dorian Finney-Smith on you trying to humbug him on a low contract. He earned his money. That's why other teams are willing to pay him the money he's getting paid. You guys are sitting here crying about billionaires paying players what they deserve to get paid. Like, that doesn't make no sense to me. All championship teams spend to win.
How much did they pay Finney to leave? Was it like 3 years, $54 million, right? Was that the deal? Did you guys remember?
It's close to that, 53 or 54.
Okay. Sounds like $18 million.
Okay, all right. Okay, you guys are like GMs. Would you sign a player for that contract who averaged 6 points a game and shot 40% in the playoffs? I'm pretty sure most of you guys would not. That's just a good business move to let them walk. I'm sorry.
Of course, again, if you're doing business, not trying to win a championship.
That's just a good business move to make them walk. You're not going to win a championship with a player like that. You're just not.
You're not going to win a championship with no chemistry.
You're not going to
with no chemistry.
There's a whole season to build chemistry. That's one player. That's one player who did not perform well. That's one player who came halfway through the season, and didn't perform well in the playoffs. It makes sense for them not to pay him that much money. I'm sorry.
A whole new roster and win a chip in that one season in 2020.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's why they dismantled the team. By accident. They did that by accident. They weren't trying to win with that team.
They dismantled the team because they were stupid.
Because when the Lakers went and got Rondo, when they went and got Dwight Howard, Jared Dudley, and these guys, nobody was thinking the Lakers were better than the Clippers. Like, I mean, let's be honest here, ladies and gentlemen.
Lakers was the number one seed.
The Clippers were the by far favorites to win the Western Conference and be in the NBA Finals. It was not the Lakers. Everybody was laughing at them. You got Rondo, you got Westbrook, you just added Anthony.
Nobody was laughing. They was the number one seed the whole season.
LeBron's not here to win championships. We forget what people were saying about LeBron James. They're gonna act like y'all like we don't have all this information available for us.
LeBron is 34 years old. He will never be as good as Michael Jordan was at 40. LeBron James at 40 will not be in an NBA game 6 years from now, and we're all going, wow, LeBron against Milwaukee. He's easily the best player on the floor. I don't buy stats. LeBron will be a tidal wave of stats over Michael Jordan. But I'll tell you one thing LeBron will never be: as good as Jordan at 40. No way.
I'm talking about 2020. You show me
what does that have to do with LeBron at 40?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
This has nothing to do with LeBron James. We're talking about Finney Smith.
He was done at 34. He was done at 34, 35. Nobody thought the Lakers
doesn't have anything to do with LeBron, though.
It has to do with the Lakers trying to win championships.
Zero.
And people thinking that LeBron James and the Lakers are championship contenders.
No.
And they build a championship contender
LeBron
roster.
been playing well enough for them to win. They've been playing well enough for them to win. And
nobody's
letting go
expecting
Finney
Caruso
Smith,
to be Caruso in 2020. Nobody's expecting KCP to be KCP in 2020. Nobody's expecting this from this team. That's why they had to get rid of those guys who got paid because of that championship. Guys like KCP, guys like Caruso. They got rid of Kuzma, the guy that they drafted and held on to after getting rid of other guys. They held on to the Lakers were not trying to hold
LeBron,
on.
they got rid of Kuzma.
Oh, see, look, there you go.
They had to make moves to bring in Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook gutted the team.
Of course, because bringing in Russell Westbrook works with the contract.
That's what happened. Russ gutted the team.
I'm done with my LeBron glazing for today. I proved my point.
It's not even LeBron glazing. You're just thinking that Russell Westbrook didn't gut the team, and he did.
Let's move on to a topic that's actually more worthy of today's show. All right, because you guys know every week we represent a true LeBron James fan base that opens up the channels to basically say, hey, how great LeBron James is. As a basketball fan, we have somebody here for you, and the way we do that here, ladies and gentlemen, is with King John's flowers. So here, ladies and gentlemen, on GOAT James Kingdom, we will give you King John's flowers.
Rosebetters!
I have proof that LeBron James actually has a bag. Now, one of the better definitions of what a bag actually is that I've heard so far is having an array of counter moves that you can tap into whenever you're faced with high-level defense or double or triple teams. But there's one move that LeBron seems to have mastered more than most that a lot of people have forgotten about. So when you're faced with this high-level defense and you see that double or triple team coming, right? You can pass that motherfucker.
He ain't lying. That's right.
First, we're giving out flowers today. First, I want to give out flowers to a friend of mine who passed Thursday. His name is Deion Shivers. That's where I was at yesterday. I went to his funeral. I grew up with him. I've known him since 1993. He's been a friend of mine, and I want to give him and his family the flowers that they deserve because they've been a big part of my life growing up as a man. So that's first thing I want to do. But when I give out flowers every week, one thing I do my research, I pay attention, I go around social media, I look for the best content that I feel like that this page can collaborate with if they ever want to. And the people I brought on, and the people I've talked about, I believe this channel can collaborate with. And one thing I do is I pay attention to their channels and I want to know if I like the content and do I like the basketball part of it? Do I like the football part of it too? And this week, the guy, his podcast is called AZ Sports X. I watch all his content. I appreciate him. I like listening to him talk basketball. One thing I want to tell him I'm mad at, I was watching one of his posts and he was saying he's going to bring his wife on because she got a great Dragon Ball Z collection. And I was really waiting on her to come on. And then he came back and said, "No, I'm just playing. He's single." And I just want to tell him I didn't appreciate that. I wanted to see her Dragon Ball Z collection. But hey, I love his content. Again, he's on Instagram, he's on Facebook, he's on TikTok. He has a huge following. He has great content. I love all his content. I appreciate his content. Hey, when you see that right there, you see my name right there. Follow him because I follow him on these pages. I love his content. He has this voice that it should be on podcasts and things like that. He has a podcast voice. However y'all take that. But I appreciate his content. Hey, I want to come on. I want everybody to ask him questions about his content. I want people to go check out his content. And you appreciate his content because he's talking about basketball. He's breaking it down. I'm telling people in today's land, mainstream sports is over. YouTube and wherever you find it is the best place to find it because we have fans talking great basketball, and I appreciate it. The one thing I noticed he doesn't do, like for example, if I ask Craig who he think the GOAT is, he'd tell me Jordan, but he didn't explain to me why he's the GOAT. And one thing I don't think Craig will ever say is nothing no player can ever do in the world to ever become the GOAT over Jordan. And that's it. When it comes to mainstream media, that's what we get. It's nothing in the world nobody can do to ever become the GOAT. And what I appreciate out of him, I think his content he says LeBron's the GOAT. But when he comes on here, I'm going to ask him, do he believes LeBron the GOAT? Because I want to see, if he believes LeBron the GOAT, I want him to say it. But I appreciate his content, and I want to give him his flowers because I believe he does great on his podcast and explains basketball. He does football too. But I want to give him his flowers this week because I think he does a great job, and I like watching all his content. I repost his content for people to watch. I send people to his page from my content to go watch his thing. So I want to give him his flowers because I believe he does a great job on all his things.
Indeed, man. Shout out to you, man. Again, it is AZ Sports X. You guys can check him out on Facebook, Instagram. I believe he's also on TikTok and other platforms. Also right here on YouTube. We have him here with us. So again, you heard what John had to say. We do this every week. We pick a content creator that does a good job talking basketball and LeBron James in particular. So today you have basically got your flowers by King John. You officially GJK approved. So we got you here in the building. Shout out to my boy X in the building. Brother, go ahead and plug in your channel and let everybody know who you is.
What's going on? GOAT James Kingdom, the one and only, man. I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you so much. But yeah, like you guys said, man, AZ Sports. I'm on all platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. This is something that I love to do. It's a recent passion of mine. I've been at this for a couple years. Yes, to confirm, I do think LeBron James is the GOAT. It wasn't always like that. I'm gonna keep it real. I did at one point have Jordan as the GOAT, but I do think LeBron's the GOAT now. And also, just real quick, King John, man, thank you so much for the introduction, man. That was amazing. But I do want to just say, I'm sorry to hear about your friend passing, man. That's it's a tough thing to deal with, man. And so I just wanted to say sorry to hear that, bro. But thank you guys for having me on, man. I really appreciate it.
Indeed, man. Yeah. Also, our condolences to you and your friend's family as well, King John. So shout out to you. So again, King John, you have the gentleman here. Go ahead. You can start off. Ask him whatever you want to ask him.
Oh, hey. When did you start loving basketball in your life? How were you when it became a passion of yours?
I would say I was around somewhere between the ages of 8 and 10. Is kind of when I really just started to tap into it. And the earliest memory that I have of really when I started, well, there was two actually. One was, my dad, my pops, he bought me a video cassette tape. So, I mean, that lets you know my age range a little bit, but maybe you guys have heard it. It was called the NBA's Ultimate Player. And it was such a great tape. You remember that? Oh, such a good tape, man. They did the, I forget what it's called, but it's like the Da Vinci body figure, right? And they took each body part, whether it was like the head, the hand, the legs, and they would break down players that they felt excelled with that body part and that part of the game. So like strong arms, they talked about, David Robinson and Karl Malone. They highlighted the head. They started talking about IQ. So they talked about Jason Kidd, John Stockton, so on and so forth. So that was one of the first tapes that my dad bought me that I can remember. And I watched it. I would watch it as much as I could. And that was kind of like the tipping scale when I really just started to fall in love with basketball.
I appreciate that. I believe you do. I believe you do a great job in explaining basketball. Sometimes I believe we have fans who have a hard time explaining what they're seeing, and I want to know. I mean, were you having discussion with friends or other places where you learned how to really explain basketball? Because I believe you do a great job at explaining. Because I believe you, like, if I knew somebody who didn't know how to understand basketball, I would bring them to one of the pages I would bring them to is you, because you do a great job explaining. I just want to know where you learn how to explain basketball.
I appreciate you saying that. So it's a bit layered. I think it starts with one of the first things that my dad taught me how to play was chess. And growing up and developing that mindset, knowing how to think critically, knowing how to think steps ahead, that type of analytical mindset, it becomes very helpful in other aspects of life. And I noticed that I was able to use my brain in that way when it came to basketball. When I was playing, I was kind of that guard position, and I really took pride in kind of seeing the floor and executing the offense, pacing the game, finding wide open people. And you notice that high IQ players, that's where they excel. So I think that's where it started, the whole chess thing. But after that, it was just research and watching film and studying players, Pistol Pete. I was a big fan of Pistol Pete coming up, Magic Johnson, obviously. And being able to see the floor and break down the X's and O's, I think that really comes with another level of understanding. And not to mention playing against high-level players, too. Like, I've played against NBA players. I've played against D1 players, guys that played overseas. So all of that put together, it really just kind of, in a sense, put my mind in a place where it's not just about seeing highlights and dunks. It's about really understanding the game to the point of the X's and O's, and then being able to explain it to other people that maybe don't understand it quite to that level.
I appreciate that. You answered a couple of questions I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you, did you play basketball growing up? And who were some of your favorite players growing up? Because you answered a couple of those questions. So I appreciate you giving that. Once again, I love your explanation, your breakdown of basketball. One other thing. Who was your favorite team growing up?
Lakers, baby, all day. Yes, sir. And that started with Magic Johnson, man. And it started with that tape. Man, when I saw the Showtime Lakers, bro, that it was a wrap for me. I had no choice. I saw Magic Johnson. I saw James Worthy, and Michael Cooper and them, and the way they ran up and down the court. It was such a smooth, exciting brand of basketball. And I was sold ever since, man. It was the purple and gold. So I'm certified Lakers fan for sure.
I think you caught a couple of people on here all surprised with the Lakers, but I want the rest of the panel. I do. I want the rest of the panel to ask you anything they like to ask. And hey, you answered all the questions. Like I said, you answered a couple of questions that I was going to ask you, so I appreciate that. But I want the panel to be able to ask you anything they want to ask.
Of course.
Go ahead, Brandon. You got anything for the gentleman?
Yeah, I got a few things. So I'm pretty sure you watched LeBron in high school. What did you expect from him when he was in the NBA? Like, how did you envision his game would evolve?
Not this. I'll tell you that right now. I think at most, I knew that he was going to be really good. Hall of Famer, I would even say. I felt comfortable thinking he was going to be Hall of Famer because when you saw his interviews and even the way he played the game, he loved getting his teammates involved. And he spoke very well in interviews. He was young, but you could tell that he was very confident, but he was also filled with gratitude. And those are characteristics that you want to see in a young player. So I knew he was going to be really good, but the greatest of all time, I did not have that on the list. Jordan had that on lock for me. So to answer your question, I felt like he would be really good to Hall of Fame level.
Okay. And when did you move LeBron ahead of Jordan?
All right. So, man, that's a complicated question. So first of all, I'm going to do a little plug here. So if you go to my homepage on my YouTube channel, the pinned video there is called The Moment LeBron James Became the GOAT. And for all of you that are watching, I highly encourage you to check out the video and watch it. Let me know what you think. But basically, It kind of walks you through the process of, how I grew up as a Jordan fan. And then I watched this kid from Akron just kind of take over the league. And then eventually I was able to crown him as a GOAT. To answer your question, subconsciously, I knew he was the GOAT after that 2018 run in the playoffs.
Mm.
I was able to admit it to myself when they won the championship in 2020. That's when I was able to say it out loud and be like, you know what, man, I can't fight it no more. This cat, he's the GOAT. So.
Okay. One last question. Give me you're at a cookout for the 4th, and some old head come up to you and want to know why you think LeBron's a GOAT. Give me something short and why you think you could explain this to him, why he's a GOAT.
Something short?
Yeah.
LeBron James has the greatest combination of peak and longevity that the NBA has ever seen. That's my one-liner. And if people want to, go beyond that, then we get into a little discussion. We keep it friendly, of course, but we get into discussion. We talk basketball, but it's only just a one-liner. That's what I give them.
All right. Well, since you said that, let me ask one more question. Try my bad. Why would you say LeBron has the highest peak?
How long do we have you though? How long we have you for X? How long you here for a good 5-10 minutes more?
I can do 5-10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Why did you say LeBron had the highest peak?
Because there was a stretch of basketball where he was just, in my opinion, undoubtedly the best basketball player in the league. I mean, you talk about 8 consecutive finals appearances. When you talk about winning championships, that's a team goal. But when you talk about impact on winning and LeBron James is the greatest floor raiser that we've ever seen. So that point in time to where I would say that 2009 LeBron, that's where you saw like the beginning of it, where he was just this freakish athlete. He could just do pretty much whatever you want on the court from an athletic standpoint. When you start to combine that athleticism with the high level IQ and skill, that's where the discussion just starts to really just go south for anyone else that tried to claim he was not the best player in the league. So, yeah, man. So does that answer your question more or less?
Yeah, dude, because me, I always keep it short, toward more of a shorter peak. I always say 2012 and 13 was like the best player we ever seen play basketball. He's the most valuable player, the best offensive player, and the best defensive player. Even though they gave the defensive player of the year to second team players, the coaches voted him the number 1 defensive player. So there's no history in the NBA where that was a thing, that one player was the best everything in 1 year, and he was that back-to-back year. So that's what I use to say that he's had the best peak of all time. But I'll go ahead and kick it over to the other guys.
Yeah. Craig, you got anything for X here before he has to get up out of here?
No, because last time I questioned someone, y'all told me stop, so I'm not going to do it.
Huh? Well, who we did that to? What did we do?
You talking about Pete?
No, was it Pete?
You talk about Mike Pete.
I said you're just not gonna get into a debate, Craig.
No, I'm
Travis, you got any questions for the brother?
Craig is still mad.
He really took all my questions. I was going to ask you, like, when you switched up on LeBron, but your story says a lot on mine, man. Like I just kind of went on the LeBron wagon where I think but like you said, I just think it's because it's more than just longevity at this point. It's playing at a top 5 to 10 level, arguably, at least statistically.
Yep.
For you consider Mike, let's say default Mike second, right? 11 prime years, arguably. And LeBron is about to do that for 22.
Yep.
To me, it's just like, if you can't ignore that, call it what you want. But it's just, and like obviously he has a lot of the accolades, but to me, it's just too much to just write off to, he's just accumulating stats. Because he started, he's playing, he's leading, and it's but my top 5 is I'm taking any of them, so it's not really an insult, I don't think, to Mike. So
no, that's fine.
All right, so there was no question there. Before you go, I want to ask you one simple thing. As a guy who has LeBron as the GOAT and a Laker fan, what should the Lakers and LeBron do?
Oh wow. So the puzzling thing about the Lakers front office right now is you can't sit there and say that you're a part of the Lakers culture and not try to win now. that just doesn't make sense. So if you have LeBron James or Luka Doncic on your team, you should be doing everything that you can to win a championship. That's what the front office should be thinking. That's what the players are damn sure thinking. That's what Lakers fans are absolutely thinking. So I think where the front office is struggling right now is they are trying to find a way to balance between planning for the future and winning now, which historically speaking, you really can't do both. So if you're going to plan for the future, then do that. Do that and stick with it. And it's like, okay, fine. We're not winning championships anymore. We're no longer the Lakers. We're just a team that wants to build for the future. But if you're going to win for a championship, then cash in your chips and live with the results. So to answer your question, they have LeBron, they have Luka. They should be trying to win for a championship.
Do you see that? Do you see them doing that? Is that what they're doing? Do you see that's what they're trying to do right now?
Not really. I think the whole DFS thing, that was a tough situation because but it's also a clear indicator of what they're trying to do. They're trying to plan for the future. So if you're going to sign, the Rockets, they signed DFS for, I think it was like 3 years, $54 million. So, I mean, which makes sense for them because they're trying to win. And 3-and-D wings, they're not growing on trees. And Dorian Finney-Smith, that's exactly what he is. He is a 3-and-D wing, and he is someone who contributes to winning. He makes winning plays. He's a smart player. He's high IQ. He's very versatile. He can guard 2 through 5. So for them letting him go, I understand it because they're planning for Luka. They're planning for the future. But at the same time, when we lost Dorian Finney-Smith, we got worse. Now, to be fair, I think people are sleeping on Jake LaRavia, which makes sense. He's been playing in some low markets, and he hasn't been getting a lot of minutes. But if this is a case where you have to rely on the eye test, you have to watch him play. And I've studied a lot of film on Jake LaRavia ever since we signed him. And I think he can actually be a really good rotation piece for us, heading into next season. And obviously with DeAndre Ayton, we have a starting caliber center. So we immediately got better in that aspect. So I can't say they're trying to win for a championship, but I'm not exactly mad at the moves that we've made so far.
All right, no doubt. All right, well, so again, brother, you know who we are. We are GOAT James Kingdom. I'm A. Johnny. That's my partner, B. Lee, on the other side over there, hiding behind the camera. But either way, we are here always every Sunday afternoon for you. You're more than welcome to join us. We subscribe to your channels. We're subscribed to all your platforms. Again, that is AZ Sports X, y'all, ladies and gentlemen. He got his flowers by King John, which, again, we do this every Sunday here on GOAT James Kingdom. And shout out to you, brother, as you have been officially been approved by GOAT James Kingdom.
The Lakers ain't trying to win. They just signed the greatest player of all time to $50 million. That ain't enough. Like, come on. Why you don't blame that on the Lakers?
I don't even think they want him to opt in. They were hoping LeBron was going to opt out. I swear for Lord, they were like, please opt out, LeBron. Please
you got $50 million to a 40-year-old on against the cap, and then you're complaining that y'all not building nothing. Of course I ain't gonna build nothing. I'm paying $50 million to a 40-year-old.
So
I ain't building shit.
I'm not going to take
trade Bronny if I was them.
But I would like to say that $50 million for LeBron James is actually underpaying. So
it is, but he ain't trying. Like you said, you can't win. You can't win and save. They LeBron
James. That's right. Only in GOAT James Kingdom, brother. Peace and blessings, man. Enjoy your afternoon, and we'll look forward to seeing you on social media, brother. Peace and blessings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You stay up. Yeah, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was AZ Sports.
He was talking about.
Well, I mean, he says that the Lakers are trying to win. They should just do things right now, but it looks like they're not trying to do the things right now. They're trying to plan for the future.
The fact that you got to win now because you got LeBron James on, is that part of the ring culture? Because
I've always told y'all, ring culture is a zesty Jeffrey logic. Not all owners are trying to win. Okay,
so Jeffrey logic, zesty Jeffrey logic.
Because this how zesty Jeffrey.
There wasn't no name ring culture until that episode when they made it popular and had everybody thinking about it.
This is how zesty Jeffrey logic ring culture work. Akeem Olajuwon could be top 10 with 2 rings with all those failures in the first round. Tracy McGrady can't with all those failures in the first round because he has no rings.
Hakeem is not in people's top 10 only because of the 2 rings. Hakeem got shit that Tracy McGrady couldn't even dream of attaining in his NBA career.
If Hakeem Olajuwon doesn't have those 2 rings, is he in the top 10?
Of course not. He's not even in the top 20.
With those 2 Finals MVPs?
He's not in the top 20.
Again, how about this? If Kobe Bryant doesn't have those 3 championships, but he only has those 2 championships, is Kobe Bryant not top 10 with the same resume?
He still is.
Okay, so ring culture don't matter. It should never matter. Greatness is greatness.
Yeah, Brandon.
Why y'all complaining when y'all keep people saying when they was calling Jordan the GOAT with 2 rings? Now all of a sudden it's the same media that was calling Jordan with 2 rings who didn't have nothing about ring culture. Now all of a sudden it's the same media that using ring culture that y'all argued against. I am so fucking confused about media.
Because they're like the narrative changed. That's why.
Craig, it's not my fault. You are confusing.
If the same media who didn't care about ring culture in the 90s gave Jordan the GOAT with just 2 rings, what changed? The people that's
the media watching LeBron be better than Jordan with no rings. That's what changed.
Because he has less rings than Jordan, so
of course.
that's the reason.
If that's the case, he shouldn't have said he was chasing a ghost in Chicago. You can't.
That's why it is a ghost. That's why he said. That's why he called it a ghost.
And then say you better than the guy in Chicago.
That's why he called it. That's why he called it a ghost.
That doesn't.
That's why he called. That's why he called it a ghost. That's why he called it a ghost, because it doesn't exist.
Because it's make believe. Yes, make believe stuff they use.
You can't chase one person and then overtake what someone else did and say you better than that person because you overtake what someone else did. That don't work.
No,
if you chase Chicago, you gotta pass Chicago.
No, if Jordan would have won a championship for North Carolina and Charlotte Hornets and came back from a 3-1 deficit versus the greatest team of all time, he could call himself the GOAT.
Win in Charlotte. There wasn't no Charlotte team when he was drafted.
Oh, but he did go on TV and tell people he wanted to play with the Lakers and the Philadelphia Sixers so they could help him win championships. He did say that.
When he what? In his draft, right? When he was drafted?
Yeah, he said, I want to go play for a championship team.
A lot of people, who was he chasing on the Lakers? Did he mention specific names?
Yeah, Dr. J and Magic. He's talking about Magic and Dr. J.
Okay, so
guys, that's actually a great question here for
Jordan said before he got drafted, but
what's the question?
Criticize what LeBron
what do you
said.
think, Johnny?
After he's drafted, do that sound logical?
If this is to Brandon, if Hakeem is like I said, if the winning thing is in all be all, but let's say Jokic gets a couple more MVPs, never any more rings, I still think he's a certified top 10 player. Like just what he's done, right? Like
so, take away the ring. Take away the ring. 5 MVPs. Take away the ring. 5 MVPs. Jokic's top 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because his resume, besides the rings, is going to be so overwhelming.
So rings don't matter. Rings
do matter, but not.
Y'all complaining about
they're not 80% of the thing.
Don't matter. Let that nigga play his last season and be happy.
I'm cool with Joker. I think Joker's going to be in my top 10 because I think he's going to end up just doing something that we're never going to see.
I mean, who else? Yeah. I mean, in NBA history, who has 5 MVPs and not in the top 10?
Yeah,
exactly.
But I mean, Travis, that wasn't the argument I was making, though. Yeah, y'all kept saying I'm talking about rings. I wasn't talking about rings. I told you 15 times I wasn't talking about rings. I said to be in the top 10, you have to be a winning player, and those 10 players I named were won more than them in the postseason, including total wins, series wins, finals, titles. It includes everything. The King was like last. No, winning. He didn't win enough. He won 76 games in the playoffs. Everyone won more than that.
Winning ring.
We won 76 games in the playoffs. He had 8 first round.
Brandon said winning, not rings. He didn't say winning rings. He said winning. You guys only think winning is rings. That's ring culture. That's ring culture right there.
Well, no, winning. Even if Jokic doesn't win another playoff game, even if his team was dog shit, but he still was insanely dominant like he's been.
Right now, he's not in the top 10. Is not a loser. Yeah. Elgin Baylor is not a loser because he never won a championship.
He won a lot of games. He was very successful.
The King was over 500 almost every year. What are we talking about here?
Rings don't count, but winning, period. Don't you still need to win as a team?
What do you mean winning?
Winning a team thing, period, whether it's rings or not? I'm confused. Like, what the fuck?
I'm saying that to be in the top 10, you have to have postseason success. You cannot have 8 first round exits and less total wins than this is how most top 10s work. Like Hakeem's not in most top 10s because he just was not. He didn't win enough as the other players. I'm not saying to be the greatest player of all time, you have to have the most rings, but to be in the top 10, you have to show that you were successful in the playoffs. And Hakeem, of the 10 players that I listed, had a lot less success in the playoffs.
Agree to disagree. Anyway.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, all over the place with y'all rules and logics today. I don't know.
There ain't no rules and logic. I mean, you can't be a top 10 player not winning them that much. Simple as that.
Brandon, the problem is that I've said this before. And Craig is a perfect example of this. They confuse the head with the tail and the tail with the head. The argument is championships matters. That didn't start with us. Our rebuttal, which is the tail, it doesn't matter. And then you guys get mad at us because we're rebutting the original argument, and then tell us that we're not being consistent when the original argument is not being consistent. Because as soon as we show you that the rings don't matter to you, then it becomes, well, now you guys are saying rings don't matter.
We have LeBron as a greater winner in a postseason than Michael Jordan, so apparently we don't believe the total ring count means the end all be all.
Yeah, Havlicek has 8 championships. Karl Malone has 0. Karl Malone is better.
Yeah. We're LeBron James as the GOAT, so you know rings don't mean it's the end all be all for us.
He's a plumber in the 90s who couldn't score. They had to move the 3-point line for them to score.
Carmelo is Carmelo is not a champion, man, but he is definitely he's definitely better than Derek Fisher, who has 5.
There you go.
He's not more clutch than Fisher.
Why? Because the playoff performances? Is that what you're going to say, Travis? Not because the playoff performances, Travis?
So many
Not
games.
Playoff performances matter, but not for Hakeem? Where's Hakeem's clutchness? Where's Hakeem been clutch? Where's Hakeem been clutch? Show me a clutch play for Hakeem.
We're going to watch a ton of Hakeem games. Don't worry.
Oh, we should. I remember I showed you when he was playing against broke knees Patrick Ewing, doing ballerina spins. Like
DPO, like third place DPOY.
Next year, what he did to a Shaq in 4 straight games, the most dominant big man in history.
He really outplayed a 22-year-old.
Oh, now it's about age.
Not only that, they traded for Clyde Drexler. They were on the verge of losing that season.
What, 3rd season? He was what, 25?
No, he came in league when he was 20.
He was not 22. Yeah. Y'all keep using this age shit while people lose, and then use the age shit while other people win. Y'all can't do that.
Talking about Shaq was 22 or 23.
Yeah, nobody sits here and says Tim Duncan dominated LeBron James.
Just like Jordan couldn't beat the Celtics because he was 22.
No, y'all don't. Y'all choke instead of saying Patrick Ewing choked.
No, John Starks choked. John Starks choked.
Nick Anderson choked.
John Stock choked. He was what, 2 for 18 that game? He choked.
Yeah, Brennan. Shaq led the lead in scoring that year. Like, who cares how old he is? He's old enough to drop 30. He's old enough to get swept.
He wasn't in his prime. It's fine. You beat a player that wasn't in his prime. It's fine. Like, it's great.
Bird beat Jordan when he wasn't in his prime, but I keep hearing Bird beat Jordan.
37 points per game. Jordan in his prime.
Well, he wasn't. He was like 22.
45 points. 45 points per game in the playoffs. It's not in your prime.
He was 22.
No, he was 23, yes, 24.
22.
Jordan was 22. His first playoff loss.
Milwaukee. Yeah. Jordan was older. Jordan was drafted 21, so he was at least 23, 24 then.
He was 24 and 80.
25 now.
I'm talking about 87.
24 and 87. He was 24 and 87.
In 87,
he was 25 and 88. Mm-hmm. He was 26 and 89. 27 and 90, and still the same result.
And then Hakeem had to get Clyde Drexler for them to even make that second run. Because
they was like a low seed because they probably wasn't even gonna make the playoffs. Yeah, I think they was a 6 seed.
He said John Starks cooked Jordan.
Only team ever to do that.
Yeah, because they traded for a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, he had some help. Oh, great.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, I'm going on vacation in a couple of weeks, right? And I need some new shoes. So, Craig, what new J's are coming out in these next couple of weeks so I can look fresh and brand new? Because you know when black folk go on vacation, we buy new clothes. I don't know why we buy. Never seen this before. We could be wearing clothes that nobody ever saw anyways, but we gonna get new shoes and we're gonna have some fun. So here, ladies and gentlemen, we like we say here in GOAT James Kingdom, we talk basketball. So a part of basketball is sneakers. We all know sneakers is a big part of fashion, and we all know Craig is a big time sneakerhead. So he's gonna tell us the soul of the game.
With that, these shoes that we're about to design with words starts with a soul. Not a soul, but a soul, you know, what touches you to earth, that's floating in nowhere, the soul.
Yeah,
Well, since this is the second week since the NBA was gone, all we got is summer league now, so it's nothing but summer wear. This shoe this week, it's gonna be another collaboration shoe. He was the first one to sign and do a collaboration with Jordan Brand. He got a couple of models with Jordan Brand. He got a couple of models with Nike. He got with other brands as well. But this shoe is a particular shoe that I like. It's because of the features on it. And it's this shoe. This is what we call Air Jordan 6. This is a collaboration with Travis Scott, the rapper. This shoe was released in 2021. And the cool thing about this shoe is that it glows in the dark. I'm not gonna cut the lights off, but the bottom, it glows in the dark in the bottom. It glows right here. And the cool feature about this is these little pockets. These little pockets on this shoe where you can hide stuff.
Criminal activities. I understand.
I'm just saying. I
I'm just saying criminal activities.
So yeah, this is one of the collaborative shoes with Travis Scott. This shoe was released in 2021. It takes the infamous the Air Jordan 6 this one that he wore in his first playoff run, but this is a collaboration with Travis Scott. You can see. I don't know if you can see it, but
we can see it. We can see it. So the bottom of the shoe glows and the tongue glows. So when you're running from police, they can find you. I got you.
No, I wore this to a party, and that's when I realized it glue in the dark. Because like, yo, why your shoes so bright? And I looked down, they was glowing in the dark. I didn't even know they were glue in the dark. But,
that's to identify the guy with money so you can rob him. I'm telling you, Jordan invests in prisons for the right reasons.
That's actually one of the things about it. It was one of those deterrents for fakes. Like you can mark off a fake because the fake shoes, they don't glow in the dark. It was one of those because it's a lot of fake shoes. So Nike and Jordan Brand would do subtle stuff that like fake factories wouldn't duplicate, and you can expose and say, hey, that shoe ain't real if you're trying to buy it. And that was one of the things about the slow glowing in the dark. And
that was like the hologram on the what was that, on the 11s, right?
Yeah, this is the Travis Scott logo right there.
Logo.
On the other shoe you have, I'm gonna see because the other shoe is a little.
Which is the one that has the hologram on it with the little circle hologram? That was like another thing, like you said, that's what they used to do that for those that little hologram. If you use a hot dye on it, it comes back supposedly.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Craig out here with all the J's, man. Again, man, Craig loves all the Jordan sneakers, man. Again, he be doing this thing, man. As you can see, he has the rack behind him. And every Sunday, he brings us a new pair of shoes.
For retail, I got these on sneakers, which don't ask me how. Sneakers is very hard app to win anything on.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't know
you can't win shit on
sneakers. It is.
It's a high shoe.
I can't remember the last time I bought my shoes outside of Burlington Coat Factories and Marshalls. So either way, man, shout out to you, Craig, man. We always appreciate you bringing us the soul of the game because y'all know, man, basketball sneakers is a number one fashion, man. Jordan made it so. The Jordan brand, he helps design his sneakers, and we all know, man. Every so often he brings back new sneakers, new colorways, and Craig is always on top of it. So shout out to you, Craig. We always appreciate this segment as we always do in the soul of the game, man. That's great, man. Shout out to you, man. Peace and blessings for that one, man. Good job. See, you know what? I do got a clapping sound. I forgot. Well,
you gonna learn today.
That's not the clapping sound. That's something different.
I appreciate that, Craig.
Yeah, man, that's a good job, man.
I wanted to highlight didn't come. I didn't get delivered yet, so I gotta wait. Maybe
so. So Travis, the chat bomb, right? Obviously, the chat bomb is the idiot who didn't have Akeem in the top 10, right?
Hey, I think I made a decent case for it. I mean,
I just thought, you know what? I really thought it was funny that when I went to go look back at my top 10 list, that he was in my top 10 list too, and I was like, how did he end up in my top? But again, he ended up in my top.
I never had Hakeem in my top 10, to be honest.
Never?
Well, it's because your criteria is awesome and not
based
just
on winning.
Yeah, he was a winner. I mean, he won. Not like he wasn't on.
Hey, Craig, did you say Hakeem was in your top 10?
He wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, he wasn't. Okay.
No,
I never had him top 10.
Damn, see what I'm saying, bro? You always say trade. Train good. Like, what is that?
That was one. That's I'm gonna do that next week. I'm gonna do that next week, Blue Boat.
Shout out to Blue Boat, man. So, all right. So, are we ready to have some people come up? We ready for some GJK members to show up here and tell us where LeBron's gonna go and what other moves LeBron's gonna make to make the Lakers a championship since he's the GM of the Lakers. That's why he's the GOAT to me. LeBron's the greatest basketball player. He's the greatest GM. He's the greatest sneaker seller. He's the greatest everything. No, LeBron does everything. He's the greatest coach. I forgot to mention that too. He's the greatest coach, the greatest teammate. Oh man, I'm starting to have a more affinity for LeBron James.
Shout out to Tyson with some great takes yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Tyson and the DJK members, man. Shout out to all the DJK members, man. We paid every last one.
What great takes did he have yesterday?
LeBron James.
What great take he had yesterday? I don't remember one take he had.
I know you blocked it out because it was too painful.
Yeah. The one that you cut him off, and the one you
kicked
the background.
Because he was rotisserie new.
He was actually about Kawhi later when I was talking to Travis, and I told him wait. He kept talking, so he had to go to the backstage.
Is that another player that gets praised due to the fact that he just won those 2 championships?
Well, for what Travis said, he cannot put a one-way player above a two-way player, but he put Magic Johnson above Kawhi Leonard. So I told him he does not believe what's coming out of his mouth. So,
Johnny, you realize how ridiculous that comparison is, right? Please tell me that.
I mean, you're the one who said it. You said it. I didn't say it. You said it.
He said that because I look for when I'm ranking.
No. You said you cannot put a one-way player above a two-way player. So I asked you about Kawhi and Magic, and you said Magic Johnson.
Wake me up when Kawhi Leonard has more All-NBAs than Magic Johnson.
Fine. That's why I said you don't believe that.
Wake me up when he has 3 bottles of
you don't believe that. If it's not consistent, you don't believe it. Simple as that.
That's always Brandon's turn. It got to be consistent.
You got to be consistent. Like if you say something and then it doesn't, then it's context. When I say something else, you don't believe the words that come out your mouth.
No, I said it's part of it. But if your resume
is
nowhere near the other guys in any regard,
no, Travis, you said you cannot put Magic and Bird above Hakeem when he's a two-way player. So I said, what about Kawhi Leonard? You said no. So you don't believe that.
You're right. Even though he doesn't even have half the accolades,
it doesn't matter, Travis. You said you cannot put them above a two-way player. Like Kawhi Leonard's a two-way player.
You're right. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Exactly what I said.
That's exactly what you said. That's the problem.
Why is Magic above Scotty then?
No,
ridiculous question.
Okay, because you don't believe it, Travis. You don't believe it.
Just like you said, he got more final MVPs than Scotty.
Yeah, just like you said that Hakeem has more all defensive teams. Scotty has more all defensive teams than both of them as well.
Magic has more all NBA teams than Scottie Pippen. He has the Finals MVP. Scotty doesn't have an MVP. He doesn't have Finals MVPs. Those things do matter when you factor them in. Just because these are a two-way player, I didn't say
Bird
that.
And Magic has 3 regular season
I didn't say
MVPs.
that negates having a way better resume in every aspect. That's ridiculous.
Magic and Bird.
Why Leonard doesn't have half the selections?
He has.
Scotty was a better two-way player than Magic Johnson. That doesn't mean he's greater.
But Magic and Bird has better resumes than Hakeem.
I disagree. Except for MVPs. How's it better?
How's Magic and Bird resume better than Hakeem?
So Larry Bird has the same Finals MVPs amount that Hakeem Olajuwon has. Literally,
technically, they don't. They technically don't have a better resume, but
Bird
the only thing that he has over him is
titles.
The only thing he has over
the titles.
No, the only thing he only has over Hakeem Olajuwon is 2 MVPs. That's
5 teams to the finals. Hakeem 3. Bird has 3 straight MVPs, which is tied for the most that has never done before. But I think 2 players. Hakeem does not have that. Will and Russell, right? I believe. Bird in the regular season is better than Hakeem in the regular season. Bird in the postseason is better than Hakeem in the postseason. The same thing for Magic.
It's the milestones and records that put to me that put Magic and Bird just ahead of Hakeem, just ahead.
Yeah.
Well, Hakeem's still in your top 10. So I mean, I rest my case.
Not my top 10, but we got Blue Boat in the building. Shout out Blue Boat. What's good, brother? As you can see,
yo, what's going on?
We still having fun talking about last night, Lakers, LeBron James. What you got for today's topic, sir?
Salute to the panel, salute to everybody, man. Y'all guys doing a good job as usual, man. You know what I mean? I like the channel, man. You know what I mean? For sure, because you're the only objective channel around here that actually talks basketball. Anybody else be on that BS? It's all echo noise, if you ask me. But anyway, the topic is, should LeBron stay or leave the Lakers? To be honest, what's going on now, it all makes sense to leave. But at this point in his career, I don't think it's wise to leave now because, for one, a lot of teams who are going to trade for LeBron, they have to gut their roster and, you're going to be back to square one and trying to figure out what the roster is, what fits around LeBron. And then, two, I don't think you're going to have that many teams blowing up their team for a guy that's 41 years old. That's number one. You know what I mean? That's going to be like a very tricky situation. And number two, me personally, I think LeBron messed up going to the Lakers, man. He fucked up going to the Lakers, you know what I mean? Because that video you had, Johnny, right, where they said LeBron sabotaged the Lakers.
Mm-hmm. Facts. It was not Lakers. Genie sabotaged. Genie sabotaged.
It was Genie and Rob Pelinka, you know what I mean? Because
LeBron went there because of Magic as well, and Magic left.
Right. I'm about to get to that because number one, even if let's just say they helped the Lakers build the actual championship team, right? That fan base who were indebted to Kobe, they would have, you know what I mean? They wouldn't have gone off well with them. You know what I mean? They would have turned that fan base who were Kobe fans against the Lakers if LeBron was winning championships, multiple championships in pro. You know what I mean? And number two, I think when you think about it, right? Everything in between that has happened, they've lowballed LeBron into them trying to win a championship. You know what I mean? They were banking on LeBron these 5 years with no championships, him coming up short, him shortcomings. You know what I mean? Now, is LeBron totally blameless in this? No, because I feel like you're the one that chose the Lakers, and you and your man, you got to lie in it. Number two is like I said, that 2020 team, they never really intended to bring back. That was going to be a one-year thing. They lowballed on them cats, right? And they gave them one-year deals where it wasn't that much money attached to them. But like you said, Johnny, they weren't building a championship team. They were trying to get guys that were on the tail end of their contracts, and then they were going to trade them away in 2 years. It's like the whole Carmelo Anthony, Russell Westbrook thing, that was a flop. You know? Mm-hmm. So for me, it's man, it's this whole, to be honest, this whole LeBron to Lakers thing been a whole mess. Because number one, they're not going to accept you, you know what I mean? Because it's all kind of resentment. And number two, I don't think he went there to win championships, to be honest with you. I think he was on this whole thing with the Michael Jordan, once the Wizards thing, you know what I mean? I don't know if I can say, but from a basketball sense, him going to the Lakers never made sense. back in 2018. It never made sense to me. There's so many better options out there because I feel like, to me personally, if he had went anywhere else with the Lakers, he's sitting here with multiple rings right now.
He went because of Magic. He went because of Magic.
Right. He went because of Magic. Right. But I'm saying
Magic left and he chose to resign there.
Because LeBron really is not interested in leaving the Lakers. When LeBron joined the Lakers, in his mind, Magic's there. They're going to make moves to help us win championships. So he, in his mind,
but here's the thing with Magic. They kind of lowball Magic too. The Lakers kind of lowball Magic too because
everything you guys are saying. But they did all of this on purpose. This is Jeannie.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, wait. Jeannie has been sharing the wealth with her brothers on this franchise. They don't care about this franchise. They've been using this money and the assets on this team to do other things. They are living off of the Lakers' assets. And that's why they're not trying to spend that money. They're not trying to live in the red. Everything that they make is off of the Lakers. That's why they have to sell the Lakers now. Because they have been making so much bad investments with the Lakers' stakes that they have to sell their stakes to stay billionaires. They did all of that. LeBron didn't know none of this. LeBron didn't know that the Lakers was out here messing up their business. He thought they were still in the business of trying to win championships. They didn't think LeBron was going to play to 2025. They thought he would be retired by 2022, 2023. If he doesn't, he gets the all-time record here and all that other stuff. But by 2025, LeBron is gone. That's what they thought. But LeBron isn't gone. And LeBron wants to play till 40-something. So they're like, yo, we're done with you. We're done with but they were never trying to win on purpose. That's why Rob Pelinka had a job for the last 8 years over Magic, because he did exactly what Jeannie wanted him to do, which was put a roster up just good enough to keep Lakers fans buying tickets and jerseys, but not good enough to win a championship. That's just
Johnny. What is the proof of this that you're saying?
Just go by the last 5 years, man. Just like they blew up the 2020 team, right?
You don't get it.
And going back to Magic.
I need the proof of this. I need the summary from the board meeting.
Magic wanted to fire Luke Walton, but Jeannie Buss wouldn't let him. Remember that? He didn't want to get Jeannie Buss. Didn't want to.
I mean, Jeannie hasn't been running this team for years, so Jeannie just been collecting checks.
Well, that's why LeBron messed up going in the first place, if you ask me. Because anywhere else, he's winning multiple championships, at least 2 more.
So let me get this straight. What I'm hearing is the Lakers organization for the last 50 years been built by championships, but somehow, as soon as LeBron James get there, now all of a sudden they're not built on winning championships. Is that what I'm hearing?
They weren't building on championships with Kobe's last few years. I mean, Kobe, after 2013, that was it.
Kobe told him, I'm not taking no pay cut. They couldn't afford to win championships with Kobe because Kobe told him, I'm not taking no pay cut. Y'all gonna pay me.
But even so, remember LaMarcus Aldridge? They lowballed LaMarcus Aldridge couple years before LeBron got there, LaMarcus Aldridge was all but a Laker fan. Lakers were all with the Lakers, but they lowballed him.
Well, because
the Lakers lowballed.
Before Jeannie Buss decided to be a Zesty Jeffrey and do business deals with Michael Jordan as an owner, she didn't have no reason to not try to win with Kobe. So they were probably still trying to win with Kobe. But since she decided to get in bed with Michael Jordan and a Zesty Jeffrey business logic and gamble her assets like Michael Jordan did, then we have that problem.
This was the beginning of the end of the Lakers, Boston Celtics, Michael Jordan, and, Milwaukee Bucks, right? So let's think about this. Milwaukee Bucks owner. This young man, Wes Edens, actually bought the team from Herb Cole. If you don't know about Coles and all that, it's all private equity owned and run. Michael Jordan, no different, made bets against private equity plays, which he actually got copped his pants down, for lack of a better term, when it came to GameStop. Got margin called, had to sell his team to Gabe Plotkin, who actually lost $5 billion against GameStop. And they all come from the Atlanta Hawks, believe it or not, Tony Resner, this private equity. These two are actually married to each other. She's from investment firms and private equity. This young man owns the Boston Celtics. I'm rolling in my grave right now. If I'm Kobe, if I'm Dr. Jerry Buss, because Jeannie Buss sold her team to private equity and Mark Walter. Mark Walter got his money from the Middle East. If you don't know, they just sold the Lakers, and all that money came from Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So this whole group here, yep, they own their own tequila brand, one that I'll never support, by the way. But this is the problem. They formed, think about this, they formed this group in 2016, 10 years ago. This was a great idea. We're going to start our own tequila brand. And then when it comes down to it, you sold your team, you just bought the Celtics. I wonder how all these deals worked out. And then this guy's the oddball with Kohl's, but you'll find out when Kohl's goes bankrupt via private equity. But either way, NBA teams all forming together, the owners, to start up a liquor brand for a couple $1 million. That doesn't make sense when they're all billionaires. But yet these billionaires are losing their teams. They took over your team. They paid too much for their team. And you, I still got my eyes on you, Wes. All right, you guys have fun with it. I know exactly what's going down. What's going down? The NBA is bought and paid for by private equity. That's the truth. Do your homework. Peace.
So you showed us a video about Jordan is the reason why LeBron can't win in LA. Is that not a zesty Jeffrey logic?
No, because I'm not here to argue. I'm here to provide information. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to provide
Where did
information.
that video show anything about LeBron not trying to win a championship?
Again, what that video showed you was Jeannie
money. That's what it shows me.
And how does she make money? By leveraging her assets as a Laker owner.
Did she have 10 billion 20 years ago? Was they worth 10 billion 20 years
she
ago?
She doesn't have 10 billion. The
She
Lakers
is like
worth 10 billion.
he's like the lowest, like the Lakers, like the lowest wealth of any owners in the NBA. I believe every owner has more net worth than them.
So what is happening is that private equity firms who are trying to muscle their way into sports industries and purchase sports teams are what they're doing is they're getting in bed with NBA owners on business ventures, because these people also fund you and invest in your business venture. And how you get them to fund you is by leveraging your assets as a owner of your team. Like Brandon just said, the Lakers don't make money nowhere else. So if she wants to try to make these ventures, or like the ventures her brothers has been making in the last decade or so, they have to use the assets and their stakes in the Lakers. When those business ventures flounder, and they owe these private equity firms money, the only way to actually pay them back is to sell the stakes of their team. Jordan didn't want to sell the Hornets. He had to, doing bad business deals with private equity firms. Same thing happened with Jeannie Buss. The guy who just bought the Boston Celtics are using private equity firm investments to purchase the Boston Celtics. LeBron James is looking for private equity fund investors to help him purchase a team for the Las Vegas, whatever team is going to be. What you're seeing is a takeover of NBA ownership by private equity firms. And what you saw was Jeannie Buss, knowing she was in trouble, because remember, they started this in 2016. We all know that brand of liquor is not doing well, plus those other ventures that they were into. By the time you get to 2025, she has no choice but to sell her team. Jordan had to sell before that. All these other guys, they don't have the capital to do the type of business ventures that they're doing outside of sports. So behind LeBron James's back, she has been holding the value of the Lakers up so that she can continually, hopefully these investments start working through, holding LeBron James there because he's selling tickets, he's selling jerseys, he's making the franchise prime TV franchise. She used LeBron James' superstar power to keep the value up.
Oh, so that's why they drafted Bron. I thought they were trying to win. Not bad.
That's a business move. Drafting Bron, it's a business move.
We all said it was a business move. We all said it was a business move. We all said it.
Yeah.
So now I'm not saying they're wrong. No, wait. They're not wrong. They're not wrong for what
he can have this magical moment. Now it's they drafted Bron. They're not trying to win. When we said it, we sound like they was haters. We sounded like haters when they said it.
The Lakers again.
Haters when he said they wasn't trying to win.
The Lakers again. Drafting Bronny doesn't hurt your championship chances. So drafting Bronny and the championship chances have nothing to do with that. But the things that you've been doing since 2020 has hurt your chances to win a championship. And they've been doing it on purpose. You get rid of Anthony Davis, right? Because Anthony Davis' contract is all the way to 2028. There's no commitment. I just showed you guys the Lakers contracts and who's under contract for the Lakers for the next year or two. Everybody's going to be gone by 2027. because they have new ownership, they have everything, and that's what they told LeBron. We're no longer in partnership. We heard what Rich Paul said, that it's been great in the partnership with the Lakers, but LeBron wants to win. The Lakers are going another route, which they're allowed to do that. But in reality, LeBron James is not trying to play for no team that's not trying to win. But he thought the Lakers have been trying to win for the last 5-6 years. They haven't, and we finally got enough proof to show it because they haven't. They just have not been trying to win.
I mean, but it do make sense for the Lakers to sell because you saw what happened to Boston when everyone started making money. And we heard what Mark Cuban said about them not really making a profit and how hard it is to like run a team. And we know Jeannie Buss' net worth is a lot less than every other owner. And if she could get that amount of money, and she probably knew that she could not afford Luka if he signed the max deal. Probably knew. So it's best to actually get out now while it's hot. They have Luka and LeBron, so she used LeBron to get paid.
No, I'm not saying that she's wrong for that because as a business person, that's smart. But LeBron, as a business person, understands this as well. It's not personal. So for LeBron, he's like, okay, this is what y'all doing. But LeBron still has 3 years left, and tell me, knowing that he probably doesn't have to this year.
How about you come mute me?
LeBron, right? You're asking LeBron to say, okay, say one more with Luka, y'all win. Or those people, we all know are trying their best to on Curry's career and win another championship, or go over there and imagine LeBron and Steph together. Oh, I mean, God, that was.
That's probably. I don't know.
Think about this. What's better, right? You have Luka and Jimmy, or LeBron and Curry. Which one's more of a title contender?
I mean, to be honest with you, the Lakers would have so left if it was just AD and LeBron. Since it's Luka and LeBron, they probably got more on the back end. And if the owners, if they're just looking at making money, I'm not sure if they're going to entertain too many deals, though. Like, again, what would I want, Jimmy or LeBron?
No. You want, obviously the Lakers want LeBron for this year, but like I said, LeBron doesn't want to play on a 1-year deal. That's the thing. So the Lakers are not giving him no more. So they're giving him the option. They're telling him, if you can find somewhere else, go ahead. And why Jimmy works for the Lakers is because Jimmy's contract ends in 2027. And if they really want to, they can buy him out after next year and just buy out whatever it is and move on from there. Like, they don't have no commitment to nobody, no big deals, no nothing. Unless, like you said, they're going to give Luka his deal in August. Then from there, you have Luka, which will be till 2030. But if you take Jimmy right now, Jimmy gets 54 this year and 54 the next year in 2027. I mean, 56 the next year. You can buy him out that contract. Like, you can, and then LeBron can sign the 1-and-1 deal because now the Warriors can give LeBron the 1-and-1 deal. They can restructure his contract, give him one deal, and then they can go.
If that's the case, they might as well just let LeBron walk next year. If they're just gonna buy Jimmy out, they might as well just let LeBron walk this year after next year.
Look, that's what I'm saying. LeBron don't want that. That's what I'm saying. So so it's either.
I don't think he has a choice in the matter. Yeah, it's out of his hands. Yeah, it's out of his hands at the moment.
You don't have no. It was not his hands with Westbrook, but it's out of his hands this way. See what I'm saying, Brandon? See what I'm saying?
Of course, it's out of his hands. If the owners don't want to trade him, they don't have to trade him.
He's gonna get traded.
If the owners don't want to trade him, they don't have to trade him.
They're gonna trade him.
It's still Biscayne in June. This is a relevant conversation.
They don't want him. The Lakers don't want LeBron. They've been trying to get rid of LeBron for 2 years. They don't want LeBron.
LeBron's not.
But this is a new ownership. That's the thing. It's the new ownership. We don't know what they're going to do.
This is the last year for the Lakers ownership that is right now with Jeannie Buss and Pelinka. We don't know what they're going to do at the end of this season. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're not making no commitments till next year. They want to clear their cap space for 27 off season for sure.
LeBron ain't going nowhere. He got to keep that. He won every way he went, Monica intact. He cannot go.
Well, he got the bubble ring.
He got to keep.
Go ahead. Mr. Winning matters, but somehow 2020 doesn't matter. Go ahead, bro.
2020 matters. It counts in the record book. I mean, it's a bubble chip, but it is what it is.
So is this a ring? Is it a ring? Did they get an actual ring?
One way I always put LeBron over. Like, I might have to be a critic of him on the court, but off the court, this man is one of the most shrewdest, good businessman. His production company is amazing. I mean, he produced that Redeem Team documentary on Netflix. That was excellent, and he put Kobe over in that, right? So I give him credit for that. LeBron is a great businessman. So are you telling me that the Lakers and Jeannie Buss have been doing all this, making money off of him, and he didn't know what he was in bed with? Like,
no, he did. He did.
He knew. So he knew, and
no, he didn't. He didn't know. He didn't know.
Wait
he
a
did
minute.
not
Wait a
know
minute.
the
So
Lakers were up for
LeBron,
sale.
the great businessman, Rich Paul,
the
Don Dada of agents, didn't know that the Lakers were not serious about winning.
They were now, because not when they're telling him they are.
I mean, for one, LeBron says it every year about they need to make trades. LeBron been forcing their feet to make. If he never said anything about trades, nobody would get traded. They'll just keep running the same way. LeBron has to force them to trade players.
We do agree that LeBron has had influence over the roster moves, right?
To tell it to win a championship. LeBron's always told them, "Give me a championship contending roster." They was like, "Okay."
It's kind of hard to do when you're changing the roster all the time. You don't draft young players.
The Lakers keep doing it.
Thank you. The Lakers keep doing that. That's what we keep telling you.
LeBron
keeps telling them, do whatever you got to do to get me a good roster. That's it.
The Lakers number one problem. The Lakers number one and number two problem. Center depth, perimeter defense depth. Why did they draft LeBronny last year? Why did they waste the pick on Bronny? So he can have his graduation moment.
Hold on, wait. Who was the 55th pick in this year's draft?
The 55th pick of this year's draft? I don't know. I know who the 58th pick of last year's draft is.
Let's move on. Let's move on from that.
No, because I'm a Knicks fan who drafted two players who I expect to try to make our rotation. That's Ariel Hukporty and Lance and McCullers from Kansas.
What did
McCullers was a 5-year pro.
What did Hukporty do for you last year?
You know what he did? He came in one game and held Scotty Barnes to 1-for-11. An all-star player. Yeah, I know. See, I get it. But again, Ariel Hukporty is actually a pretty good prospect. He's a better prospect than Bronny James. See, the thing is, you could have had Hukporty and Bronny James.
Bro.
I know.
Hukporty was not going to change the Lakers' dynamic. He's just like Bronny James, a development player. We're going to see 3-4 years.
But he actually wait a minute. Hukporty actually got in the playoffs and played Paul Reed very well. But Hukporty actually made a contribution in the playoff. He actually made a contribution against an all-star player. He actually has more tools. Again, see what I'm saying? You got torn up by Rudy Gobert in an elimination game, and you're going to tell me you can see, but this is what I get it. See, the problem is you guys don't understand. You can sit there and waste. See, you're not holding LeBron culpable. They use the 55th pick when they don't have many second-round picks. They don't have any picks, period, on a vanity project. Go ahead, Lee.
What 55th pick in NBA history has made an impact to a team?
Hukporty.
55th pick or later.
Isaiah Thomas. Okay, so we say 55th or later. Isaiah Thomas was listed irrelevant.
That's one. Who else?
Oh, again, we're not asking for. Hold on, but we're not asking for significant.
They're not trying to get a star player.
Hukporty would have helped the Lakers win.
The first argument I made
would have helped the Lakers win. Hold on, Hukporty would have helped the Lakers win
center depth. Yeah, he would have helped their center depth. He would have damn sure been in the rotation if Jackson Hayes and Rui Hachimura, who you counting on, to play the 5.
So are you saying Hukporty is better than Jemison and Alex Lynn?
Yes, much better. There's a reason why Alex Lynn, the 5th pick, there's a reason why y'all just able to grab him out the street. Okay?
That's where Hukporty's going to be in the next couple of years, on the street.
No, actually, no, if you develop him correctly. See the thing, right?
That's the same thing with LeBron. Hold on, bro. You're not going to take over the show and ramble, bro. Because you're lying on GOAT James Kingdom, bringing up Bronny. Who the fuck cares about Bronny James but you, Zesty Jeffries? Stick to the topic, nigga. LeBron James is not controlling the Lakers roster to the point to where they're dismantling a championship roster.
They had no championship roster. We know that.
They had a championship roster in 2020.
Based off 1 year mercenaries.
What about
They all got paid and got better contracts the next year, right?
Now they're 1 year mercenaries, but
they
y'all
were
was sitting here telling me they built a championship team. See what I'm saying?
So no, they built. Okay, they signed a lot of 1 year contracts. They had no core.
With everything you sat here and said, you are proving my point that the Lakers for the past 7 seasons have not been trying to win a championship. They lucked up and won a championship with a team full of mercenaries like the Cleveland Indians in Major League. That's basically what you're saying. They won a championship because LeBron was so great that he was able to take a bunch of ragtag mercenary players and win a championship with them.
No, that's
and when
not
Anthony
fair.
Davis got hurt, Davis got hurt, the Lakers' title contentions went downwards. Because in 2021, if Anthony Davis don't get hurt, they beat Phoenix.
Yeah,
you realize the KCP was
they were actually up
to another
versus
championship
Phoenix.
team.
They was actually up versus Phoenix before he got hurt. But who is this player that you talking about, Ro? Some Hub Porty? Like who the hell is that?
I know Hub Porty. He's a center prospect. He's an interesting center prospect. Who has been used
he played 5 minutes in the playoffs total.
Well,
we all know he played 5 minutes in the playoffs.
Yes, bro. We're gonna bring somebody else up because we got to get to an actual topic of discussion. Let's let somebody else up in here. We got a gentleman here named Long Live the Mamba. You're on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Peace and blessings, brother. I don't think you're a GJK member, but peace and blessings.
Nah, I'm not I ain't a member, but I'll be checking y'all out, though,
Okay. All right. So we're talking LeBron James and the Lakers. You seem to be a Kobe Bryant fan or a Laker fan. What do you think the Lakers should do, or what should LeBron do with the Lakers?
Shit, I think they need to work on a defense. I think that's what they're lacking at. They don't have no defense,
But who they gonna get then? But I'm saying, who can they get? They just let DFS go. That was one of the best defenders.
But when I first got on, I seen the part when B. Lee was talking about Westbrook, when LeBron single-handedly chose Westbrook and Magic wanted Jamal Rosen in 2021?
The offseason 2021
or something like that.
Oh yeah, 21 or 22.
Mm-hmm.
And LeBron, everybody know LeBron he a player, but he a GM too, though. Everybody know that. That's
what Johnny was saying, that LeBron did not make that deal happen. It was the GM. And I was saying LeBron influenced them. That's all I was saying, that he influenced them to get Russ. And,
he got enough power. He got enough power to a point. Look, go do this, go do that, go do this, go do that. He got power like that. The man do got power. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, this is my only thing. All right, they compete because they probably didn't make the playoffs since he's been there 1 year when it was all banged up or whatever. What 2022? I think I want to say. All right, what 2023? What the excuse was? What's the excuse? 2023.
2023 when they made the Western Conference Finals. Their excuse. I mean, they improved the roster a lot, so
they overachieved in 2023.
I see. This is another thing I consider. Maybe it's just because he on the West. The West is not a cakewalk like the East. How he had a cakewalk on the East. Remember how he had a cakewalk? He made to about 8 straight finals. The West deep, bro. The West getting deep.
I mean, LeBron was at his peak and during that time too. So.
I mean, he's still, man, I ain't lying. He's still 40
years
old,
great.
moving like that.
He's still great.
He's still, but 40 years old moving like that. And of course, LeBron is shit. That's a business move. LeBron is a cash cow.
Yeah.
I don't think he should leave.
They thought he was going to retire.
That's why I think it's hard for them to try to move him.
I think he got. If he's still healthy, I think he got about 2-3 more years left in it.
John, I have a question. If you were the ownership for the Lakers, would you trade LeBron?
He has a no trade clause, so it's on him if he wants to be traded.
I'm just saying, would you want to trade him if you found a team? You would.
Yes, if LeBron wants to play, LeBron wants to play.
What I get for him though. But
LeBron wants to play more than 2 or 3 years. Yes.
I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't
trade him. But
it depends on what I get.
I know. If I paid $10 billion for a team, I wouldn't be one to trade the most valuable player in the
I
NBA.
wouldn't want to at all. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know if they will.
I wouldn't trade him.
He makes you more money than any other player in the league would. I would not if I just bought a team for $10.1 billion.
Business competition. I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't. But it's just
like, yeah, they are not loyal to LeBron.
Their team was
this
good
is
this year. Their team was good this year. I mean, but the shit with the, I've never in my life seen a team play 5 guards. I mean, like, for the whole quarter. Like, I mean, the whole second half. They said
that was a dumb ass. That was a dumb move. That was a dumb move.
Rudy Gobert looking like Will Chamberlain.
That was.
Yeah, they should have played Jackson Hayes.
Message to JJ. Yeah, we can't let Jackson Hayes get too much money. We can't have him looking out here like a star.
Brandon,
That's it.
What I didn't like is that they didn't play Jackson Hayes and then signed him again this year. Re-signed.
They're cheaper because he's cheaper now. He's cheaper.
So is that the reason you didn't play
Yes.
in the playoffs? If you wanted to resign?
Yes.
I mean, that was a bad move.
Yes.
That was a bad move. That was a bad move. It cost them a first round series by not playing him.
I tell y'all this right now.
He fouled a lot. Okay, what does that have to do with? He got 6 fouls. Let him foul.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Lakers will be cursed forever. Just like Bambino. Hold on.
Not good enough.
Just like the Bambino curse on the Cubs, because they did LeBron James wrong, the GOAT of basketball for the last 7 years, they will be cursed from here on out. The Lakers will never win another championship ever again. That's it. They got cursed. It's the LeBron James curse. I said it today in 2025. They were never going to be good enough. They were not trying to win. They were not trying to win. They were not trying to win. They were not trying to.
No, I disagree. I disagree
Every
with that.
year there was title contenders.
Because of LeBron. Because of LeBron. Let LeBron leave. Let's see how much of a title contender they are now. I tell you that much. Let LeBron go. Get Jimmy Butler and tell me the Lakers are still a title contender. Tell me that. Tell me that. They're only title contender because the GOAT's on their team. Y'all need to accept it. The GOAT play for the Lakers. When he go to Golden State, they're going to be title contenders because LeBron makes you a title contender.
I fuck with y'all. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I fuck with y'all channel. Dude right there, Red, man, he a die-hard LeBron James fan. I'll be like he a LeBron attorney or something. Like he got more excuses than anything. Like he don't hold LeBron accountable for nothing. Nothing at all. But I mean, I guess, and I don't want to look, I love Jordan. I don't want to get called what do you be calling him?
Zesty Jeffrey.
You about to be because you don't agree with nothing he said. Basically, that's what you are. That's the definition of Zesty Jeffrey. Whatever.
My reply gonna be here, Brown sexual. That's gonna be my reply.
My argument, my statement on Zesty Jeffries is very simple. There is Zesty Jeffrey logic that you guys express, and it's predicated on having an argument. It's not predicated on anything concrete, anything to be true. It's just on how everyone else talks, and since everyone else believes it, then I am truthful. If you have no logic in your actual statement, that's Zesty because you just want to argue. Brandon asked me, prove my point. I've been talking about the Lakers. I prove everything I say. I don't come up here just telling you guys stuff just to argue.
What proof? You got somebody from TikTok making a conspiracy theory.
That's not a conspiracy theory. The Lakers did sell their team.
But what they got to do it on the floor,
because you have to spend money to win championships. You have to spend money to win championships.
All right, now let me ask you this. All right, when they got Luka, Luka in what, January? February. What was your expectation?
Crenshaw, Parade and Crenshaw.
Lakers expectation was I don't have another $150 million to pay Anthony Davis. I only got to pay Luka an extra $50 million. Let's go. Don't ask me what I thought the Lakers were trying to do because I didn't know the Lakers were trying to sell their franchise. Now I know what they were trying to do.
It was a Parade and Crenshaw.
Yes, because they were supposed to win, and they sabotaged it. They sabotaged it by saying, "Don't play Jackson Hayes because we don't want to pay Jackson Hayes."
What proof do you have of that, Johnny? What proof do you have of that? Johnny. What proof do you have that they didn't want to play him to not pay him?
They sold the team, and
isn't that a zesty Jeffrey logic? Because you don't have proof that they were not playing him.
They sold the team. I just sold the team. They sold the team.
That has nothing to do with Jackson Hayes getting paid.
Yes,
LeBron got paid, and they sold the team.
No, again, Jackson Hayes' contract is not that expensive. Jackson Hayes was getting paid $2 million last year, and if he plays well in the playoffs and he helps the Lakers win a championship, he can opt out and get more money elsewhere.
But so
if Jackson Hayes plays well, Jeannie Buss cannot sell the Lakers. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm telling you is that if Jackson Hayes plays well, then you have to offer him more money that they're not going to.
What does that have to do with them selling the team? No.
Yeah,
they're selling the team already.
Loses in the finals.
So that's a zesty Jeffrey logic.
You're
saying things with
wait. Jackson Hayes becoming the baller he became in January wasn't when the Lakers started to sell the franchise. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The Lakers been trying to sell the franchise prior to Jackson Hayes already being that. The plan has always been in place. Don't spend more money. Don't spend extended money. Don't try to give players money that they deserve. Lowball everybody. Y'all said they've been lowballing everybody. If you let Jackson Hayes ball out in the playoffs and the Lakers actually win a championship, you're not going to be able to afford the championship roster. You're going to have to gut it. That's the truth. And and then they didn't win it because they didn't put enough to win. They didn't put nothing behind it to win.
What's your proof that if Jackson Hayes won, they would have sold it if they won a title?
I didn't say they were already selling before Jackson Hayes. Brandon, stop acting like they sold the team because of the playoff loss.
But that's the Jeffrey logic. You have no proof
of
this.
Not because I never said that they sold the team because of Jackson Hayes. They sold the team because they've been losing money for years, not just because of Jackson Hayes. You bring that up. That's again an argument you're bringing up. That's why I'm gonna call you Cecily, because you bringing up an argument I'm not bringing up.
You just said it. The reason that they didn't play, the reason Jackson Hayes didn't play because they didn't want to pay him because they were selling the team. So obviously, if he played well, Jeannie Buss couldn't sell the team because of Jackson Hayes.
They're not selling the team because of Jackson Hayes. That's your argument. That's not what I said. I said that the Lakers
that's exactly what you said.
No, I said the Lakers have not been trying to win for 7 years. And the proof of it is that they didn't re-sign Caruso. They didn't re-sign KCP. They didn't sign Kuzma again and keep Kuzma.
We understand that. We understand that. But we talk about the Jackson Hayes thing. Why he didn't play?
Jackson Hayes is also an element to that fact. Because now, if the Lakers do have some success with Jackson Hayes, that's another expanding contract that your fan base is going to expect you to spend money to keep. And if you can't keep him, that means it proves what? You're not trying to win. So how do they do it? They window dress this. They window dress this by telling you, yeah, DFS has bad knees. They do this by saying Jackson Hayes is not championship worthy center, but then you go get DeAndre Ayton for $7 million a year and tell us that's your championship center. That is what the Lakers have been doing for the last 7 years. Window dressing, covering it up, making a mess of their franchise, because in the long term, they're not trying to win. They're just trying to do enough to sell enough tickets so that they can sell the team. That's why now it is what it is. LeBron, this is the team you're going to play with. You're going to stay here for this year or not for this year. We don't care. We don't own the team anymore.
All right.
You don't think the championship would bring the Lakers more valuable when they sold? I would rather
it should. It would sell just like Boston.
Again, not when you're working under the red. You cannot do that. But why do you think Boston is splitting up their team now? Why do you think they're getting rid of everybody now? For the same reason, because they've been
about to spend like $400 million.
They've been working above the red. They've been working above the red, and in fact, like you said, they know that they're selling the Lakers franchise. If I'm going to sell it for $8 billion or $10 billion, I'm going to sell it for $10 billion. If we win a championship, I'm cool with it, but we're not going to spend extra to win a championship. Boston said we're going to spend extra to win a championship. That's why they have the championship. They spent extra to get it.
What extra was they were going to spend? They already had their team. All they needed was Jackson Hayes to play, right?
Jrue Holiday. They gave Jrue Holiday some money. They gave
I'm just saying, like all the Lakers needed was Jackson Hayes to play. So why would they have to spend more if Jackson Hayes play? They already have their team set.
Jackson Hayes was a part of the Lakers being good this year and gave them a title contention chance. and gave them a chance to beat teams to win the NBA title this year. They didn't play him. You say they didn't play him. Nobody knows why. We all agree that he would have helped them win. What's the only reason to bench Jackson Hayes?
Because you said they didn't want to pay him if he played well, right?
He's on a contract year. And we've known teams to do this where players are on a contract year and they tell them, don't do this, don't do that with this player because they want to have negotiating bargaining chips at the end of the offseason. No one's trying to sign a Jackson Hayes. So Jackson Hayes is stuck on the Lakers. That's what he's doing for the cheapest money they can give him. And that's
what I'm saying. Like, what's your proof of this, though? There's no proof of this as being true. That's all I'm saying. There's no proof of this.
I told you the proof of this is Jeannie Buses being forced to sell the Lakers, showing you that.
The reason Jackson Hayes didn't play so Jeannie Buss could sell the team.
No, because Jeannie Buss was selling the team started 2 years ago. Jackson Hayes had nothing to do with it. Jackson Hayes had nothing to do with it. The plan is automatically set. Don't give nobody no money. So when we get to Jackson Hayes, it's the same thing. We're not changing up with Jackson Hayes. We're just going to make sure Jackson Hayes don't get his money as well. Not because Jackson Hayes is crucial to us selling the team. We already got the team sold. LeBron made us the $10 billion franchise we are.
What is your proof of this? What is your proof of this, though?
Selling the team.
That's Jeffrey logic.
No, they sold the team. You said, I don't know. I didn't tell you I don't know. I told you they sold the team. That's the proof, fact, pudding that you can't refute. That's your problem. I gave you the fact. She sold the team without wanting to. She had to sell her team. She had to keep the team. And
we know she had to sell the team, but you keep saying because of Jackson Hayes.
I didn't say because of Jackson Hayes. I told you Jackson Hayes didn't get played today because they're not interested in winning a championship team. Because if Jackson Hayes is a piece of a championship team, you have to pay him. They're not trying to build a championship team. So there's no point to pay somebody if they're not championship worthy. The reason not championship worthy because we're not even going to play you in the playoffs. No matter how good you made us to get here, to make us the 50-win team. That's the point. So they're not trying to actually win. That's why they did that with Jackson Hayes.
What Laker member came out on podium and said we're not trying to win, and the reason why
the Laker player has nothing to do with the ownership not trying to win. I didn't say the Lakers are not trying to win as far as the players are. I'm telling you the franchise owners and front office are not trying to win.
That represent the Lakers.
Every move that we all been criticizing the Lakers doing the last 4 or 5 years, that shows you that. It's the proof. The fact that shows you the proof right there. Everything that they've been doing the last 5 years shows you the Lakers are not trying to actually win an NBA championship. They have not put together a championship roster. They've been putting together pieces and band-aiding shit.
Yeah, because they keep listening to LeBron. That's why.
You keep saying this because LeBron. They would listen to LeBron. They would have got all those players. They would have kept the players that they needed to win the championship. They would have paid Caruso. They would have paid.
They would have got the right coach to play Jackson Hayes in the first round. That's what would have happened. They would have got the right coach to play Jackson Hayes in the first round.
There's a reason why they hired Frank Vogel. You think Frank Vogel's a championship coach? There's a reason why they hired Darvin Ham. You think he's a championship coach? There's a reason why they hired a podcaster.
He is a championship coach. He won the end-season tournament. Don't do Darvin Ham.
And his dumbass told them not to celebrate it this year. And where did it get them? The same shit that got the Lakers in the first round. Same shit. So again, a horrible coach. He
brought a championship to LA. What's this called? JJ didn't. That's all I'm saying.
Frank Vogel's a horrible coach.
I got a question.
I got answers.
So, all right. Denver, so by your logic, since they didn't win no rings since 2020. All right, Denver lost this year. Denver wasn't trying to win.
Denver's also another team that's not trying to win. That's why they broke up their championship team. There's a lot of teams that are not interested in winning. Y'all got to remember that. There's a lot of franchises that are really not interested in overspending to win.
You can't pay everybody. Like, you just can't pay everybody.
If you're trying to win, you have to. That's the point. That's what it's about. When you're trying, the Golden State Warriors don't care. They're going to spend and try to win.
If that was the case, they would have kept Clay.
They moved on from Clay because they thought they got a better deal with a better player.
No, Clay got upset because they wouldn't pay him what he wanted, so he left.
I know, because they wanted to get better and win a championship. They had Andrew Wiggins. They were paying Andrew Wiggins.
The Lakers stopped. They're getting better by letting players go.
Am I talking?
Yeah, his mic is messed up. Your mic is messed up. Mamba, your mic is messed up.
He's talking. He not listening.
I don't think he hears either.
I don't think a team is trying to win a championship.
That's all I'm saying, man. I don't think them selling the team or wanting to sell a team. That's part of the. How much they paid for that team? What?
No,
million?
selling a team is not a part. Listen, bro. Teams go from it's nepotism. It's nepotism. It's nepotism. You keep it in your family. You don't sell a sports franchise. You won't do that. You only do that when you either tired of spending money on it, which the Lakers are not tired because they're not spending their money on the Lakers. They make their money off the Lakers. That's like Wayne Heinziger. Wayne Heinziger makes a lot of money outside of owning the Dolphins. He's tired of spending money for the Dolphins, so he sells it because he's taking his own money out of his own pocket to pay for the Dolphins to try to help them win. To win costs money. Owners know this. There's a lot of owners that's not trying to win. A lot of them.
All right. Now, see, look, you see what you just said? So this is why I'm confused. So you mean to tell me the last 5 years, just because they weren't successful, that mean they wasn't trying to win? That's my question. That's my question.
Again, everything that I said here today, I told you move after move, questionable move after questionable move that the Lakers made that were clearly showing you they were not trying to hold on to a championship roster and pay for a championship roster, which you have to pay. You have to give players those extensions. You have to commit to them long term. You have to put your team in the red. Brandon and I talked about how that Mark Cuban said he ran the team for over 20 years, and for 20 years they were in the red. Why? Because he spent years trying to build a championship roster. He kept trying to find ways to win, buy players in, let players go, pay off their contract, do all of that stuff. Teams that are trying to win spend money. The Lakers used to spend money. They didn't care. They'll bring anybody in. They brought in Steve Nash, Dwight Howard, Ron Artest, all of these players. They spend to try to win. That's when the Lakers were trying to win. But again, after Bus passed away.
So now they're not trying to win no more.
No, because the Lakers franchise is owned by 3 people.
I think they're just not good enough.
They're the Lakers.
I don't think he hears you.
Exactly. Right. That's my point. I think LeBron in the West now. What?
I don't know why y'all keep thinking the Lakers had a championship roster. Like I said, the only way you thought that was because they were playing with LeBron James. Like I said, nobody thought LeBron James would keep playing to this time. Nobody thought that.
Just sat up here and said LeBron the GOAT because his impact on winning, and now you're trying to say that the Lakers is nothing? Like, come on.
They were nothing before LeBron. What the fuck were the Lakers before LeBron? They were losing 60-game seasons. Fuck are you talking about? He's made them very fucking relevant. That's why. He makes them relevant and winners. They still win games. Like, I don't understand this.
Obviously they're trying to win then. So what you're saying doesn't make sense.
The only thing that counts as winning is rings, and that's not my logic. That's SD Jeffrey logic. The Lakers have
they missed the playoffs once? They
missed the playoffs once. Yes, they missed the playoffs once, and he was injured the second time they missed it.
So how are they not trying to win? Like you.
Again, they're not trying to win a championship. They're good enough to keep a roster around LeBron James, to keep him playing, to keep him in the league, so he can reach 38,000 points, so he can reach all these great records, and they can sell tickets, sell things. They didn't even expect him to play to this point when they were about to sell the team. That's why they're like, yo, we need to get rid of him. He's been holding us up. They wouldn't have been. The Lakers would be nothing if LeBron wasn't there. If they would have traded LeBron James, got rid of LeBron James in 2022, and left Anthony Davis and go get Westbrook and all that other shit, they're not nothing. They're not winning shit.
You can't prove that.
I can't prove that. LeBron's the GOAT. That's how.
You can't prove that.
Yeah, I can prove that
with these hypotheticals.
He wins everywhere he's gone. He's won everywhere he's gone.
Well, you better hope he's staying in LA then.
I don't want him to stay in LA. I want him to go to Golden State. I want that even more because I know Zesty Jeffries is going to even love it.
Yeah, that'd be a sexy
with, you know what? Yeah, I can't wait for y'all to say that he's playing with Curry now. Oh, I can't wait for y'all to be crying.
We don't need that's my squad. Golden State. We don't.
There's only one thing holding that trade away. There's only one thing holding that trade is Giannis. If Giannis is moved to Golden State,
I'd rather Giannis.
That's the only thing that'll hold that trade up. But other than that, and I don't think Giannis is going to Golden State.
Giannis will play defense.
Giannis ain't going nowhere.
Giannis
Yeah, I
not
think he
part of
will
this
die in
young coach. He
Milwaukee.
ain't gonna go be chasing for. He gonna stay in Milwaukee.
Yeah, he not chasing. Yeah,
And
he trying to be original.
when LeBron gets his 5th ring with Curry, y'all can all say what y'all want.
Nah, man. Nah, I don't. And why would he want to play with Curry?
Why wouldn't he?
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all about when it comes to LeBron. That's why I don't compare him to Mike and Cole. When it comes to LeBron, it's always about who he going to play with. Like, who, like, shit, he done played with 96% of the fucking league. That's what it's always about. Who he going to play with. Not already. They don't win. Now it's the owners don't want to win. Like, it's always
This is the
never.
first time in 5 years I ever heard this Lakers not trying to
Yeah,
win.
this is the first time too. Like,
that's a lie.
Not
Guys like
all of a sudden,
guys like A-Weezy Bang and all of them has been saying this for a while about the Lakers and Genie Bus.
all of a sudden,
There's a bunch of LeBron fans saying this. There's been a bunch of LeBron fans.
That's opinions, though. That's
I know, and now we have the facts to back it up.
The Lakers couldn't win instead of
If
LeBron.
the Lakers don't sell, I would have never said this.
And look, like I said, this is my first time coming on y'all show. I fucks with y'all show, and I always hear you say you don't speak from a subjective lens. You speak objective.
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm hearing right now is excuses, hypotheticals, and conspiracy theories. To me, I think they're just not good enough. They're just not good enough. The West
I said they were not good enough. I said why they're not good enough. You think they're not good enough because LeBron don't make them good enough. I'm telling you they're not good enough.
No, I never
Lakers
said. No, look, I never said that.
Okay, then they're not good enough because the Lakers are not trying to build a championship roster. That's why. And the roster was never really champion. Again, you're making these trades, you're making all these moves, and it's not championship level basketball to do it. That's the point.
All right, let's rewind 2024 when they got 4-1 by Denver. It wasn't good. You don't think they was good enough?
They got swept, didn't it? No, that was no. They lost 4-1 in the first round.
2023, they got swept.
No, they were not good enough.
So you don't think that roster, AD, LeBron, Hachimura, Reeves, you don't think that
D'Lo
they was like capable enough to?
No, they were held together because of LeBron's greatness.
So so hypothetically, since we use that, what would be a starting 5 for the Lakers for you to consider them a title contender?
Yeah, one thing I can
Let's see this, I find it weird. Caruso ends up winning a championship a few years after leaving the Lakers. You could have kept him on your roster. KCP wins a championship a couple of years after leaving the Lakers rosters. You could have kept him on your roster. Yeah, having those guys on your team would have helped you. Keeping Kuzma would have helped.
They got rid of them for.
They got rid of him because Westbrook's contract was an expiring contract. Westbrook was an expiring contract, and they were contracts that were going to be 3-4 years down the line. That's why we're not holding on to players long term. We're not making long term commitments for championships. But we'll get Westbrook because you're going to still buy tickets and think they're a championship contending team.
Exactly, because that's my whole.
But they could have signed DeRozan, but they shouldn't change DeRozan. Why don't you sign DeRozan?
That was LeBron. LeBron chose Westbrook. Magic wanted DeRozan.
LeBron did not choose Westbrook over DeRozan.
Magic
they told them we're not paying DeRozan. That's it. If Magic wanted him, DeRozan wanted him, LeBron wanted him, who kept DeRozan off the Lakers?
LeBron went to Westbrook route.
Because they were never going to get DeRozan. You don't have to trade to get DeRozan. You have to trade to get Westbrook. Why would LeBron approve gutting the team for one player instead of getting DeRozan and adding DeRozan to the team? Because they're not interested in paying and keeping a franchise winning. Caruso's a winner. KCP's a winner. Kuzma is a 17, 18-point per game player, a winner. Keep those guys.
What year that was, Malik? What year that was, Malik?
You go get the gambler who's in jail right now. You go get the gambler in jail right now. Right? You go get Malik Monk's another one. Brandon's the same thing. Why you let go of Malik Monk? Another guy to go win 6th man of the year because they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to come out of their pocket and pay and have long-term commitment. This is all the proof I keep giving to you guys. That now that the last thing I needed was her selling the team. Because you was like, why would they do all this? They did all of that because they were selling the team, keeping the value up by expenditures down. It's called business, ladies and gentlemen. And it's past you Zesty Jeffrey's head because most of y'all can't count.
He loves saying that, bro.
I do because people love to argue. Because I don't show up on GOAT James Kingdom to argue. I come on GOAT James Kingdom to provide information and facts.
I'm not.
That's why.
I wanna. You know, this not gonna be my last time. I'm gonna start coming fuck with you on a regular, like, you know, because I you know.
Oh, come on a Friday night,
seen a
brother.
lot of things.
Friday night.
Hey,
Friday night is my night. Not
Sunday. I watch your shit. I watch your shit a lot. I seen a lot of things you done said, bro. I done seen a lot of things you done said. And I understand LeBron, your guy, you know. I understand that. You know what I'm saying? I understand that.
Okay, you know what? I'm just a Johnny, right? I'm just a regular human being. I live a normal life. I make less than 100,000 a year. I'm nobody. I'm really nobody. So listening to me should not help you in life at all. Don't listen to me because listening to me is not going to help you feel good about things. I'm not here to make you feel better. I'm not here for none of that. I'm only here to drop knowledge and facts. From what I know from my long experience as a basketball fan and as a human being in general, I understand business. So when I saw Jordan having to sell his team because he did something silly with his business and he now has no choice but to sell his team, I see that. When I see that the Portland Trailblazers are trying to sell, Milwaukee just sold, Boston just sold, the Lakers just sold. This is not nothing. This is a takeover from some other entity.
Portland trying to sell a team too.
Okay, look, again, like I said, don't listen to me. Let's listen to somebody who has an actual degree in business and somebody who was in the NBA.
Lakers just sold. Charlotte just sold. Dallas just sold. Milwaukee just sold. Portland just went up for sale. All in the last 3 to 5 years. The NBA is changing. There's owners that are getting out. We can look at this money and say, oh, blah, 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 blah. But it's why are all of them selling right now? Come on now. Let's not just be oh, owner got 10 Celtics won a championship, put their team up for sale. The league is changing. The league is changing. And I the league don't like to talk about it. But it's never good even when the numbers are astronomical at $10 billion, you don't want a bunch of your assets up for sale at the exact same time.
Shut up, Jefferson.
So I could get an NBA player to go on TV and say the opposite.
That's what I'm saying.
Of course, and that person will be a Zesty Jeffrey just to go argue. Go make an argument all you want to. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to drop facts.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I understand a bit. I'm talking about winning. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about winning. And the only thing I disagree with you with is I understand. All right, so OKC, what they been spending?
OKC is the new blueprint. See that? What are people saying about OKC? That they're not gonna be able to keep this team together. Why? It's gonna cost them money. They're gonna have to pay J-Dub. You just seen they gave $1 billion to SGA. So let's see how much longer they can keep a Hartenstein, how long they can keep a Caruso, who are guys who are making more money.
So this is what the league wants. They don't want dynasties. They don't want multiple championships on one team.
But that's a part of the game. You can't keep everybody. I feel you though.
It's the rules. It's not because they don't want
to win.
You can't keep everybody.
That's my point. But if OKC is interested in holding on to more championships, they keep the team. They play over the apron. But what happens is when you do that, you go in the red. Because remember, every million you spend over the apron, you get taxed like $10 million.
And that's coming out your pocket.
It's coming out of your pocket.
Yeah,
right. So again, we'll find out how much the OKC owners are interested in winning by how much they're going to hold on to the team. We just saw Boston realize they're not. They said, you know what, we're not going to do this, especially after Tatum gets hurt. So there's we're going to get out. Well, we're gonna send
just
Dwight
because
Howard.
They do not want to go over the luxury tax doesn't mean they don't want to win, though.
Again, it's
they're
hard.
They're just playing by the rules.
It's hard. Yeah, there is no rule that says you can't go over the cap.
The reason for the luxury tax because you're going over, you got to keep it under. They shouldn't even be allowed to go over. That's why they're trying to balance the playing field out.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Exactly. They want to make sure that all owners have a chance to win and don't have to compete by overspending to win. I get you there. I'm not telling you that's not what the league is or the commissioner is not trying to accomplish. right? What I'm telling you is that there's owners out here who don't care about winning because they're thinking about a bottom line. How much money do we generate? How much money do we need to spend? How can we make that a better revenue for us? That's what they're really thinking. They're not really thinking about, well, let's just spend money and win a championship. And unless you're doing it what OKC is doing, winning it with a young team, which a lot of people think you cannot do. A lot of people don't think you can win with a team that's not experienced. But to have an experienced team, you have to spend because veterans cost money. So that's all I'm saying. Like again, the team that's going to.
I agree with that.
You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with Minnesota. Minnesota's in a position right now as well. They got a lot of money in Gobert. They got a lot of money in what's his name? Randall. They want to extend Anthony Edwards. Naj Reid is on his way out. They're trying to negotiate him. They're trying to tell him no, stay because again, you have
paid him. They just paid
him.
No.
But I'm saying they're trying to get rid of him because they I'm just saying, but they're about to sell the team because the Alex Rodriguez got approved because remember they were in a arbitration because supposedly I think the Minnesota owner tried to back out of the deal at the end of the deal, and they said that now he has to sell the.
I think he was trying to up the price on them.
Yeah, he tried to do some slick whatever, but they said he has to sell the team. So now
to buy for the original price.
Yeah, so now these new owners are willing to spend, right? They are willing to spend. Same thing. I believe the Lakers' new owners are willing to spend. They just got a clean house.
$10 billion? You think they want to pay $10 billion for a losing organization?
But that's another thing too. Remember, the Lakers are valued at $10 billion. The guy who's buying out Jeannie Buss's family and the Buss family already owns 20%. So for him to just
more rights.
Yeah, so all he has to pay is to get 51%. So all he has to pay is about $3 billion. So in reality, Jeannie Buss is not getting $10 billion. She's going to get whatever she sold so that she's no longer the top stake. And the guy who has the top stake is now. So the guy just has to give her $3 billion. Once he gives her $3 billion, she can move on. She's still going to own like whatever, 15, 20%, 10% of the team, but she's no longer a majority owner, just like Mark Cuban. They just selling majority stakes of the team. That's all they're doing.
I mean, like the owners, they all want to have a star on their team. So that's the whole point of this. Not having they don't want to have teams that have 2 or 3 stars. So they're trying to balance the playing field out, and players just going to have to. There's going to be a lot of movement, and not too many players going to want to pay double the price for a second star.
No, I agree with you, Brandon. That's exactly what it is. It's going to call again. The even with the New York Knicks, they're talking about the New York Knicks, right? How much the Knicks are spending to keep that team, but they're a championship team. If that doesn't succeed, you can start seeing them try to get rid of the Mikal Bridges and the OG Ananobis, like Brandon said, just to keep the one star. He said, look, they're trying to do that now to try to keep that one star and that co-star because that's where you can really have a franchise to sell enough money. To sell enough tickets and get people to buy your franchise. But if you want to win and have a real contender, you might have to spend on that third or fourth guy and get up to the $20, $25 million, $30 million range for them. But that's another thing too. And a lot of these owners are also waiting for the new TV deal to kick in before they start spending money. Because when that new TV deal kicks in after a year or two of getting $7 billion, right, and all the other revenue.
Cap is gonna go up to like $200 million.
Now I can reassess, right, how much money we're making and not making, and maybe I can spend money for a championship. But you have to spend for a championship.
Look, I agree with that. You're right. It's a business. At the end of the day, it's a business. But at the end of the day,
because the players want to play for more money,
you got the players still have
what
to
the
play.
League do? We're gonna cap how much you could play your players. This way, they can still make their money, but you can't have 10 people making $30 million a year. So it's give and take.
No, but that's what got these owners backing out now because the players got the better part of the deal. If I'm correct, the players make over 50% of the revenue. So and what that goes back to the contracts. So that means if the league makes a certain amount of money, they have to take 50-something% of that and put it into players' contracts. So if this is the real thing is that
they want to keep that money.
The problem is that being a billionaire in today's society is no longer the power that you used to have 10, 15 years ago. You have to be a true, like you have to be one of those like you got to have. Yeah, no, but there's not enough. The ones that got the $1-2 billion now, the Jay-Z's, the Jordans, those guys are no longer big powerhouses in business. There's people out there now with hundreds of billions and people out there with trillions, like these private equity firms. That they have trillions of dollars in capital that you have to now compete with. Remember, capitalism is about competing. So if you don't have enough capital to compete with
Jordan probably got 4-5 billion now. He's worth.
Well, no, he had to sell the team. He had to sell. He had to sell the team to do that. That he didn't have that when he didn't sell the team. Because remember, what happened with Jordan was he put his team stake and GameStop. Remember the GameStop situation that happened? Brandon will tell you this. Remember the GameStop situation? Yeah. Jordan lost hundreds of millions of dollars betting that GameStop was going to flounder, and somehow.
But Jordan made a flip though. Jordan,
again, it's not a flip.
That's why he had to sell the team. He's saying he sold the team because he lost too much with that bad stock.
Exactly,
so he had to sell the team.
Exactly, because these guys don't have real capital. Yeah. Their capital is in their business. So Jordan's number one capital business was the Hornets. Behind that is his brand with Jordan and his stocks with Jordan brand. But that's where he makes a majority of his money, with the Jordan brand. He's not making money with the Hornets like that, but he's using his assets and his stakes to go into other business ventures to make more money. And when those fail, you have to get back. When they say, well, listen, you owe us $500 million and Jordan don't have $500 million to give you, what do you have to do? You're not going to sell Jordan because you can't sell the Jordan brand. What's the only thing Jordan can sell to recover for the $500 million he lost? He has to sell the Hornets for $2 billion. And now he has $1.5 billion in capital, but now he doesn't own a team.
Yeah, because what he has in the bank account is completely what he has in his, shares and stocks. So
Brandon knows this. Brandon and I talk about stocks all the time and crypto. Yeah, and Brandon knows what I'm talking about with the Reddit shit. And I'm quite sure Travis knows about this. Travis knows about the Reddit and how they basically bankrupt a bunch of billionaires with Reddit and the game. So my question to you is, right? If Michael Jordan, right, is a very popular businessman, right? He's an NBA owner. He's hanging out with NBA owners and they're making these deals, right? Why wouldn't Jeannie Buss also invest some of her stake in her Lakers to some of these business ventures with all these other owners who are getting investments and money sent to them by private equity firms to do all these business, like do this little tequila business? Why do you need 5 billionaires to start up tequila business? You don't. They should be able to have enough money to do it themselves, but they're doing this because they're already in business together. But they're already making deals behind the scenes as billionaires. Which LeBron just got to that. LeBron just got to the billionaire status, so he's just opening doors with billionaires. So he's not there. 5-6 years ago when they started this, 10 years ago, LeBron just became a billionaire. What, 2-3 years ago? That's what I'm saying. They already
2 years ago, yeah.
Man, LeBron.
That's what I'm saying.
LeBron
so he had no idea of none of this. LeBron had no idea of none of this because LeBron's not hanging around billionaires. LeBron hanging around, millionaires, $100 million people.
I mean, I think LeBron hang around billionaires. I think he hang around billionaires.
I think he does.
LeBron James,
he does, but he's not in the know of what most of them know.
Yeah. Business wise, he's not in the business with them.
Just like Melo has a ton of money. He's not hanging around with the people LeBron hang around, and people like Elon Musk and Bezos and all of them. They're not hanging around the people that LeBron hang around most of the time. So it's different levels to the people that they're around.
That's what happened with the whole 2020 thing, ladies and gentlemen. The whole economy changed, and a lot of billionaires became smaller people after that. And some of these NBA owners, and not just the NBA, because it's in the NFL, it's in baseball. Private equity firms are trying to find their way into sports industry. For one, because of the value of teams always go up, and for two, gambling is legal now. Private equity firms are also invested in gambling businesses as well, and casinos.
Yep. There's a lot of things that the owners today are not aware of that these businessmen are.
It was always.
Now, I'm done with my proof. I'm done with my proof.
Many owners are like they're passed down their family things and things like that. But these firms, they're different. They operate completely different.
If you work in, anybody in real estate would know how much the private equity firms are eating up housing right now. They're
buying up all the houses and houses. So instead of people buying them, they've written them out because you'll get more money renting out all these houses.
Go ahead, Travis.
I just had a kind of a piggyback off that equity question or statement that Brandon made. How is Jeannie Buss still such a stone cold fox at age 63? That's kind of what I want to know.
She dated Phil Jackson.
Hey, for you to be Travis, for you to be saying that means your woman is not behind the scenes about to walk past you. You talking about Jeannie Buss like that? I know that much. That I'll tell you this. But again, listen, you guys. And listen, Mr. Brooklyn Knicks fan, you asking me who is this guy? I'm a Johnny D Exposer. You can catch me on a Friday night if you really want to have a conversation with me about basketball. Again, I did an episode on this. Called the GJK Reports, and I broke down everything that was going on with the Lakers and the NBA in general, with all these different teams trying to sell. It was funny because even when Brandon came to me about the Mark Cuban thing, because we were thinking about, damn, that's why he sold the Mavericks. He's really not making money with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just not. So he's like, and then he's going to be bought out by someone who has private equity money that can literally buy him out. So why not? Why keep holding on to a franchise that I can't keep on? I'm not making no money elsewhere. I got to get out of here. I need to sell. I'm just going to sell.
Inflation is real.
Yeah. And now I got to pay more contracts. Now you talking about guys getting paid billions? I got to pay $1 billion for my star.
$1 billion for one player, and you got to manage the rest of the roster.
The league gives you your salary cap. Anything you spend after the salary cap, that comes out your own pocket. The league doesn't give you that money. That's why a lot of these teams is getting rid of. That's the whole purpose of all these new collective bargaining rules. They don't want no more teams hogging up all the players. They don't want to see one team winning all the titles. They did this for parity. They think parity brings more eyeballs to the league because you're not watching the same team win all the time. It's something different. Okay, this team you'd expect to win. So now you're going to see next year who's going to win because there's so much parity. The league thinks this is what's going to generate income, and they need the players to prove that. They need all these teams to have the best players possible to have that dream of making money with different NBA champions all the time.
I mean, like, if you own a team, you expect to have a star to actually generate a lot of money, and that's what the owners want. But then again, that's going to hurt them when they're trying to build a championship team because they're literally paying double for every time that they go over the salary cap. So you could get someone like LeBron, just sign him and pay him $50 million. It's going to cost you $150 extra million you have to pay just to have him on the team.
Yeah, but again, can we all be honest, bro? 80% of owners are not trying to win. Like, let's just be real. 80% of owners are in it because it's business.
Yeah, I believe they know that they're not going to win because they don't have the team. So what's the point of trying?
So I think the number might be higher than 80%.
I mean, only 5 teams realistically has a chance to win.
That's like 80%. Yeah. 5 teams is like 80%. That's why I say that. Like 5 teams is like 80%.
That's big going on.
No, I know that. But
I remember in 90. I watched The Last Dance. I watched The Last Dance, and I seen what Jordan last year was 98.
Yeah, 98. When
the last shot against Utah.
98.
All right, that year right there. Jerry Cross was so crazy. He told Phil Jackson, he said, that's why Jordan retired again. He said if Phil Jackson could win 82 games, he's still not coming back next year. You still don't want him no more. That's just some owners. Owners just just fucked up, like,
That was because Phil Jackson.
Regardless.
No, but that was because Phil Jackson was coming back. I mean, wasn't coming back anyways. Had nothing to do with the team or owners. They wanted Phil back. Phil was not coming back because Phil was going to leave the Chicago Bulls.
You ever watch The Last Dance?
Yes. And Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson
he wasn't coming back. He said he wasn't coming back
no matter what. Yeah. That's why Phil wasn't coming back no matter what.
But it was the reason because of Jerry Krause.
No, it was because Phil Jackson was ready to leave the Chicago Bulls. It had nothing to do with Jerry Krause.
Didn't they beg him to come back for 1 year?
Yes, he in fact, that's why it was called The Last Dance, because Ron Harper went to his house and told him, please just give us 1 more year. And he said, okay, I'll give you 1 more year. This is it. Phil Jackson, that's why
him and Jerry.
No, because it had nothing to do with that.
Jerry Krause wasn't getting along.
No, it had nothing to do with that. Jerry Krause did not have no problems with Phil Jackson. I know you watched The Last Dance. There was a lot of lies on The Last Dance. Again, I have the historical context. We've done this before in GOAT James Kingdom. Like I said, I'm not arguing to argue. I can prove it to you. Phil Jackson is not on the Chicago Bulls because he no longer wanted to be on the Bulls. That is facts. Let's let Mingo Jester in right quick. Let's let Mingo Jester in right quick. Mingo Jester, you've been patient. What you got for us on today's topic? You're a Laker fan. What the Lakers should do?
I'm not a Lakers fan. But
no?
He's a Kobe fan.
You're a Kobe guy. Okay. Just like Kobe. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, that like y'all just LeBron fans. Y'all don't really like the Lakers. Y'all just
First of all, I'm a Heat fan. It's Biscayne and June, bitch. Go ahead, continue.
You could have fooled me. But anyway,
Biscayne and June.
Anyway, you talk about the Lakers when you talk about the Heat. I rarely hear you say anything about.
Yeah, because my Heat not trying to win. We got rid of Jimmy Butler.
Anyway,
we ain't trying to win in Miami.
Story for a whole different day. But anyway, back to what I'm saying. I was the one in the comment section that said LeBron should just retire. I was the one who said that.
Okay.
And here's why. Because bro, you done literally did everything you can do. It ain't nothing else for you to accomplish. What else you need to accomplish? You done played with your son. You done broke the scoring record. You got all the records. You got this. You got that. You got rings. You got what else to do?
He loved the game.
Nothing else for him to do.
He's programmed to play basketball in his mind. He just programmed to play basketball. That's what he just programmed to do.
There's literally nothing else to do. Like literally nothing else to do.
Loves the game. What's wrong with that?
You can love the game from afar, bro. I'm pretty sure the other guys that retired love the game as well, but they still retired. So what?
He loves to play at a high level. What's wrong with that?
It ain't nothing wrong with playing at a high level, bro. Go do it in the backyard with your sons after they leave.
They're going to all be in the NBA, so that's the backyard for him too.
That is insane. I mean, bro literally done did everything. It ain't nothing else for him to accomplish. It's literally nothing else for him to accomplish. What else is there for LeBron to accomplish?
There's nothing. He's done everything possible. There's nothing to improve his legacy. There's nothing to improve his legacy. He just wants to play basketball.
So why not just retire and let your legacy speak for itself? Your legacy should speak for itself. That should be
it. Retire and go play in the Big Three, but Ice Cube make that Jordan.
No, why not? He can still play. He can still dominate.
I mean, Jordan came back because he said he loved to play basketball, but we hold that against Jordan because he should never came back. But LeBron James, he just wants to play. His kids wants him to play. His wife wants him to play. He wants to play.
No, wait, hold on. His wife said he might want him to retire.
Well, his wife wants him to play with Bryce too.
That's why she said you got 2 years max.
Yeah, he wants him to play with Bryce, and then he wants him to retire.
He should retire now. He should not be trying to go play all these years. For what reason?
He's gonna have the most NBA seasons, the most NBA games.
I don't get it's a limit on how long you can play. If you can still play and teams still want you, why don't?
If he was in a top 20 player, yes,
actually. Because it was a report came out that LeBron had no trade interest around the league. I seen that report on somebody's channel. I forgot who channel that was.
There's like 4 or 5 teams interested in LeBron.
Okay.
No, they aren't.
I mean, once LeBron is not an all NBA player, he's going to retire.
Your Knicks is one of them.
We're not.
Oh,
they are.
You're talking about the guy.
Your Knicks is one of them.
We're not.
Your Knicks is one of them.
We're not. Y'all didn't know who we was going to hire for coach. Y'all know we want LeBron. Why do we want LeBron? What value does he have?
What value do LeBron have? More than everybody on the Knicks?
Bullshit. Not at 40. Not at 42.
Hey,
not playing one side of the ball the way he does.
Yeah, he has more value. Everyone was short to see LeBron James. Everyone was short to see LeBron James over Jalen Brunson. Everybody was short to see LeBron James over Jalen Brunson. I'm sorry.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. Y'all sit there.
Brandon, who was the first coach to take LeBron to the finals?
Mike Brown.
Oh,
okay. And how much credit does he get?
Mike Brown.
How much credit does he get for that 5-year run?
LeBron channel. Look what we just did for you, LeBron.
Yep, they already got his old coach back.
Stop playing.
Mike Brown,
They have a
LeBron
team
got
that
Mike
plays
Brown
hard.
fired in Cleveland before he came back. Come on now.
Wait, King Speech, you have Magic over LeBron. How can we take anything you say seriously?
He has LeBron number one in his criteria.
Stop it. You
He has
were
LeBron
begging
number
for
one in
my
his
help
criteria.
last night when you were thinking versus Magic is better than LeBron.
You didn't help me.
Magic's career is the finals going part of LeBron's career. Now, adding all the other first round exits, then that's what Magic with LeBron did above Magic. Come on now. Magic's worst season was 54 and 28.
New York Knicks fans have a lot of time of doing what.
I thought it was 96.
Bro, don't try to little boy me with this. The Knicks want LeBron. The Knicks want a championship. LeBron can no longer help a championship team. That's why there's no interest.
I said the Knicks.
The Knicks are second in Vegas odds to win the championship. I know you guys don't want to count that, but they're second in Vegas odds. We are not trying to play with LeBron James.
If they have LeBron. They'll be number one if they have LeBron.
No, they wouldn't. What does LeBron add to the Knicks that we need other than flopping and not getting to the line anymore for doing it?
Greatness.
Negative plus minus. A negative plus minus. Zero defense.
Zero defense. They on what?
Something Magic Johnson can relate to.
Yeah, I know. LeBron never led the league in steals twice.
That is nasty word.
Come on, y'all. You're not gonna little boy me about LeBron. LeBron is two first round. We've been at the first round more times than he has in this
just because you don't know what you're talking about.
What I don't know? What don't I know?
You said LeBron doesn't bring value to the Knicks, and that doesn't make any sense if you know basketball.
So if we traded him for Cat, you're telling me he's going to replace Cat's rebounds, Cat's stretch four ability. He's going to play the same defense, nonchalant, aloof, not doesn't really close out on anybody. So why would we need that?
Well, you got that based on what? Watching Laker games or Knicks games?
No, I mean watching both. Watching both. Cat is 29.
You watch Laker games. You watch Laker
41.
games, and LeBron doesn't close out. LeBron doesn't play no defense. Is what you say? Watching Laker games.
None. Look, bro. I never take the gloves off. I'm taking it off today. LeBron does not close out. LeBron stands there like a statue most of the time. Now he does have ability to start playing defense. When he does, his offense goes down. LeBron, the idea that he plays at a high level is just ridiculous. Again, he has not even been considered for an all-defensive team since his 20s. He's now 41.
We can tell
Who is an all-defensive player on the Knicks?
Mitchell Robinson. OG Anunoby should be. OG Anunoby not being on an all-defensive
last year on the Knicks. Robinson was all defense on the Knicks last year.
Okay, nobody was. Robinson didn't.
So the Knicks don't play defense. Is that what you're saying?
Should have been.
So you're saying the Knicks do not play defense?
Should have been in the All-NBA defense.
They don't play defense.
So you're saying the Knicks do not play defense?
Okay, Mikal Bridges was second.
So LeBron would fit in perfectly with a team who don't play defense.
LeBron James. Mikal Bridges was second in Detroit.
That's exactly what he's saying. Nobody on the
What are you saying? Look, you guys
just
cannot
repeating what you
strawman
said.
your way out of it. LeBron no longer plays defense, and when he does, his offense suffers.
Nobody on the Knicks no longer plays defense.
Oh, come on, man. Stop it. Come on. The casual takes when you watch OG Anunoby take out Jason Tatum in a playoff series.
Watching LeBron is not doing the same.
Okay, hold on, Beasley. You watched the playoffs, right? Beasley, you watched the playoffs. Did Jason Tatum have a good series?
Is Bridges tired?
Jason Tatum?
Yes, Jason Tatum.
Versus the Knicks?
Yes, until he got hurt in game 4, was he having a good series?
Yes.
I mean, I don't see how
you realize he had 13 points in one game, right?
Okay, that's fine.
That's one game. That's nothing.
That's fine.
Okay, he only had one good game, and that's the game he got hurt. And really, he's the one that made the turnover on OG Anunoby. And that's when he tore his Achilles.
What does this have to do with anything?
OG Anunoby played excellent defense on Jason Tatum.
He made a turnover.
An All-NBA
LeBron had a lot of steals and blocks too.
Okay, yeah, LeBron had a lot of stocks, and he had no fourth quarter points.
You talking defense?
What does that have to do with defense?
That's why. Once he starts playing defense, the offense goes away. As I said.
When did the offense go away?
In the fourth quarter of the playoffs, when the Lakers scored 80 points in the fourth quarter of 5 games.
And that was because LeBron James couldn't score, the Lakers couldn't score.
Yeah, because nobody on the Lakers could score. The two engines that ran the Lakers offense tired out because they didn't have the conditioning. That's the point. See, again, y'all both of y'all had.
Like the Knicks.
That sounds just like the
sound
Knicks.
like the Knicks. The Knicks are a better team than the Lakers. You guys are trying to find a home for the. Hold on. You guys are trying to find a home for LeBron because he no longer can affect winning the way you want him to.
No, everything you say it reverts to the Knicks. They ran out of gas in the fourth quarter. They don't have all NBA defensive players, so they don't play defense.
The Knicks are one of the best fourth quarter clutch. Jalen Brunson led the fourth quarter in, I think, playoffs with scoring. Maybe SGA might have took it over with the finals, but Jalen Brunson scored 140. The next person that scored as many fourth quarter points, I think, was at 100 by the end of the third round. So let's not do that. Come on, man. You're not going to little boy my Knicks.
Is not there. That's why Tibbs is not there no more.
Okay, right. No, Tibbs is not there because Tibbs can't adjust the way Mike Brown can. Mike Brown is a lot of Tibbs' qualities, but yet he's learned from a lot of his past issues.
Mike Brown hasn't coached one game with the Knicks.
Hypothetical. I'm telling you what Mike Brown is. Mike Brown winds up in winning organizations for a reason. He was lead assistant with Steve Kerr for a reason. He's a Greg Popovich's disciple for a reason. He's been successful in every stop. Yes, he was successful in Cleveland the second time because he improved that young team.
That's what LeBron
And where did they get him?
They got him fired because LeBron they wanted a more sexier coach. Okay, cool. But guess what? He has been successful. Sacramento didn't make the playoffs since Chris Webber.
Where has he been successful?
They made two.
So
where has he been successful at?
Cleveland number one. The Lakers were 41-25. You only had 1 year there. Then they came and made a bad team with Steve Nash and Dwight Howard, and they were 1-4, and they pulled the plug for Mike D'Antoni, who fucking sucks as well. Sucks worse than Mike Brown.
Everybody sucks in your eyes.
Okay, where has he been successful as a head coach?
Cleveland.
Who did he have with Cleveland?
LeBron James. See what I'm saying? We can't give him credit because he had a great team player.
There you go.
This is 24-year-old LeBron versus 41-year-old LeBron. Come on now.
There you go.
But wait a minute. See, again, okay, he was about 150 games over 500 with what you guys say LeBron and a garbage-ass team. So maybe Mike Brown knew what he was doing. We all know that not even LeBron can make a team 50 games over 500 by himself. Is that true or not?
You keep bringing everything back to the
66-16, 61-21. That was on Mike Brown's resume. So even if LeBron was the whole offense, Mike Brown was at least the key to the brains of the defense, right?
It seems like he needs LeBron on the squad, according to you.
No, again, he was successful with Kobe. He was successful with Kobe. He was successful in Sacramento because he improved that Sacramento team instantly. They didn't do great without him. He was 41-25. They made the second round. They lost the second round.
Okay, he made the second round with Kobe. How successful was he with the Kings?
They made the playoffs, with something they hadn't done since Chris Webber.
Okay. Did any of those teams make the finals?
Bro, so now you can only be successful if you make the finals.
That's the most success he has, was making the finals as a head coach, and he did that with LeBron.
So great.
So the Knicks probably need LeBron, according to you. So
no, why would we need 41-year-old? We would there. If 25-year-old LeBron can walk through the door, great. But not 41-year-old LeBron who stands like a statue and watch everybody else play defense. We cannot build nothing off that. That's why LeBron. This gets back to my first argument that's why LeBron has no interest in it, because they know his stats are just stats.
Hold on, how can stats just be stats? I don't get that. How stats are just stats?
Because again, we all know that LeBron plays one way. See, the problem is when you see, all right, right now, the Knicks' dilemma is we know what Cat is and Brunson are on defense. They're not great defenders. They don't have good lateral movement. They're pretty slow to close out. So if you're gonna build a good defense, if you're gonna build a defense, King John, you have to then You have to then work around that and work them to where you can hide them with good wing defenders like OG and Bridges, and then a good rim protector like Mitchell Robinson. Bring in other guys, bring in depth. That's why we're looking at Ben Simmons, right? To put him in there.
So
I know that's a laugh, but Ben Simmons as the 11th man is a lot more valuable than LeBron for $52 million. Because LeBron ain't trying to give up that dough, is he?
Man, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Have you ever took a pay cut in your life?
Nah, he don't play defense though, man. I ain't.
Get the fuck out of here with that. Nigga said Ben Simmons, bro, and then wonder why we kick you off the fucking show with that stupid ass shit. Nigga said Ben Simmons. Nigga said Ben Simmons gonna do better than LeBron James, nigga. Like I said, argue just to argue.
Ben Simmons?
Just to argue. Just to argue.
Ben Simmons, nah.
Yeah, man, like, yeah,
Hey,
he
he
just
said
said
Ben-
that.
But a lot of
Ben
the stuff that he was
Ben
saying was
Simmons.
pretty fact. It's just that last part. I don't know about the Ben Simmons
It's not a
thing,
fact. LeBron James still plays defense.
but a lot of that stuff he was saying was actually fact, though.
No, it's not. LeBron plays defense. That's not fact.
LeBron don't play no defense. Why y'all
They
know
were talking about LeBron being on the all defensive team this year.
You're not a defender. You're not
LeBron, they was talking about LeBron being on the all defensive team this year.
They was talking about him being on the all defensive team this year.
Come on.
Did he make it? Did he make it?
No.
Not one New York Knicks
second
played.
team all NBA.
Oh.
So everybody who doesn't make the all defensive team don't play defense.
You just no. That ain't what y'all just said. Y'all just said that LeBron had a chance of making an all defensive team.
Yeah, they were talking about that.
LeBron had a chance of making an all defensive team.
Don't play defense. That's what we're gonna
Legal
do.
gesture. LeBron.
Defensive team.
Well, nobody's saying.
Miami.
Play defense. 10 people play
Legal
defense.
gesture. LeBron has been the best defender in the league for like the last 15 years.
Nah, you don't.
Is you crazy?
Nah, look, we all look. Nah, look, hold on, look, bro. Look, man.
Yes.
10 people play defense.
Look.
Yeah, you might be a little high. You right. You is. You might be a little high. You
No,
right.
I never. No, we're not saying that. Now, we
10
can't.
people
I
play
understand,
defense in the
bro.
NBA.
Y'all. Hey, look, I understand y'all go James King. You know, I understand that, bro. You know,
That is
but we can
insane,
all
bro.
honestly agree. LeBron is a liability on defense. We can come on now,
Who
man.
told you?
How's he a liability on defense? Explain.
LeBron is not a good defender, bro. He's a trash defender.
Who told you he's a liability?
Very trash.
How's he a liability on defense?
Bro, anytime somebody like Kyle Kuzma got to push you in the back to play defense, come on, bro.
So Kyle Kuzma pushed LeBron James in the back 6 years ago, so that means he can't play
pushed him in
defense.
the back. Oh, it don't matter when it was. Anytime somebody like Kyle Kuzma puts you in the back to play defense, Kyle Kuzma don't even play defense.
Are you a child or something like that? That's something a child would say. That's literally something a child would say. That's something a child would say.
Kuzma don't even play defense. LeBron got
That's
him
literally
pushing
something
him
a child
in
would
the back to play
say.
defense. Come on, bro.
So why would you think? Wait, Mingle. If Kuzma doesn't play defense, why would you think Kuzma was telling LeBron to do something that was correct for defense to be good? Why?
He pushed him in the back. Y'all saw it yourself.
He could be okay. He could be Mingle. He doesn't play defense. Why is he pushing LeBron?
That's my point. Why is he?
I'm asking you. You brought it up. Why is he pushing LeBron? Why is he pushing LeBron?
He pushing your man. That lets you know that your man don't play defense.
So do what? What is he pushing?
He don't play defense.
What again? Answer the question.
He don't play defense either.
Mingle Jester. Where was LeBron supposed to be if Kuzma knows? Where was he supposed to be?
Well, he sure pushed him on whoever he was supposed to push him on. I don't know what he was supposed to do, but he sure pushed him on whoever he was supposed to push him on.
Are you saying Kuzma knows more of the defensive strategy than LeBron?
Bro, I don't know what Kuzma knows, but what I do know is he pushed him in the back to play defense. I do know that.
Don't talk about something you don't know. You are ignorant. You don't know. You don't know.
Or did he not push him in the back? Yeah.
That doesn't mean he didn't play defense. That just means Kuzma pushed him in the back. That's it. That's all that means. That doesn't mean LeBron James was supposed to be at where he's not supposed to be at. You don't know. You just admitted you don't know. You just admitted that. This is why I call y'all zesty. Argue to argue. Ask you a question. You don't know. So you're arguing something you have no fucking information to argue with.
Kuzma wasn't a good defender either.
So stop arguing if you don't know shit. You don't know.
I do know LeBron not a great defender though.
No, you don't.
Who said
We can
LeBron
all
was a
agree to
great
that. Come on, let's
defender in
agree
year
to that.
22? What's a great defender to you?
What you mean a great
I'm
defender to
Yeah,
me?
what's a great no one is saying LeBron's a great defender in year 22.
I never said that Kuzma know this defender and all this and that. I never said none of that stuff. I just simply said he pushed him in the back. Y'all the one going to all this.
You say he don't know how to play defense because Kuzma pushed him in the back 6 years ago. That's what you said.
You use that,
and y'all the one going to the extra stuff.
You are the one.
Literally all I said.
You are
extra
the one.
stuff. You don't want to be in the
You
extra.
are the one using that to say LeBron wasn't playing defense when you don't even know what the defense was supposed to be.
So why did he push him in the back then?
Because Kyle Kuzma is stupid. That's why. Kyle Kuzma is stupid.
Why did he push him in the back?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Shut the fuck up. Because Kyle Kuzma is stupid. That's why. Kyle Kuzma's not a great defender. He doesn't know why LeBron's standing there. When I watched LeBron James just this year, tell Jackson Hayes, go here. Don't move. And the ball lands in Jackson Hayes' hands. Jackson Hayes is like, oh shit. I didn't even know the ball was going to come my way because LeBron told him to stand there and stand there. That's how much LeBron knows where to be at. So if Kyle Kuzma is pushing LeBron, you should ask yourself, why is Kyle Kuzma dumbass pushing LeBron? He obviously don't know what he's supposed to be doing. Kyle Kuzma is not smarter than LeBron. That we know. So that's why I'm going to tell you Kyle Kuzma wasn't supposed to push LeBron because LeBron knows where to be at all times. That's it. He's a smarter defender than Kyle Kuzma. So LeBron was standing where he was supposed to be at, and Kyle Kuzma was the one fucking up and asking LeBron to help him. Help me, LeBron. Go over there. LeBron's looking at him like, for what? Because I know where I'm supposed to be. Kyle Kuzma wasn't where he was supposed to be. You niggas don't know how to talk basketball. You ask me a question, I have to answer. You have never heard me. You have never heard me say, I don't fucking know when I make a statement. Why? Because I don't talk shit I don't fucking know. I don't come up here just to talk.
That display with Mookie though, that was sad, man. I expect more from Gold.
Oh man,
get your ass out of here. All right.
Oh man, I watched that. I watched that one.
What, the Mookie shit?
Now we all could agree to that deal, bro.
Mookie deserved everything he gets.
I watched.
These niggas don't know how to talk. They get mad because I call them out for their lies. You go on Ticket TV, that shit sounds smart. Yeah. You go on King Rose Speech Channel, that shit sounds smart. You come on GOAT James Kingdom, you get fucking exposed. We keep telling y'all that every fucking Sunday with the same bullshit. Don't come up here not talking basketball.
As you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
You got knocked the fuck out, bitch! Yeah!
I mean, his whole logic was that LeBron James don't play defense in 2025 because in 2019, Kyle Kuzma pushed him in the back. Doesn't make any sense. And wonder why he got sent to the backstage.
Nigga, shut up. All I'm telling you is, basically all I'm saying.
First of all, the hell put his ass back up here anyway.
My bad,
okay. Can I defend my take about Ben Simmons? No. Before y'all laugh, Ben Simmons will be a veteran minimum player. LeBron will be your $52 million player. You cannot have $52 million for a LeBron James and expect to win unless he's bringing it both ways.
We don't want LeBron in fucking New York. You can keep your bum ass losing team. We don't want him over there.
Great, and then we don't want him either. That's why the nigga got booed, and people asking me.
That's why you never saw your team win a championship, and I have LeBron James.
We will though, but we will. That's the thing. At this point, it's a new league. You cannot win with this super team bullshit. Why are y'all looking at Dame Lillard? Don't y'all have enough motherfucking guards who don't play defense? We is the guard, the perimeter defender on LeBron and Bronny are the best two perimeter defenders on the Lakers right now. Y'all realize that, right? A 41-year-old and a G leaguer. How are you Laker fans expecting to make a look? And as we know, you're not gonna make a deep playoff run with that. You need young bodies that can go. When Houston got all those young bodies like Whitmore, they just traded Whitmore, but Houston got all these young guys to go with KD. Guess what? That's what your competition. Let Minnesota get a point guard. You'll never beat them again. I called it Minnesota beating y'all because y'all don't have the defenders. Y'all don't have the rim protection.
None of us is Laker fans here, nigga. Don't say y'all. None of us like the Lakers. Fuck the Lakers.
As long as LeBron is there, then you're gonna have a vested interest in him and his success.
Because when he goes to fucking Golden State and he's playing alongside Stephon Curry, your Knicks are cooked.
We don't need it.
So 42-year-old LeBron and 38-year-old Steph is supposed to kill the league.
Yes.
You need young under 30 players. At least one in the rotation.
They have those players on the team, and that's what they did on the Olympic stage.
They beat Houston. The old team beat Houston.
I don't mind taking LeBron, but we need a big man.
No big man, nothing. A team just won a championship without a big man.
OKC got Hartenstein and Chet.
He's tall.
What are you talking about?
He's tall.
Chet's tall.
That's about all.
And Hartenstein was the biggest free agent get of the summer.
Hartenstein plays 20 minutes in the finals.
What team won a championship without a big man?
The Lakers?
Didn't they have AD? Come on now, you're killing yourself, bro.
Boston just won a championship without a big man. What y'all talking about? Al Horford's now a big man?
Yeah, Kristaps Porzingis, sir.
Kristaps Porzingis was hurt throughout the playoffs. Porzingis was hurt. Again, y'all can't call.
Okay, so now Al Horford is a big man.
Again, you said a big man.
First of all, he was on the roster, taking up a lot of money, but so he got them to that point.
Bro, you always talking, bro. You got to shut the fuck up. This is not your fucking show. I'm talking to you, Mamba. What is it that Al Horford did that makes him a big man that the Lakers need an Al Horford type of play? What is it?
I mean, they had Al Horford, Porzingis.
Porzingis got hurt throughout the playoffs.
Really X factor in the finals.
Porzingis
he came back in the finals.
Porzingis was hurt throughout the playoffs. They made the finals without him.
Look. This was the thing. You just said the Boston Celtics won a championship without a big man. That's what you just said, right?
They did.
No, they didn't. I disagree. They had Porzingis.
Mm-hmm.
They had the other dude that came from Memphis. What his name? He cut up too. What's the dude name that came from Memphis, man?
Can't even remember his name. That shows you how he was insignificant. You can't remember his name. You can't remember his name.
Were the two finalists? Didn't they have like the two best front courts in the league?
No, I don't. Because what Porzingis does is not big man shit. Porzingis plays on the perimeter.
Porzingis is a shooter, and he was hurt.
You guys are saying you need a big man to play big man basketball. There is no big man basketball winning championships.
Porzingis was rim protecting and everything. What is we talking about, man? What is we talking about, man? Come on now, man. Don't do that. If we go, like you said, if we go talk, we go talk.
Okay, Porzingis was rim protector. You get you a rim protector. You can get any 7-footer to protect the rim.
Not in it, but look, all 7-footers not rim protectors though. Can we agree to that?
Any 7-footer can protect your rim.
Rim protector.
As Porzingis an elite rim protector to the point he can win you a championship. No. So stop bringing up stuff that's not making you a championship.
Who's the better rim protector?
The better what?
All right, look. This my. No. Who's the better rim protector? Jokic or Anthony Davis?
Anthony Davis is a better rim protector.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
And who won the championship?
I'm gonna say the only team that probably was successful without rim protectors and winning the championship was probably us, Golden State.
Golden State, and not only 17.
Probably Golden State.
Winning championships without centers. Keep bringing it up. Bringing it up.
But
you got one example, Johnny. In the last 10 years.
Y'all just name a bunch of examples.
That's one example. Everybody else have rim protectors.
The Warriors had no championship center.
All right. Who?
The Warriors.
The 17 Warriors. Didn't they have Pachulia at least to throw in there when they needed a stop from a big man?
We had Pachulia.
Cavaliers.
We had JaVale McGee.
Trenton Thompson.
Okay. And there's a reason why LeBron got him a big contract, didn't he?
But again, this is not a big man.
They have
Mozgov as well. Exactly.
They won a championship with Mozgov in 2016.
I believe so. Yes, Mozgov was on that team.
He's on the team. He just barely played. He just barely played.
That's what I'm saying. You
They
guys
threw him in when they needed. Okay, and they played Golden State, a team that doesn't have a big man. So that's your only example when it was a team that played small ball.
Shut up, bro.
Yeah, everybody else.
That means you're proving my fucking point. I just told you championships to win. You're proving my point. Fuck.
No, but you know.
Hey, what's going on, Johnny and B. Lee?
Fuck, bro.
What's good?
He's helping you, Johnny.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I'm a Celtic supporter, through and through. Kristaps Porzingis in that championship, he was limited due to injury. As Johnny said, they got there without him for the most part. He did technically play in the first round, but he was limited. He was limited in the finals. Yeah, did he contribute a little bit? Yeah, but they primarily contributed in the postseason and in the NBA Finals without him for the most part. Al Horford, yeah, plays the center position, but he's not your traditional big man, as Johnny and B. Lee are saying. So no, I would technically include the Celtics in that list that Johnny's talking about as well, in terms of not having winning an NBA championship without a traditional big man. I would include the Celtics as well. And one other thing I wanted to say, because I don't know who said this earlier, but in reference to, or maybe it was King Rowe, whatever his name is, but he talked about Mike Brown being this savant coach. I sent something in the chat earlier. I think I may have deleted it on accident, but on the All Smoke podcast with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes, Robert Ory was a guest, and he talked about his easiest championship that he won, as a role player. And he talked about the 2007 finals with the Spurs beating the Cavs, but he said it wasn't because of anything LeBron did incorrectly. The Spurs swept the Cavaliers, from what Robert Ory said. This is according to him, because of their former assistant coach, Mike Brown, running the exact same plays that the Spurs ran, in order to try to defeat the Cavs. He said Mike Brown, who's coaching the Cavs, was running the Spurs plays that the Spurs already knew. And they said they knew every single play, every single strategy, every single scheme, every single offensive plays. And he said that was the easiest one. It wasn't anything that LeBron was doing well, or LeBron wasn't doing well. It was that Mike Brown couldn't adjust. He was running the same plays. So I don't know why King Rose Feast brought up Mike Brown as if he's this savant, great head coach. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but that was a horrible example that he used in terms of this savant head coach, because he's not. Those are just two things that I wanted to say.
Yeah, look at this guy. Look what he wrote here. Porzingis played 20 minutes per game, 1.7 blocks, and 12 points per game.
14
that
finals.
is not a big game. He meant to put 24 finals or whatever.
Okay.
That is not a big man. Y'all are saying we need a big.
He barely played. How many
barely
games he played? Like 2?
Yeah, he didn't even play, bro.
2 games.
He's not. You don't need a big man to win in today's NBA. They're just like, again, these are just narratives you guys keep spewing because you keep hearing this on social media and on the media. Basketball teams, if the Indiana Pacers win, who is their big man? And all of us thought they could have won that game if Halliburton don't get hurt. So who is their big man? And they're going to win a championship and beat his team with 2 big men in Huck Porty and Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns.
All right, you name the other teams without him. That's all you got to do. Just name the teams that did it.
You don't need a big man to win a championship.
Golden State and Boston.
I mean, Golden State have Draymond Green. He could do what Al Horford did, play defense and box out. So there you go.
Oklahoma City has like the best.
That was one of my examples.
Even Milwaukee, Brandon Lopez, center. They're winning championships on that team.
I know somebody didn't say Milwaukee.
Milwaukee doesn't have a
traditional. Milwaukee.
Yes, Milwaukee doesn't have.
In 2021 when they won.
Rim protectors. They have 2 rim protectors, Giannis and Brook Lopez. Come on, man. Don't do that to me, man.
I don't think
man.
Brook Lopez was your
Enjoy y'all show, bro.
traditional
Come on, I
center.
fuck with y'all show.
So are you saying
Well,
that you
Giannis is not a
need a
center
blocker?
either.
Lopez, I
You
think
need a
Giannis
blocker.
not a
That's what you're saying.
center.
You're saying you're a
Brook
blocker. That's what you
Lopez
need,
was
right?
leading the league in blocks.
So that's what you're saying. You need a blocker. You need somebody who blocks
A
shots,
rim
right?
protector. Somebody who look. Fucking Derek White block shots. He probably lead the league in guards that block. I'm not talking about just block. I'm talking about
So you just
somebody,
saying
a rim
a like
protector.
rim protector. That's what they need, a
So
rim
we
protector.
fear, look, somebody that we fear, like Anthony Davis when he was playing with the Lakers, somebody that we fear, we not gonna go to the rim. Like that's what I mean by rim protector.
Okay. So it's
It's
just
not just
not
all
basically a
about blocks
center.
all the time.
You need a like rim protector. So you could say Chet was a
No, I'm
rim
talking about
protector because he blocked shots. Right?
Chet. He a good example. Hartenstein, he a good example. Rudy Gobert, he a good example. Fucking who
So
else? Who else?
who was the rim protector on Boston when they won the title?
It wasn't Kristaps Porzingis, I'll tell you that.
It wasn't one, right?
Porzingis, he didn't play as much, but I'm talking about, but he still had an impact though. He still
Yeah,
had an impact in the
I agree.
finals.
I'm not saying he didn't have an impact. He just didn't have the impact that
Nobody
is being
said
implied.
he played 48 minutes. I never said that. But he did have an impact. Y'all forgot one game on the offensive side. He probably scored the fucking first 20 points. One game.
Oh, so is it offense or defense? So is it
I
offense or
agree.
defense? Which one is it now? Which one
No,
is it?
no.
Offense or is it defense?
I just pivot to the. No. I'm just bringing up the impact that he had in the game. Period. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. But I'm talking about defense though. I'm
It
still
doesn't
waiting
matter.
on the exposure to name all the teams besides Boston and besides Golden State that was successful in the finals without big men. I'm still waiting. Because sure, when you
Well,
2020 Lakers,
I
you
can
had Dwight Howard.
technically.
Boston. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. He asked me a question.
Oh, sorry.
Boston, Golden State. Even to a certain degree, since you want to bring up rim protection, Joker doesn't protect the rim. Joker, that's not a team with a protecting big man. He plays like a guard. He plays on the perimeter. He's not a big man. He plays on the perimeter. Then we go to the again. I bring up the
Not on
Milwaukee team.
defense.
The Milwaukee team, same thing. The Milwaukee team does not have a traditional center or a big man. They're not winning the championship because Brook Lopez is out here blocking shots. They're winning championships because they got Chris Middleton and Giannis and Drew Holiday playing defense on the perimeter, shutting down guys like Kawhi Leonard. That's how you winning championships. You're not winning championships because you sitting around here protecting the rim. When guys don't care to go at the rim and go over those 7-foot big man, I can get a better shot than that. That's not needed to win in today's NBA. That's the whole point. We just watched Cleveland Cavaliers, two strong big men, protect the rim, Allen and Mobley. What happened to them? They lost to a team that don't really have that because it's not about that. It's about basketball.
I never.
They got
Look,
exposure,
all
guys.
right. Look, I never said rim protection is undefeated. They never lose. I never said that. So I don't know what we talking about Cleveland Cavaliers. All I did was say name the previous champions that didn't have rim protection besides Golden State in 2022, and they had Kevon Looney, but they didn't lose again when Draymond started. When Kevon Looney started the series, Boston went up 2-1. They started Draymond at center. They never lost again. They won 3 straight. My question is, name me the teams in the last 10 years that won the championship that didn't have rim protection. And yes, Brook Lopez was a rim protector. He led his fucking league in blocks.
But they
Boston.
didn't
Okay,
win.
wait. Boston, Golden State, Cleveland Cavaliers. That's over 6 championships in the last 10 years.
So you saying Cleveland Cavaliers didn't have a good center when they won it? So
Didn't have
Tristan
a rim
Thompson would have
protector.
better.
He's not a rim protector.
Cleveland's rim protector was LeBron James.
LeBron James not no rim protector, man.
Okay, that was. There you go. LeBron James is the best shot blocker on the team, and he's not a rim protector.
So Tristan Thompson wasn't a good big man defensively.
He's not a rim protector.
No, he's the one who does the dirty work and gets offensive.
Go ahead, West Coast. Since you get it, go ahead, West Coast, please, because he's not listening. You guys don't listen. You guys want to argue just to argue. You guys argue just to argue. I don't understand.
It's not.
You argued, you argued, bro. No, you didn't. I answered your question, brother. You asked me for a big man. Then you switched it to rim protector. I gave you rim protector. Now you're going back to some other stuff. I don't know where you're going at, brother. You don't want to accept it. Tristan Thompson is not a big man that should win a championship because he's a big man.
I put in rim protector.
I know that.
The whole argument started from you said you don't need a big man to win a championship.
You don't. You don't. That's what I said. The 2016 Cavaliers won without a big man. The 2017, 2018
dominated in that finals.
Dominated how?
Dominating what?
Tristan Thompson dominated in that finals. He cut up in that finals.
Doing what? Doing what?
What you mean his job?
Okay, LeBron averaged more rebounds and blocks and steals than him. So
LeBron, of course, you gonna go to the stat.
Well, how else can you prove that he's a rim protector?
Of course, LeBron averaged everything.
I mean, how else can you prove he was other than just saying it, though? You're just saying it.
Look.
But the stats don't prove it.
Look.
That's all we're saying.
Look. I'm just trying to get understood. That's it. Look, I threw in rim protector. I gave examples of rim protectors. The whole argument started from the exposure. He said you don't need a big man to win championships.
Mm-hmm.
And he only named one team or maybe two teams.
Three.
Because Boston had Xavier Tillman and Al Horford in Porzingis.
But Xavier Tillman's not a rim protector.
No,
who's the rim protector on the Raptors?
Look, take the rim protector out of it. Look, take that out.
Man, no. Yeah. Is Jackson Hayes a big man? Is Jackson Hayes a big man? Is Jackson Hayes a big man? Is Jackson Hayes a big man?
Yeah, he said big man.
Jackson Hayes is a big man. Huh? So if Jackson Hayes is a big man, if Jackson Hayes is a big man, the Lakers should be able to win.
No, you forgot you said him down, and you had fucking Rudy Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Had Rudy Gobert looking like fucking Will Chamberlain. That's why they start going to him. Why you think they set him down?
Again, okay, who's the better center, Rudy Gobert or Hartenstein?
I'm gonna go with Rudy Gobert. I'm gonna go with Rudy Gobert.
So why didn't they win?
But they both do the.
Why didn't they win?
Why did they win?
Why didn't they win?
What do you mean,
they had the better big man. Because you say you need a big man. I keep telling you don't need a big man. And all these teams are winning without big men. You keep bringing up Hartenstein. As Hartenstein is this big man that you go to the low block or you do anything. What happened? Where's his value? His value is probably somewhere around being the sixth good guy on the team, the sixth best guy on the team. He's like the sixth best guy on that team.
What does he bring to the team? That's what I mean by it.
What he brings to the team? He brings good hustle. He brings good. He brings good screening. He brings good screening. Hold on, wait. He brings good screening. You gotta let me answer. He brings good screening. He brings good ball facilitation as your center, that's not traditional big man stuff. He gives you good screens and he protects the paint.
And he rebounds.
And he's good at offensive rebound. He's great at rebound.
He's not great at rebounding. He's just good at rebounding. He's not great at it.
Okay.
He's not great at it. He's just good at it. He's not even. You wouldn't even call him good if you want to call him good. He's just a rebound.
But the Thunder didn't win primarily because of his rim protecting. That's what Johnny is saying.
No,
you still need the main shift is it.
We know what you said. Listen, hold on, wait, Mamba. We heard every last lie that you said. What you avoid is me telling you the fact. The first lie you said is you need to win a championship. The first lie you said is you need to win a championship with a big man. The second lie you said was the big man has to be a rim protector. The next lie you brought up was what is the value of a Hartenstein?
I never said that. You put words in my mouth.
You did say all this. All this is being recorded, sir. Okay, so Hartenstein averages 10 rebounds per game.
No, look. All right. And he not a good rebounder?
I just said he's a good rebounder. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a great rebounder. He's again.
You gotta have 20. You gotta average 20 rebounds to be a great rebounder.
He never said that.
I never said that neither. I never said that either. I never said that either. All I said was if you want to win a championship, you don't need a big man. You don't need a big man for it. You don't.
All right, no, look,
That's all I said.
look. I don't want no misunderstanding. No, look, this is my whole point. Look, last year was good. OKC was good. All right, now this year, she checked. They had a lot of weight on check. This year, they got Hartenstein from New York, and it was unstoppable when he had both of them on the floor. Because now Chet could play the four now. You know what I'm saying? Like how y'all how the 2020 Lakers when AD could have played the four. You got Dwight Howard. You know, like that's what I mean. Like you know when you got like Giannis in Brook. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole thing. What I'm talking about. That's all I'm saying. When you
But
got
that's
two,
not the
when
reason
you
why
got
they
two
won.
good, you
They
know
won
what I'm saying?
because of their perimeter play
That's all I'm
primarily.
saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying. That's it. Like Gordon, like Aaron Gordon in Jokic. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to. I ain't saying whatever you think I'm saying. Like you talking about I'm lying and all that. That's all I was
So
talking
you're
about.
basically saying
And
you
I asked you to
either
name
need
the
a
teams
big
that didn't
man
have a big man.
or a rim protector, right? Either a big man or a rim protector
Yeah, you need a big
to win a
man, of
title.
course. You need somebody who
One of the
go
two. You either have someone to be the big man or
name the
you need
teams
to
that
substitute that
name the teams
with a
that
rim protector.
yeah, name the teams, and he keeps saying,
Okay.
Tristan Thompson was killing. I'm a
Tristan
Warriors fan.
Thompson wasn't really a rim protector, but he was a big man that they needed. Al
So
Horford is not really a rim protector, but he's a big man that they could plug in. Right?
Sure. Well, Brandon,
Is
check
that
it
what you're
out.
saying?
What he's saying
Okay.
is, I mean, I get what he's saying a little bit, but like you look at the successful teams, right? Especially this 2 years finalists, right? Like, were their offense mainly going through the big man? No, but like their big men can stretch the floor to a degree. Especially Chet Hartenstein was in there. They were their best defenders. Well, Chet was. So they were good rim protectors by the numbers. And I mean, were they SGA? Like, gonna get no? But then you had Miles Turner, great defender, probably the best defender on the team. Pascal Siakam was arguably their best player throughout the playoffs. So you need like a Shaq or anything. That's what he's saying. You had Giannis win a championship, being the best player on that team defensively, and he had like, so you can't just go out there with 5 guards. Obviously, Boston did it. They weren't lockdown rim protectors, but you had guys like Porzingis, Horford, long, lanky guys like Tatum, Brown. They could all rebound. They could all protect the paint to a degree. But you can't just gone are the days of we'll just give our center 40 touches. Yeah, I don't think anyone's saying otherwise. But you do need competent big men who can fulfill a variety of roles. Like Johnny said, screen, shut off the paint, rebound. Look at Joker. I mean, Joker is all in one. Like he's going to be your best defender, not defender, but best rebounder by far. He's going to do all those things in the court, but you definitely need some inside presence. I don't think that we're disagreeing with that, but you're not going to try out 5 guards and win.
Yeah, we saw how that backfired on the Lakers when Rudy Gobert had a Wilt Chamberlain game when they didn't want to put in Jackson Hayes. So they do need somebody to be a big body at times. But as Johnny was saying that they could probably do without that. Say for instance, if LeBron is on the Lakers, they have Draymond Green to actually play that role if needed.
I mean, Draymond would still get bodied by a lot of these.
Let me address King Rowe. King Rowe, I won't go on your show again because you don't let people speak. You don't have to mute me if you don't let people speak. I let you guys speak. The reason you get mute is because you can't stop speaking. You can't shut up. You keep rambling, and then when you get cooked, you start switching up everything. So now it becomes a rotating argument against your own argument. Because now you're going to argue about your own silly argument. I will pull up to your show and I know exactly what you're going to do. You're going to ramble for 2 hours. You're never going to let no one speak. You're never going to let no one get their chance to get their take in. That doesn't happen here on GOAT James Kingdom. We cannot clip you if we don't let you speak. The reason we can clip people is because we actually let you say the silly shit that you want to say, but you get mad when we call you out and then you don't let people speak. And then you don't address anything I say. You switch up everything. I guarantee you we bring you up, it's going to be the same bullshit. It's the same bullshit. I just told Mamba, you don't need a big man to win. He had to go all the way out of the way to try to say you need a big man. If you just need somebody 7 foot tall and put him as your center, then I guess that's needing a big man. Then you can do that with anybody. You don't need it then. If anybody can be your center, you don't need it. Tell me what is the role the big man has to play. He gave me the role. When I showed him teams that won without a player having that role, he still said I didn't tell him the truth. That's why I get mad. Because I told you the truth. I told you exactly what I feel. You can't listen. I gave him teams without rim protectors and great rebounders and still won championships in the last 10 years. He didn't agree with me. It's not my fault. I gave you more than 2.
Yeah, and if you could just plug any big body in there, you don't need to prioritize a center. You could just pick up anybody.
That's it. But let's let Deshaun in the building. Peace and blessings, Deshaun. Deshaun has been a supporter of us for a while. You've been very patient. What you got for us on this topic?
Yeah, hey John, I agree with you though, man. Like you gained great points, and he did you lying. But that's all I got to say, Johnny.
No, I know they always think I'm lying. They always think I'm lying. Like even right now, I can bring up shit that y'all gonna tell me I'm lying about, but I'm not lying because I know I got information. I take my time out. Why you think Brandon does this show with me? Because Brandon's like, yo, this nigga actually does his job. He doesn't just talk shit.
Had not retired, I don't have any doubt in my mind that we would have had an awfully good chance of winning another championship. But once Michael retired,
we talked about what we're going to do. Can we bring the rest of this group back and win with it?
So that's Michael Jordan causing the Bulls not to have a championship team, not Phil Jackson. That's Michael Jordan leaving the Bulls, costing the Bulls a championship.
Dragged on and the 1998-99 season was delayed. Jackson insisted he wouldn't return, and Jordan reiterated that he would only play for his championship coach. Management continued to leave the door open for everyone.
I've said over and over again that I wanted to bring back the players and the coach who won the 1998 championship. Should Phil not return by the end of the lockout, Tim will succeed him as head coach of the Chicago Bulls.
I think it would have been a bad thing for us to announce that Tim was the new head coach, and then the perception was Michael retired because he got forced out. We tried to leave it up to Michael.
So, as I stated before,
more lies from Jordan fans.
What's your point?
I mean, what's the point?
What is the point?
I
guess the Bulls didn't have a big man either, right?
Again, see, this is why you get muted. This is why you get muted. Because you're not letting me say the point. You're not letting me tell the point. Let me tell you the point. The point is that Michael and The Last Dance lied to you. Phil Jackson was leaving the Bulls no matter what. It wasn't because Jerry Krause didn't want. See, look, you ready to talk? See, you ready to talk?
I'm listening.
No, you're not listening. No, you're not listening. You're getting fucking exposed. Shut up and listen.
Quit, right? So Phil
see,
quit.
Look, y'all not, see, look. You asked me to answer the question, but y'all don't want me to answer it because y'all don't shut the fuck up.
What the fuck you doing here? If you can't take it, sit your ass down.
Put both of you motherfuckers in the dugout. So the point is, The Last Dance lied. Phil Jackson and Jerry Krause had no issues with one another. It's just that Phil was tired of coaching the Bulls and wanted to have a year off from coaching. Simple and plain. If Michael Jordan is the GOAT that y'all claim he was, he should still be able to win the championship without Phil Jackson going into the 1999 season because the Bulls were going to keep the entire team and coaching staff together. You heard the owners say this in 98, not a lying documentary over 20 years later. In 1998, the owner of the Bulls told you we want to keep the team together and the coach. It is up to Michael. If Michael joins, everybody else falls in line. Michael said he wasn't coming back without Phil. Phil already said he wasn't coming back. So Michael broke up the team because if Michael returns, the team is still there without Phil Jackson. So Michael broke up the 98 Bulls team, not Phil Jackson or Jerry Krause. Stop lying on social media and stop lying in GOAT James Kingdom. I keep telling y'all I bring nothing but facts, and all you motherfuckers do is lie, and that's why your ass get cooked every time on GOAT James Kingdom.
Shut up, bitch. Sit your ass down.
So now y'all can lie. Go ahead. Now y'all can keep lying.
Okay, so what you're saying is Phil quit.
Yes.
Okay, so Phil quit. Okay, cool.
Yes.
So Jordan wanted to quit. It was Phil.
Yes. No, Jordan quit
Okay,
because of Phil.
Cool.
He quit because of Phil. He quit because of Phil.
Because Phil quit first, and then Jordan decided, okay, yeah, I'm not.
Yes.
I don't want to play for Floyd.
If Phil is not coming
Jordan
back,
didn't think he could win without Phil. Simple as
what
that. He didn't think he
was
could win
it? Phil
without
was
Phil.
exhausted. Was Phil exhausted, or was he gambling? Which one was it?
Phil was exhausted. He was tired of coaching. He believed that.
Jordan took 2 years break in between and Phil did. He
And
kept
he played
coaching.
baseball. He played baseball. That's not a break. He did something athletic.
Yeah, Jordan took a 2-year break, and Phil Jackson did. He kept coaching.
Playing baseball on the
so
Chitlin
after
circuit.
Phil had enough,
Playing
Jordan quit
baseball
again.
on the Chitlin circuit. That's a break.
AAA baseball is not any exhausting measure.
Riding buses around and stretching out to play in the Chitlin, Birmingham to Freeport to wherever else they were playing.
You think
Jordan quit that too because he wasn't good at it.
Yeah,
no, because there was a strike. There was a strike, B-League. Tell the truth.
No, there was no strike.
The baseball players were struck in 94, and they didn't come back until
94.
The season was shortened in 95.
Jordan quit.
The season was shortened in 95. For Jordan to come back and play baseball, he would have had to have been a strike breaker. He would have crossed. He had to cross the picket line.
Jordan could have played in 95, but he didn't want to because he wasn't good at baseball.
They didn't work that strikeout until like June,
he was the slowest one out there, missing balls and striking out. He was not good at playing baseball.
He wasn't good, exactly. See, so look how you turn the whole conversation away.
Jordan supposed to have a 4.340, but he ran like he had an 8.
Stop talking about that.
I want to get into how y'all say Denver didn't have a big man.
Stop lying. I proved you wrong. Phil Jackson left the Bulls because he wanted to leave the Bulls. That's the facts. Accept it. You lied, Mamba. Jordan lied in 2020 when they tried to make it seem like Phil that Jerry Krause kept Phil from coming back. Phil didn't return because Phil was not returning no matter what. The ownership and the front office and the players wanted him back. He said, I'm not coming back. That's it.
So he quit.
Exactly. He did quit. Yes.
What you know the thing is, and I think Jordan said this, we wanted to be knocked off. We didn't win. Like, I wanted to be knocked off. I want somebody to beat me. I don't want to be like, I don't want to leave on top, and I want somebody to beat me till I know, okay, then now it's over. So Phil, even though they were still winning, Phil decided, I'm not coming back regardless. And of course, we know he came back a year later with the Lakers, with Shaq and Kobe. So it ain't like he went and go coach the Cleveland Cavaliers trying to rebuild or anything like that. He went and coached the best, right?
He went to go coach Shaq.
Yeah, okay.
Phil
So he went to a ready-made situation to win.
A good team.
How is it ready to win? How is it ready to win? They weren't winning, they were losing. How is it ready to win?
They were ready to win. They were ready. They made it to the conference finals.
How?
Just like Jordan, they made it to the conference finals.
They were not in the conference finals in 99.
In 98, they were.
The Lakers were in the conference finals in 98?
Yes, they were. They got swept, but they were in the conference finals. They got swept by Utah, I believe.
Yeah, Utah swept.
That was in the conference finals.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got swept.
Okay, so again, they at least were knocking on the door. You know, you had Shaq, the most dominant player. You had Kobe, a high rising, up and coming prospect, 20 years old. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough to get me nice and rejuvenated after the year off. I get it.
You want to Phil to go coach a lottery team?
Why not? Maybe a challenge. That's what Larry Brown would do.
Why?
What would Larry Brown do?
Why? Why does Phil go coach a lot? It doesn't make any sense.
But y'all wanted Jordan to go play for a lottery team. Hold on, y'all wanted Jordan to go play for a lottery team.
Why are we talking about Phil with the Lakers? Why are we talking about Phil with the Lakers and not Jordan not willing to win a championship without Phil? Why are we doing that?
Because why would he voluntarily take a step back? Why would he want to play with Corey Benjamin and a rookie.
You asking Phil Jackson to do that?
Ron Artest a year later.
You're asking Phil Jackson to do that. You're asking Phil Jackson to do that.
No. Jordan wanted to bring everybody back,
but you don't want Jordan to have a challenge.
Jordan wanted to bring everybody
back. You want
back.
Phil to have a challenge.
Why does Jordan can't have the challenge? I thought he's the GOAT. Phil's not the GOAT. Why can't Jordan have the challenge? Phil's not the GOAT.
See what I'm saying? Like Jordan wanted them to bring everybody back. So basically, you just asked why would Phil
going to
do
bring
that?
everybody back. No, they were going to bring everybody back, but Phil. They couldn't bring back Phil because Phil wasn't coming back.
Okay, so then Jordan said, "That's right. I'll go own. I'll go try to own a team."
You ain't gonna be a loser. So Jordan rather be a loser than a winner.
But at the end of the day, he left as a champion, right?
He left as a quitter.
See, he's the quitter, but Phil ain't. We admitted Phil is the quitter.
We said Phil quit. We just said Phil quit.
Okay. Cool.
We just said that. We just said Phil quit. We just said that.
And then Jordan came back with the Wizards in 01 for the love of the game, pretty much, because he didn't even take a salary.
He came back. He came back because the owner told him that he can't afford the team. He needs to figure out other ways to get the team to get the money for the team. So
they needed to sell tickets, and Jordan did it without taking the salary.
He thought that he could raise more money by playing because when he plays, his sneaker sales go. Bro, you gotta let me speak. I don't need you to ad lib. He thought he could sell more sneakers. He thought he could sell more sneakers, which means he makes more money. That gives him more money to buy the team. And he thought he can raise the value of the team to get more investors in so that he can purchase the team. But what the owner did was kick him out in general, hand him a check, and say, "I don't need you at all because you ain't helping us do nothing. You actually made it worse."
Okay, so let me ask you this: when he was team president, he took a $2 million salary. He actually got $1 million of it given to Wes Unseld. He gave the other $1 million to charity, so he was doing that for free as well.
Yeah, he got them both fired. He got Wes Unseld fired, got Elgin Baylor fired.
Well, at least he got him $1 million, right?
But we're not talking about millions. Are you talking about money, or are we talking about winning? If you was on your own show, you would have to talk. You would have to talk over talk me, because if you let me talk to you the way I'm talking to you right now, you get cooked every time. All of this to avoid the fact that I proved you all wrong, that the Chicago Bulls broke up because of Michael Jordan, not because of Jerry Krause.
No, they didn't. No. You proved it because Phil was the first one that wanted out.
That's not. If Phil leaves, the team is still there. That's still a championship team. And the championship team that you think any coach can win, because Phil had nothing to do with it. Like you said, Phil's only winning because of Mike and Pippen. He's only winning because
that Jordan needs Phil to win.
Exactly.
The same way Magic needed Riley for it to be Showtime. Because when Dunleavy came in, they were now a half-court team.
Magic won without Riley.
Without Riley. Thank you.
He won before Riley. Riley was on it. Riley was in the building on the staff or whatever. Remember, it was Westhead and then McKinney. I mean, McKinney got hurt, and then Westhead took over, and Riley took over as his assistant.
It wasn't Riley's team though; they won a championship without Pat Riley.
I got you, but okay. Then it was Showtime with Riley. As I said, I didn't say about him winning. I said Magic played for Dunleavy, and it was no longer Showtime.
The Showtime Lakers started with McKinney. So all Pat Riley did was continue McKinley's offense. That's all he did.
Okay, cool. But again, then Magic was willing to play without it, and it didn't exactly hit the same, right?
Exactly, and that's why Phil Jackson is why Jordan won 6 championships. Thank you for telling us that. Thank you.
I mean, look, y'all are the chicken and the egg. At the end of the day, Phil decided. Phil quit first. Phil was exhausted from coaching all these championships, right? Then he goes and he puts himself in a win now situation again.
Let me tell you, and I'm gonna answer Mama's question. The real reason Phil Jackson quit was because Phil Jackson believes, as a coach, after 6 or 7 years, you go deaf to your players. So he believes he can no longer help a team after 6 or 7 years, which is why he left the Lakers as well. He left the Lakers after 6 years.
Okay, but he was actually wrong if he wanted to leave the year before, because they won again in '98. They won the year after he wanted to leave. He wanted to leave after '97, right?
He wanted to leave in '97. They begged him to stay. He stayed. They kept the team together.
And he won another ring.
No, they were going to trade Scotty, and Michael Jordan don't trade Scotty. They keep the same team together. So of course, if you keep the same team together, you're going to win. They're the best team. So yes, they kept the team together for one more year because Phil was returning. Even after Phil was going to leave in '99, they were going to keep the team together. The only person that was not going to be on that team was Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson. You would have Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr, Ron Harper. All those guys would have
Rodman,
all of them. Cool coach, all of them. Longley, all of them would have all. And Michael Jordan did not want to play or take the chance of losing without Pippen or Phil Jackson. Simple and plain.
I believe Jordan wanted to get knocked off, but he wanted to get knocked off with his whole squad, not some other squad. And that's fair enough. You don't think a guy that gave a city 6 championships deserves that?
And a man won 3 in a row twice.
See, y'all kidding me about my Knicks, bro. Winning a championship is precious.
Anyway,
no guarantee. The Bulls
I can't hear nothing Roy's saying. Can y'all hear him?
nah, he wore out his mic.
I'm sorry, I had a call. Winning a championship is precious. The Bulls organization has not. They've sniffed one conference finals since that year. Y'all do realize that, right? It's 26 years now. 27 actually.
Because Jordan sabotaged the team. They should have let him be traded for Tracy. How
do you sabotage the team?
He should have let them trade for Ron Mercer and Tracy McGrady.
Oh, okay.
You anti-Jordan.
No, I'm
That's
not.
what it is.
I'm anti Zesty Jeffrey Lies.
All right, I understand. I got a question on.
I'm listening.
Who was your team? Because you what? I told you I watched y'all show. You told Ticket. What you were 43. So who your team was around that time in that era?
Miami.
You said you didn't like Miami until your 20s. So you didn't get Miami. You picked Miami until Wade got there.
You mean in '98? You mean in '98? Oh no,
98. You weren't a Heat fan yet, was you?
No, in 1998. In 1998, I was a Charlotte Hornets fan.
Ah. So Vlade Divac was your boy, and Anthony Mason.
No, it was Glenn Rice. It was Glenn Rice, Muggsy Bogues, Larry Johnson, Alonzo.
No. Hold on. Stop it, Johnny. Larry Johnson was a Knick. Mason was your boy.
Can you let me finish?
Thank you.
Can you let me finish? I'm not done. I'm telling you how I became a fan and the players that I like. You asked me who I like. I didn't like Divac.
He said 98 though. He said 98 specifically.
Jesus Christ, this nigga, my God. You said in fucking 98 I like the Divac. I told you fucking no. Fuck. I named the players I liked. I named the players I liked. I told you that. I named the fucking players. In 98, I believe they had Glenn Rice. That's who I like. Glenn fucking Rice. Then they traded Glenn Rice for Eddie Jones. In 99. And then they fucked the team over and sold the fucking team, and I became a Heat fan. And that was the 2001, 2002 season. Fuck. I'm not a coward. I can admit what the fuck I do. I'm not scared of you niggas. None of you niggas. I had to clarify that he was asking about 98 because we were talking about around 99, 2000, around that time.
All right.
Fuck.
All right. We got you.
I was talking about.
I don't give a fuck about the 90s. I was fucking 17 years old. Fuck, I give a fuck about what I was caring about at 17.
Yeah, I mean, but 17.
We all like basketball in our teens.
Yeah.
You still living like you 17. That's the problem. I live like I'm 40. You live like you 17. You still living in the 90s, nigga. I'm living in 2025.
I lived my whole life, brother. I remember all of it. Every memory. I love it.
I'm 37. I mean, fuck. When Jordan was. I didn't really the first three-peat. I did see Jordan the second three-peat.
You were 6. You were 6.
No.
Yeah, this is an absurd take, even for this show. When you talk about when you talk about what happened in 1998, because LeBron quit on 3 teams in his career. He quit on the Cavs his first time before he won a title. And the second that Dwayne Wade started having knee issues, LeBron quit in Miami. The point you're missing is Scottie Pippen was never the same player after 1995 when he had back issues. Pippen shot 41% from the field during the Bulls' final 3 titles in the playoffs, and Pippen needed to be carried on the court in the 98 finals. So while Michael Jordan, hold on, I know, I'm not done. I'm not done. Well, Michael Jordan won a title with Scottie Pippen having no back. LeBron James left Miami the second Dwayne Wade started having knee issues. He didn't stay. And then LeBron left Cleveland again. And the reason LeBron left Cleveland the second time is because after LeBron created a toxic environment that Kyrie didn't want to be part of, the East got better. So LeBron knew after 2018, he wasn't even good enough to come out of the East. So LeBron ran away 3 times. Michael Jordan left after 98 because he had accomplished everything there was to accomplish. And Dennis Rodman was going to be 38 years old. Scottie Pippen wanted to get paid. He was leaving. Phil's daughter had a drug problem. He was leaving. Phil was going to leave basketball anyways. The entire Bulls team was done. The other thing is Jerry Krause wanted to rebuild. Jerry Krause felt he never got enough credit when the Bulls were winning titles. So Jerry Krause wanted to bring in his own coach. He wanted to draft players like Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry. Krause wanted to prove that he could win. He wanted to bring his guy Tim Floyd, and Jordan did not break the team up. The team was old, and they had accomplished everything there was to accomplish. But the key point you're missing, there's a difference between leaving after you accomplish everything and quitting when you've accomplished nothing. LeBron left Cleveland the first time. He hadn't won a title. When Jordan left, he had accomplished everything there was to accomplish. That's not quitting.
Okay, so to answer your silly question, hold on, no, listen, y'all don't get to reiterate on Brandon Katz's line asked. Again, the Chicago Bulls had enough to win another championship in '99. Jordan quit.
No, they didn't. Rodman was going to be 38. That's a lie.
Do I give a fuck? No, not one. How many fucks do I give? 0. Exactly. So therefore your comment is irrelevant.
Man, sit your dumb ass down.
I will repeat myself. The Chicago Bulls had a good enough roster to win the championship in 1999. They didn't run it back because Michael Jordan quit on the Bulls. He quit the game of basketball. LeBron didn't quit the game of basketball. He left Cleveland as a free agent. If Jordan would have left the Chicago Bulls to go play somewhere else, it wouldn't have been Jordan quitting basketball. Jordan quit basketball. That is quitting. He no longer played the game. He retired from the game. That is quitting the game of basketball. The Chicago Bulls were going to repeat and win another championship if Jordan returns, if he is the GOAT that y'all claim he is. Stop lying.
No, Jordan wasn't good enough.
Stop lying on Phil Jackson's name, because now you're going to tell us that Phil Jackson, right, is not the winner, right? Because who chose Phil Jackson as the coach? Jerry Krause. Jerry Krause already took credit for the Bulls' 6 championships. He didn't need you guys to give him credit. He doesn't need your validation. He already knew he was responsible for the Bulls' 6 championships. He already knew that. He didn't care what y'all thought. Jerry Krause is a winner. No matter how anyone uses Jesse Jeffries is going to bring it up. And to bring up the fact that he was trying to rebuild. Again, he was trying to rebuild when he was trying to trade Scottie Pippen away in 96. That's why when they won the championship in 96, they asked Michael Jordan, are you glad Scottie Pippen is still here? He said, yes, Scottie Pippen is one of the best players in the league. He held the team down. He's definitely worthy of it. And I'm glad they never got rid of him, because I probably would have never returned if Scottie Pippen wasn't on the Bulls. So since 95, Michael Jordan held the Bulls hostage with Scottie Pippen. They were trying to get rid of Scottie Pippen, the same guy that you guys are lying about. From then, they were trying to trade Scottie Pippen for Shawn Kemp. It didn't happen. Then they tried to trade Sean. They tried to trade him again after 97 for Tracy McGrady. Michael Jordan threatened to retire and quit the team then. They didn't, because they were winning championships. And Jerry Reinsdorf signed off on all of this over Jerry Krause, who was already trying to rebuild the team because he knew Jordan was a quitter. Jordan quit on me on 93. Why should I trust him in 96 and 97 when he's asking for 1-year deals on top of that? That's not how Jerry Krause does business. He was never going to get Jordan. Again, they did all of that predicated on Jerry Reinsdorf approving the Bulls roster to keep Scottie Pippen, Phil Jackson together so Jordan can stay and they can win championships. Bringing in a Dennis Rodman to win championships. Bringing in a Robert Parrish to help them win championships. A John Sally to help them win championships. They were still building a championship roster. And Michael Jordan broke up that championship roster because he couldn't have his coach and his sidekick. Those are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. The facts. Not zesty.
I got another fact.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Krause drafted Keith Lee over Karl Malone in 1985.
Tag me in, man. Let me get in this, man.
So what? Who cares? So what?
Oh, okay. So I'm just saying, it's not like Jerry Krause is always right. Even Tony Kukoc, the one draft pick that he really hit on in 1990, it took 4 years for him to get on the roster.
Sir, he hit on Charles Oakley. He hit on Horace Grant. He hit on B.J. Armstrong. He hit on Scottie Pippen. He hit on Will Perdue. He hit on Tony Kukoc. Stacey King did hit it. Michael Jordan messed up his career. Same thing with Brad Sellers. Michael Jordan messed up his career. That's who messed up those guys.
Brad Sellers instead of Ron Harper. I mean, like, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Why would I need a Ron Harper if I got Jordan?
Exactly.
Because we can play two guards. Why not?
Why would I play two guards? To do what? That's not how you play basketball.
I mean, Jordan and Ron Harper wound up winning a championship anyway together, right?
Yeah, but he was moved to the point guard position later on.
And playing a international style game. The Bulls were one of the first teams to spread the offense out. Why do you think they added a Tony Kukoc or Ron Harper and a Steve Kerr and all these shooters on that Bulls team? That's to help spread the floor. You want proof of that as well? I can bring proof of that as well. Everything I say, I can prove.
I got you. I mean, this is bizarre where Jordan is the worst thing that ever happened to the game.
No. My problem is that your belief of Jordan is the worst thing that ever happened to the game, not Jordan. Go ahead, Herm. Continue. The belief of all the lies that y'all been saying that we've been debunking on show.
Salute y'all, man. Hey, John, I gotta disagree though. Like, cause Jordan said it at his own mouth. He rather would have lost, let somebody dethrone them, than try to do a whole rebuild. He rather would have lost. So if a guy basically tells you, man, don't break up the team, let somebody dethrone us first, we earn that right. Because this is our second three-peat. Me and Scott is second three-peat. Let somebody dethrone us. And they went against that. Went against the so-called superstar will, like we've seen how owners going against LeBron James will right now. And LeBron felt like he had to put certain things in his own hands to enhance his career. So Michael Jordan essentially did the same thing. And with the 1 year deals, that changed the aspect of how these owners was giving contracts to these superstars. You start seeing these guys getting the money that they started to deserve around that time. So it's a lot of different things that goes into that. But for us that, if you a star, you superstar, the so-called the best player in the game, and you saying let somebody dethrone us, we earn that right. We let's go for a 4th championship. If somebody beat us, let them beat us. Don't break up the squad. Don't break up the championship team. I know we old, but don't break up the team. We earned it.
So
let us try to win 4 straight. So that, I mean, you can't knock him for saying, hey, you want to trade a guy that I've been having success with this whole time when I won a title, a guy in Scottie Pippen that I feel like deserved the same money that I was getting, because he did say that in the conference, a guy that he feel like that was just as important to the team as him, he did say that. So essentially, if your star, like, you know how LeBron James was pissed off at the Lakers organization for not trading Kyrie when they had actually had the opportunity to trade Kyrie, and he did that interview with Will Barn expressing the disservice of what the Lakers did by not going after Kyrie Irving. That's how Michael Jordan fed in the midst of you breaking up this whole team. You basically get rid of Phil, you get rid of Scottie, you basically breaking up our championship team, and you want me to sit for a rebuild. Jordan earned the right, Scottie earned the right, and Phil earned the right for somebody to dethrone them. That's just how basketball normally works. Well, the NBA normally works, but unfortunately, Jerry Krause, which he is a smart man, a great GM in his own right, one of the best to ever do it. We can't take that away from him. He probably saw something, but at the same time, he probably could have sacrificed another year or two before he started rebuilding because they earned that right. Let somebody dethrone them first, and I don't think they would have got dethroned that very next year if they ran it back, especially in the lockout. So now those old guys getting plenty of rest because this is a lockout year. So now the Bulls don't come in refresh. An older team, that's a benefit of the older teams. So it just was unfortunate. Jerry Krause was stubborn on what his beliefs were, which he earned the right as well as the
What I
GM.
just
He
said.
earned that right. Now don't get it twisted. Jerry
What I
Krause
just
earned
said.
that right because he is a smart, calculated person. But at the same time, he should have met the middle. Like, damn, this is their second three-peat. They are successful. Let me see what they got left. They claim they still got something left. Let me see what they got left. But unfortunately, the table, the things went how it went. That's my opinion.
Jordan had not retired. I don't have any doubt in my mind that we would have had an awfully good chance of winning another championship. But once Michael retired,
we talked about what we were going to do. Can we bring the rest of this group back and win with it?
That's the point there.
If Michael Jordan had not retired, I don't have any doubt in my mind that we would have had an awfully good chance of winning another championship. But once Michael retired,
we talked about what we were going to do. Can we bring the rest of this group back and win with it?
Okay, so you heard the truth, not zesty Jeffrey lies that you
How
guys
know that's the
continue to
truth?
reiterate. The truth is that Michael Jordan can't win without Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson. Y'all just admitted it. The Bulls were
That's a
going to
reach.
bring
That's
back
a
the
reach.
entire team. No, it's not. Oh wait, you just all agreed with Hearn that the team was broken up because of Phil and Pippen. Are you guys telling us the Bulls cannot win if Phil and Pippen is not on the team, but everybody else is?
As we said, Jordan wanted to win with his entire.
Yeah, with his
Answer
team.
my question. Answer my question. So that means Phil and Pippen is the team.
That's what.
Phil and
I
Pippen
won
was the team.
6.
What did they do without Jordan? Hold on. In 1995, what did they do?
Don't ask me a question without answering my question.
No, you
You
don't
guys just
hold
said.
on.
You
You
guys
said
just said.
you said
Answer. Hold on, bro.
Hold on, no, wait. I want to make sure I get
He
the question right, Herm, before
anti-Jordan,
you
though. You
answer.
anti-Jordan.
Stop unmuting yourself before, because you guys are getting cooked. You thought Herm had y'all. You thought Herm saved y'all, but Herm just proved our point. So again, Herm sat here and said that if they kept the team together, which the only people who were not going to be returning in '99 was Pippen and Phil Jackson. You heard both the GM and the owner say they were bringing everybody back. So again, I ask you, are you saying the Chicago Bulls championship team was Phil and Pippen because those were the only two that were not coming back? Go ahead, Herm, unmute yourself and answer that question.
I'll answer the question truthfully. End of the day, like I previously just said a couple of minutes ago, yes, Michael Jordan essentially retired because he was pissed off at Krause for basically letting Phil and Scotty go. He didn't like that. So he wasn't returning to a rebuild. He felt that you was gonna do a rebuild, you was gonna give a person that knows him well, that he knows well, they know how to feed off each other, get the best off each other, and a coach that know how to manage everything. You still had Dennis Rodman that was playing at a high level at that moment as well, because Dennis Rodman wasn't returning either, though. He wasn't going to return either. He was a free agent too. So you basically lose a Rodman.
That's not what Phil Krause and Jerry. That's not what Phil Krause and Jerry Reinsdorf just said. They were going to keep him, bring him back too.
Yeah, he was a free agent. He wouldn't have came back.
It doesn't matter. He would have brought him back too. They would have brought everybody back.
Nah, that's not a guarantee.
Just besides Scotty, because Scotty was the only one that was going to get real money. Everybody else would have came back for less money to play next to Jordan.
They actually could have paid Scotty, so Scotty could have came back and they would have paid him.
Scotty could have got the money from Chicago.
Yeah, but we know they're not. We know they weren't going to pay Scotty, so that's why Scotty left.
I mean, if they wanted him, they could. So everyone that came back but Phil.
Thank you.
Yeah, everyone could have came back for Phil. They just had to pay Scotty.
Yeah,
but the Bulls was moving on for Scotty. They weren't gonna mess with Scotty. It was over.
They could have paid him if they wanted to come back. Jordan could have convinced them to pay him.
Now, if that's the case, then he could have convinced her to keep Phil. So you can't say
Phil didn't
that
want to
he
come back. There's no convincing Phil. He's just
Nah,
said he still said no.
Exactly. There was no convincing Phil. That's what y'all understood. That was
The
Phil's
only
last time.
person
No
was
one could
Phil.
convince Phil. No one.
Yeah. I can't say Jordan can convince the Bulls to keep Scotty, but act like Jordan can't convince the
No,
Bulls
Phil
to
didn't want to
keep
come back.
Phil, right?
Period.
And
Scotty wanted to
since
keep playing
Jordan,
So Phil
basketball.
quit.
but since
Scotty
Jordan
wanted to keep
got
playing
so much,
basketball. Phil didn't want to keep coaching.
since Jordan can convince people to do everything, Billy, if that's the case, Jordan could have convinced Phil Jackson to stay as the coach. Don't leave, Phil.
He
Stay,
did.
Phil.
They convinced him
Nah, I'm
for
just saying.
the
I'm just saying.
'98
If you
season.
saying what
They
Michael
convinced
did
him for the
with
'98 season.
Krause and them, how come Michael couldn't do
Michael
that
tried and
with
Phil
Phil
said
Jackson?
no.
Now,
Michael
okay
tried.
then.
Phil
So
said no.
and Jerry Cloud said no too.
Jerry
Yeah.
Krause.
Yes, to
So
Scotty. To Scotty.
whatever
To
y'all want
Scotty.
to put in
Again, I
there,
agree with
they
you. To
told Jordan no
Scotty.
to.
To Scotty and Phil. So thank you for
Yeah.
admitting that Scotty and Phil is why the Bulls win championships with Michael Jordan.
I
And
mean,
Jerry
you
Krause
admitted that
did
Phil
in
quit.
'97.
I did. He did quit.
Jerry
Unlike
Krause
you,
What
I
did,
don't
is
think
but
it
that's
in
a
about
fact.
Phil
'97,
quitting
Phil
thing that you
couldn't.
keep harping on? Who cares? He didn't want to coach.
Because y'all
He
like to
left.
say that Jordan quit. So it wasn't Jordan that quit. It was
He
Phil.
did. But when I say no, when
Yeah,
I
it's
say
not.
Jordan quit,
Jordan
you're
literally quit. He said he's
yeah.
not playing no more. He took
When I
his
say
ball and went home.
Jordan quit, your heart breaks a little bit and you grow up as a man in life. So thank you for this maturity level
Nah,
growth that
hard
I'm
not
giving you,
break.
brother.
Who
Because it
quits
didn't
when they
hurt your
win?
it doesn't hurt your heart when I say
Yeah,
Phil
who
quits, but
quit
it
when
hurts
they
your heart
win
when I
though?
say
Like,
Jordan
In the
quits.
words of the great Jay-Z,
who
he
quit when they
gracefully
win?
bowed out. He didn't quit. A quit quits when he
Like,
lose.
He said, if
He
I don't
did
get my
quit. He
way, I'm
did
not
quit.
quitting
playing no
while your
more. So he
head is
quit.
in the same as quitting.
Y'all just better hope we
Quitting
gracefully
while your
bow
head is in the
out.
same as quitting.
What's me gratefully
No,
bow out?
Jordan definitely quit. He could have
Okay,
kept
I got a
playing. He
question.
quit.
I got a question. I got a question.
but
I
if
got a
you
question.
coming with that aspect, B. Lee, you kind of make Brandon Cass right with what he said. I don't agree with what Brandon Cass said. Hell, I don't agree with none of y'all been saying. But honestly, if you going with that aspect, B. Lee, that means Brandon Cass right too. And y'all can't refute. It's
No, it
y'all
wasn't.
both
What
y'all
was he
got
right
y'all
I
about?
don't
I
know
didn't
what he
hear.
was right
What did
about.
he
y'all
right
both
about?
I ain't
y'all
hear nothing he
thoughts.
was
I'm
right
still
about.
on
So that
you
means
can't
What did he was
live
right
without a
about?
big man
Johnny and
talk.
Brandon Katz, two
Mhm.
assholes, right about their premises of how they
Okay, what was he
of
right
what happened
about?
in 2010 and what happened in '98. So y'all
False.
both right.
Right,
What's
Y'all
LeBron
right,
both
didn't
that?
right,
right.
quit
I don't know
basketball.
what you're
right,
talking about,
LeBron
Y'all
didn't quit
Herm.
both right.
Say
basketball.
it.
right.
And
LeBron didn't
BD,
quit
you and
He
basketball.
quit
Brandon
What are
on
you
the
Katz,
talking
team.
about?
y'all on the
He
same
quit on the
level as Brandon
situation.
Katz,
He
man.
ran.
I ain't gonna
No,
lie
he
He took
to
didn't.
his
He
you. Y'all
ball
ain't
and
ran.
right.
went
He
to
ran in
No, he
Miami.
Miami.
didn't.
He
Nobody.
did,
Nobody
right?
said.
So
It was
LeBron
trash.
called
LeBron,
Dwayne
okay.
Wade
Y'all
out.
both
Nobody
right,
said.
So
to be
LeBron
honest.
playing for a different team means he quit, and Jordan
I
not
think
playing
all
means he
y'all
didn't quit.
wrong
I
though, to
don't
be
understand
honest.
that.
Then when
I don't
Pat Riley
understand
took
that.
his
All
milk and
y'all
cookies,
wrong though.
he quit on
All y'all
Miami.
wrong. But it's okay. That
Wait a
means
Nigga
second.
quit
Brandon
for
I
Cass
some
thought.
right.
milk and
If
cookies.
y'all right,
Wait,
Brandon Cass right. That's
wait,
all I'm gonna
wait,
say.
wait a second. I
Billy, if you
thought.
right, Brandon Cass right.
Wait,
That's all
I
I'm gonna
thought
say.
if you, I thought if you complete your years of service and your contract's up, doesn't that make you a free agent? How did you quit?
Oh, so
What sense does that
That's
make?
the same thing Jordan did because Jordan was on
Yeah,
1 year
Jordan
deal.
No,
had
he
a one
When
year
didn't.
Jordan
deal. He
Jordan
was a
wasn't
free
quitting.
agent, though.
retired.
Jordan was
Jordan
a free agent.
retired. That's
But he was
quitting.
fulfilling his
Jordan
contract, like
I
retired.
what
mean, he
homie
was a free
saying.
agent in at the '98 though, Johnny. He was a
He
free agent.
Yeah,
retired.
I
he
mean,
had a one year
hey,
Jordan could
deal
have
in
went
hey,
to
you got to
'98.
another
keep the
team.
same energy, buddy.
Again,
You got to keep the
Jordan could have
same
went to
energy.
another team.
I think
Jordan
all
could have
y'all
went to
asses
another
wrong though.
team, and that's not quitting. Jordan retired. That's
Wow.
quitting.
Howard's quitting and he's a free
But
agent.
No,
I
he
yeah,
mean,
retired because you're no
He
longer a
wanted to
free
be an
agent when you
owner, not
retire.
a running back.
but my
When you retire, you're not a free agent no more. You are retired.
but
You quit.
but my question is why he always gotta like point that out? Well, that's a flaw in Jordan legacy because he won and retired.
For you, it is.
No, not to
We
me. I
we
don't care
see
about it.
retired
retired players come back and play
Man,
12
Jordan. Oh
games.
I
wait,
can't believe I got in
Michael
this
Jordan
shit,
is
man.
not fifth on
I'm
Michael
asking
Jordan.
on that.
Michael Jordan is not fifth on my list because he retired 3 times.
And I never thought Brandon
All
Cass
right,
would be
all
right
right.
about
And
anything, but he finally
LeBron don't
right
have to be
today.
my GOAT because he quit on Cleveland to go call Dwayne Wade.
Bro, he quit because they were trash,
He was
bro.
an
I'm not the
unrestricted
one.
free
Listen,
agent.
I'm not the
Hall of
one.
Fame.
Listen. I'm not the one crying because the word "quit" is being thrown around. Y'all are.
Oh, I'm not worried, but I
want to
You
be
are.
I mean, you
expect you to
faithfully.
have
defending
your
it
take.
like they
I told you, I
defending
don't
it
like
though.
none of
Hey,
these
Johnny.
niggas.
Hey, Johnny, you defended it like they defended it though. So I mean, you
I'm not
defending
defending
your
because
point.
LeBron didn't retire. LeBron didn't quit.
I mean, he did quit on Cleveland, according to what you stating about Michael Jordan.
No, it's not. According to me, according to what I say, you must retire. No, according to me, you must retire to quit. It's not about. I didn't say leave. I said retire.
Quitting. It's a different.
I said retire. That's not the same.
I got a question. I got a question, hey, John.
It's not the same.
What's the definition of quitting, hey, John? Give me the definition of quitting.
No longer playing the game of basketball.
No. Give me the definition, the dictionary definition.
Retiring from your employment, no longer playing the game of basketball.
Give me the Webster's dictionary definition of quitting.
No longer playing or doing a job.
To leave a place, usually permanently.
I guess Brandon Cass and you got the same definition, because quitting is quitting. It don't matter.
No, it's not.
I have a question. Did Scottie Pippen quit in 99? Did Scottie Pippen quit in 99?
Nah, he really quit in 94.
All right, Scottie didn't quit, but somehow LeBron quit.
He quit in the playoffs in 94. But I mean, niggas.
Did Scottie quit in 99?
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You fucked up big time. You're incapable of running this shit.
This is how y'all try to derail the show. Again, my statements are clear. When you retire from the game of basketball, you're quitting the game of basketball. That is what Jordan did. He quit basketball, not the Chicago Bulls, not nothing else. He quit basketball. Stick to the topic. Stop running around and lying on GOAT James Kingdom names. You guys get exposed all the fucking time for saying stupid, silly shit.
Man, sit your dumb ass down.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
If Pippen didn't quit, LeBron didn't quit. It's just that simple. And y'all all said that.
They both quit.
Pippen didn't quit.
They all quit.
Okay.
Well, I got
just
this
so you can
one
feel better about Jordan. Just so you can feel better about Jordan. That's fine. We good.
I got one super question before I.
Nah, it's not about feeling good about Jordan.
Before I step
I
away.
don't compare LeBron and Jordan.
I'm gonna give you a scenario, hey, John. And this is just pertaining to life in general. At my job right now, because I am a supervisor at a company called Milwaukee Tools right now. I have one of my peers was the supervisor for over 25 years at Milwaukee Tools, was very successful, did everything you could do. He decided to retire. So that person that gave great service to that company retired. So does that mean he quit? Because he retired after giving great service to that company.
He quit his employment.
For the amount of years, that he worked there.
He quit his employment.
Quit. Yes, he quit. Nothing about quitting. Nothing about quitting says anything negative. The definition of quitting. Number one, a verb. Leave a place or usually permanently. Okay? Hold on, wait. You guys told me to go get the definition. The second one, behave in a specific way. Quit yourself like men and fight. Right? Or the last one, rid of. There is nothing about the term quit that is negative. It just denotes something no longer being possible. Jordan quit the game of basketball. You can take it as a negative or not, but he quit the game of basketball. LeBron never did that.
You need to stop it.
Y'all told me to go get the definition. I went and got the definition.
So would that make all right, I got another question. So by Jordan quitting in 98, would that hurt his legacy or something? That's what I'm trying to see what your point is. Because I told you I watched your show.
Quitting.
Why would it hurt his legacy because he quit?
Quitting and retiring is not.
Why would it?
No, B. I'm asking him because I said I watched.
Quitting and retiring.
My first time getting on.
Again, it hurts you and your perception of Jordan, not mine. Jordan quit 3 times. He's still fifth on my list.
Because you the first nigga. Because you the first nigga.
I know that. I know that.
You the first nigga I ever heard try to use that as a tactic. Like
it's not a tactic. It's just a fact.
So all I'm asking is, That's your facts.
It is. It can't be my
all I'm
facts. My
asking
facts is
is
not
because I
facts. It's
heard
facts.
you say this
Bro,
on your show
quitting is
multiple
quitting. We
times
went over the
when you're
definition. Can we please
debating
move
with
on?
the LeBron thing.
Now,
Like
quitting and
what they have
retiring is
what they
two
got to do with
totally different
anything though?
things, man.
What does I don't know. Y'all the one who upset because we keep telling y'all Jordan quit.
I do have a
No, I'm
question.
not
So,
upset.
Leave
so would
something
you say
unique.
that Jordan retired 3 times?
He left his
Would you say
profession.
Jordan retired 3 times?
Some people I personally know
Yeah, fuck.
just in
Yeah.
real
Okay. So he retired 3
just in
He
times,
left
real.
and
93.
retiring is quitting your employment. So he quit 3 times. That's what Johnny's
It's
saying.
not
He
quitting your
quit his
employment.
employment 3 times.
Retiring is basically a
It's not. Then
stoppage
he
on your career.
then
Yeah.
And,
and
and, and in all
then
actuality,
you know what kind of separated.
Leaving
Then you
a
know why I don't
team.
compare it with the LeBron thing because
keep talking,
LeBron
bro. So
lost.
I can't break.
LeBron lost and went to Cleveland. Jordan won both times before he retired.
That has nothing to do with quitting. He's still
Has
What
quitting.
does
nothing
that
to do
have to
with
do with
retiring.
retiring from your employment?
There's no positive or negative connotation
What does that
behind
have to do with
retiring
retirement
and
from your
quitting.
employment?
Just because you contractually finished you finished your contract by leaving a team and retiring from basketball are two different things.
So
LeBron James
which
went
one
from
was
one
better?
team to another.
Which one was better?
LeBron went from one team to another after his contract was up. It is not
You
the
tell us
same
which
as
one's
quitting
better.
the game. It is not the same as quitting the game of basketball. It's not hard. It's not complicated at all.
Which one's
It
better,
really
Mamba?
isn't.
Quitting basketball or going to another team?
What?
Which one's worse? You tell us. Which one's worse to you?
Like, what are we talking about here?
Which one's better? You said which one's better. You tell us.
I think the one calling for help. I think the one calling for help is worse.
Jordan quitting is calling for help. That's why he quit, because they wouldn't give him the help he wanted.
Oh, damn, you done moved the goalpost by 19 times, man.
How? You moved the goalpost. You brought up help. This nigga, you see what I'm saying? You just brought up help.
No, look. I said, look, man, because I don't think you'd be understanding me. I said, I just made a whole comparison. Since you always bring it up in the debate, I said which one better, winning 3 straight and quitting, or can't win and then calling a whole another nigga for help.
He did. Oh my God!
And quitting on your kingdom.
He didn't quit on his team. He was an unrestricted free agent and left.
No,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, to the masses, like, look,
I don't care about the masses. It doesn't matter what the masses say. It does not matter what the masses say. If I'm an unrestricted free agent, I'm allowed to leave said team and go to another one.
I mean,
there's
Jordan
nothing
was
wrong
an
with that.
unrestricted free agent, and he chose to retire as an unrestricted free agent.
No, I'm not disputing that.
Retiring is quitting. Retiring is quitting.
I'm not disputing. I am not disputing what Michael Jordan did. I'm not on either side. I'm just saying what LeBron did as a free agent was not wrong either. So what are we talking about? He didn't do anything wrong. Neither man did anything wrong.
It ain't, but according to A. Johnny, man, him and Brandon Cass right. They both right about LeBron and Jordan, man. They both right. They both right.
So how would they say it right?
I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Well, why he didn't resign?
Good points by A. Johnny.
You still haven't told us what Brandon Cass said was right. You still haven't told us what Brandon Cass said was right.
Why he didn't
resign? You still haven't proved what Brandon Cass said was right.
I mean, you don't have proof.
You still haven't proved what Brandon Cass said.
But I think all y'all asses
wrong. What did Brandon Cass say that was right?
I mean, it's different ways that you could quit, nigga. Without quitting, see, y'all try to dumb it down to what quitting pertains to what you believe what quitting is. But quitting, you could quit on the team during the game. You could just be so frustrated with the BS you dealing with. You just quit and say, "Hey, man, trade me." Here, I seen Devontae Adams when he was with the Raiders this past season. He was mic'd up on the sideline. He was so frustrated at what he was seeing from that team. He said, "Man, I got to get up out of here before I go crazy." He said, "I got to go before I go crazy." He literally quitting on the Raiders on the sideline. Doesn't mean that he's quitting football, but he quit on the Oakland Raiders. LeBron was so pissed off with what he was seeing for those role players with Cleveland and Mo Williams disappearing. Delonte West not doing what he's supposed to do, and then he already in controversial things, and you got Big Z can't move up and down. LeBron took out that jersey. I can't take this shit no more. I quit on this team, but let me take my talents to South Beach. I mean, you could quit in various different ways.
Herm,
So
that's a good point. Can I ask you a question? One
yeah,
question.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead, bro.
If and I'm not disputing what you're saying, but if my contract is up and I'm an unrestricted free agent, meaning I'm no longer have any contractual obligations to you as a franchise. How can I quit on you and I'm no longer under contract? How can I quit? I'm just going to another team. I have the right as a free agent to go to 29 other teams. I'm no longer under contract. So how can I quit on you? And if I'm no longer under contract to you.
But here's the thing. I actually agree with what you've been saying the whole time. I've been telling you, I disagree with A. Johnny, B. Lee, and Brandon Katz. I think those three are totally wrong. But let's just say that we are feeding into whatever they are saying. They both are right in hindsight of what they believe quitting is. There's different variations of quitting. You could quit in various different ways. You can
I
have
have a
you.
question, Herm. Herm, have you ever quit in life?
No,
Okay, you
I've
never
always
quit in
been a
life.
man that stand
Have
on
you
business.
kept the same job your whole life?
I'm not, but see, here's the difference.
Okay, all right.
No, no,
So
no, no,
the
no,
things
no,
you're
no,
saying you
no.
don't believe.
No, no, no. I'm gonna tell
Damn.
you this. I never quit. This is what I'm gonna tell you. I never quit anything in life. Like if I have been separated from a job, it's because I stood on principle on something. And guess what? Me standing on principle and me being a fucking real man, I got fired. I got separated from my employer. So I never quit. I always got fired because I put myself in certain situations in my lifetime that I stand on business in certain situations, Billy. So to answer your question, no, I never quit any job I work. I always got them fired because certain stances that I took and certain things I wouldn't go for as a man. So the thing that the employer did is say, hey, we no longer need your services and give me a separation, let them fire me because they don't want to deal with somebody that's giving them pushback the way I was. So me, no, I never quit anything in life.
Herm, you've never given a 2-week notice before?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm a guy that I always be consistent with want to just stay with
Brandon,
one company. But
Brandon,
unfortunately,
retiring is not quitting, but being a free agent is.
I mean, yeah,
nah,
it just don't
but
make any
see,
sense.
it don't make any sense what y'all saying about
But you
somebody
say you have never quit
quitting. So like I
anything in
said,
your life. But LeBron changing teams like you changing jobs is completely different. You change your job, that's not quitting. LeBron changed his job, that's
LeBron didn't
quitting.
get a separation notice though either. LeBron didn't get separation notice. LeBron said, "Screw you, screw this place of employment.
Screw
I'm gonna go
who?
somewhere else. I'm gonna go somewhere else and employ at another job
That's
at
what
another
every person
organization."
do who don't keep
So
the
yeah,
same
he
job their whole
quit.
life.
So he quit. Yeah, he quit because
So
he
have
said,
you
All I'm
quit
"Screw
your
saying
Billy,"
job?
and
is,
quit and went to Miami.
If you never
Yeah,
quit
Billy, he
your
quit.
job because you
So
just
yeah, he
left,
quit.
what's
Hey,
LeBron James at fault for doing the same thing?
no, I ain't do
no,
the
all
same
I'm
thing.
saying,
See,
look,
this is different.
the
I
man left.
ain't
He
quit.
wanted to
I
leave,
got
he left.
fired.
So
But
Yeah,
this
as an
Jones shit,
unrestricted free
you
agent.
you
What part
should
of
go
that
around
are you
telling people
guys
you
is
got
not
fired, buddy.
understanding?
No,
no,
I
no,
mean
no.
things, but see, here's the thing with B. Lee. I'm not a man.
You how many jobs have you had? You
I'm not
got
a
fired
man
at every job you had or something?
I'm not a man that hides for
I'm just
anything.
saying, have you got fired at every job that you had to leave?
Yeah, but I ain't worked that many jobs either though. So I only worked like the job that I'm at now is the fourth job I ever worked at in my
So
whole
you got
life.
fired
I'm young age.
three times out of 4 jobs. That's pretty amazing.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm a guy that stand on principle. I'm a guy that's not going to conform or kiss anybody's ass. So me being that way, I put myself in certain situations because I've been told by upper management, hey, you need to conform a little bit. We love the way you do things, but just conform. Just start doing things the way we do. But I stand on business, but I know I'm gonna do what it took to where I got here in the first place. Is the
Herm,
reason
this
why I
is
got here because the way I was. So yeah.
Herm, this
So
is
yeah,
not at
you
you.
want me to sell out like your boy LeBron? Hell no, I'll never sell
Hey,
out like your boy
Herm,
LeBron.
this is not at you, but Johnny B. Lee. Can you believe the times we're under now? If you are an unrestricted free agent and you refuse to go back to the team that you last played for, you are now considered a quitter. That is amazing.
All because Jordan quit. Man, mind you, all because Jordan quit. Remember, the definition of quitting.
This is what Johnny is talking about with that zesty Jeffrey logic. This is zesty Jeffrey logic right here.
Yeah, just because they can't accept quitting, because to them quitting is bad. So saying Jordan quit is not enough. We have to make sure LeBron's there too, so they can say LeBron's just as bad as Jordan. Now, mind you, we said Jordan quit. We're not holding it against Jordan. It doesn't knock Jordan on our list. It doesn't do nothing. It's just an observation. He did quit. It says it right here. Leave a place, usually permanently. When you retire, you permanent. But except for Jordan. Jordan's the only person that retires and comes back. Right? Again, behave in a specific way. Rid of. Jordan quit the game of basketball. That is the quitting.
As a winner.
Doesn't matter if you're winning, you still quit.
LeBron's about to play 23 straight years in the NBA, and somehow he quit multiple times. Do you realize how that makes no sense?
Look.
But
the guy who retired multiple times never quit. Never quit.
But look,
took him 20 years to play 15 seasons.
Let me talk to him, OG. Believe this is how desperate. This how desperate you are. You so desperate to cook somebody that you don't listen. I told you from the jump. I think you, Johnny, and Brandon Cass are totally 100% wrong. I don't ever think LeBron and Jordan ever quit anything pertaining to basketball. But you guys, all three of y'all, trying to cook each other so bad and cook Jordan and LeBron so bad.
Like I said, I watched multiple shows.
Y'all selling whoop.
Again, Hearn. Stop putting words in. Again, stop putting words in our mouth. We never said Jordan quitting.
You said what you said.
No, that's what you heard. All we said was Jordan quit. You took that as us bringing negative. All we said was he quit. That's your problem. It's not our fault that the information we provide you can't accept. We do not hold Jordan, hold it against Jordan that he quit 3 times. We don't. We just don't. But he did quit 3 times.
Why you bring it up, though?
Huh? Because he did quit. Because y'all lied and said.
Wait.
I brought it. Hold on. You asked me the question. I got to answer it. I brought it up because you lied and said that they broke up the team when it was Jordan who broke up the team. That's why I brought it up. Jordan broke up the team. That's the facts.
Nah.
I mean, quit is just it's just not nice to say to people.
If you're an owner, if you're an employer, I know when I quit my job, it felt good. I know it felt good. When I said I'm quitting, I'm giving you my 2 weeks notice. I felt good. I never quit a job and said to myself, damn, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I was happy when I quit a job. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all.
I got Bron in my top 5, man. Bron, one of the greatest ever do.
So do we have Jordan as well.
Now, longevity, you the GOAT.
Again, everybody who says quitting is harsh.
Subjective. It's all subjective.
Everybody who says quitting is negative and harsh in the comments are zesty Jeffries. Every last one of them. Nobody here says quitting is a bad thing. Yeah, we just know that y'all think it's negative. So when we say it, we just sit back and watch y'all get upset. That's what we love it, because y'all can't even talk regular English. Y'all can't count. Y'all can't read. Y'all can't do grammar. Y'all can't spell. Y'all don't pay child support.
Hey, Johnny.
What the fuck we talking about?
Did you say, hey, Johnny, on Friday, I think you said on Friday, Zesty Jeffries are criminals.
They are criminals. I proved it. They're big time criminals. All of them.
Wow. Damn, is that serious, man?
Yes, that's serious. I'm telling you, they're criminals, brother.
Who criminals?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who's the only fan base? Who's the only fan base that says until you get your sneakers stolen from you, you can't be the GOAT?
Nah, that's
who is the fan base that robs each other for sneakers?
Yeah, that is a good point. I can't lie.
Who is the fan base? Who is the fan base? Who is the fan base that showed up here on GOAT James Kingdom and said when Michael Jordan plays, the crime stops because all criminals are at home watching basketball? Who said that? The Jordan fan base, sir.
What that
Jordan
fan base? The price of tea in China.
Jordan fan base. Jordan fan base is a bunch of criminals. Non-tax paying, lying ass, grown ass men. That's what they are. And if you don't like to be associated with that, listen. Like I tell y'all guys all the time, if I don't want to be associated as a blood, I don't wear red in the blood neighborhood.
All right.
If you don't want to be associated with Zesty Jeffries and Zesty Jeffrey logic, you must disassociate yourself from them, not defend them. I don't defend Bloods and Crips, so you don't associate me with Crip criminals.
All right, look, this is the question I asked you like an hour ago. You told me 98. I wasn't talking about 98. All right, you in your 40s. Who was your team as a child coming up? Like, what was your foundation, your team? Who was your team?
He
Like,
he said the
because
Charlotte Hornets, and he
no,
was
he
about
said
to
in
name
98.
off.
No, he said in 98, Charlotte Hornets.
And I told you because of Larry
Like, all right, his
Johnson.
first three
See,
peats.
see, the nigga let nigga listen. You're not gonna niggas be asking questions.
He
Never let niggas.
bugging, bro. Goddamn, just listen.
What the fuck? Nigga.
And look, they don't
Bullshit.
even notice it. John, you see it. They don't even notice how rude they be. They never notice it. They
Rude.
never
I'm
notice
asking you
how
a
rude.
question.
And you're not letting me answer. That's called being rude.
I wanted you to make sure I understood because somebody else said 98. I wasn't talking about 98. I was talking about coming up like in the late 80s and the early 90s. His first three peat. Who your team was?
The Charlotte Hornets.
Oh, all right. Well, 'cause earlier I thought you was just talking about in 98. I thought you started liking them in 98. All right then. That's all I was asking.
No, if
That's
you
all
would
I
have
was
heard
asking.
earlier before I was cut off, I was bringing up the Muggsy Bogueses, the Larry Johnsons, the Lonzo Mornings, the
All right.
David Wingates, the Kendall Gills.
Yeah.
That's what made me start liking basketball. I had a whole show about this where I told y'all Larry Johnson was one of the reasons why I started liking basketball. And I
Johnny,
became a Charlotte Hornet fan because of it.
where's Kendall Gill
Yeah.
from? You just follow Chicago. I just get it. No, I apologize.
You know what, John? This one's for you, John. This one's for you.
Boo this man! You just follow
That's all
Chicago.
I was asking.
Okay, again, every question y'all have for me, and like I tell y'all guys all the time, I have the answers. I have the answers. That's why I'm
Yeah,
called the
that's
exposer.
all. That's
No,
all I
that's why I'm
was.
called the exposer. I'm not like the
Yeah,
rest of these
yeah, John.
exposers and
Who
don't
was
answer questions and don't make up shit. I bring up facts. I bring up real information, and just because you don't like it, that doesn't mean I'm lying.
All right, I got another question. What makes LeBron your GOAT? Like what make him your GOAT? Like more superior than Jordan? What make him your GOAT?
You're not gonna like the answer
Because of the
anyways.
stats,
Let me
because of the
give him
winning.
the answer. Let me give him the answer. LeBron James is the player that accomplished more than anybody in NBA history. You've never seen a better basketball player in your life than LeBron James.
You telling me I didn't?
Yeah,
Johnny,
because you're 37, correct?
Right.
You was born 87, correct?
88.
Okay, you were 10 years old when Chicago Bulls were winning a championship. What did you know about basketball at 10 years old?
Correct.
What did you know about basketball at 10? What did you know about basketball at 10 years old?
What you mean? I was playing basketball. I was what? My family
I'm
is
going to
sports
ask you
orientated.
again. What did you know? People play basketball, can't play it. What did you know
What you mean?
about basketball? If you can't answer that question, then you're proving my point. So for
What you
your
mean? I knew
lifetime,
basketball. What the fuck?
bruh, you didn't even know how to write cursive then. So
You
how you
gotta
know
get more
basketball?
specific.
How much more specific than knowing basketball?
How
You
you
didn't
gonna
know
tell me
basketball.
what I like?
Okay, all right, Mamba. Are you gonna talk basketball with a 10-year-old today?
No, I'm not. What you mean? But I can though.
What
I know some
conversation are you gonna hold?
10-year-olds.
Okay, all right. Okay. What conversation are you gonna hold with a 10-year-old about basketball?
Whatever we see on TV, we could be watching the game together. That don't mean he don't know. I might know more than him, but that don't mean he don't know basketball.
What is he gonna know that you're gonna listen to and pay attention to?
I'm talking about. Look, me and a 10-year-old could be watching the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you telling me the 10-year-old don't know what's going on? You don't know who Steph Curry is. You don't know this and that. You know.
You can know. Okay, I said about the game of basketball, not the players. A
I'm not.
game. What does he know? But the game. Don't bring up players. Again, you're bringing up players. I'm asking you again. What do you know about the game of basketball? Does he understand pick and rolls? Does he understand standing flare screens? Does he understand the rotations? Does he understand coaching? Does he understand basketball?
of course, you're not gonna have, like I just said, you're not gonna have all that knowledge.
Okay. So now that you not have that and you agree to that, at 10 years old, whatever you saw of Jordan, it was not enough for you to know. So you saw the greatest basketball player of your life with the greatest mindset of your life as LeBron James. You never saw nobody greater than LeBron James.
Well, yeah, I saw more than one person greater than LeBron James. That's just my
Who's that?
opinion.
Who's that?
Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan.
You didn't see Michael Jordan play. So what did Kobe Bryant do that's better than LeBron?
All right, well, we're gonna take Jordan out of it. We're gonna take Jordan.
Yeah, because you didn't see Jordan. Because you didn't.
I did see.
You didn't see Jordan. You didn't see Jordan. You didn't. So let's go to Kobe. You saw Kobe. You saw Kobe.
You started watching sports at 15, 16, 17 years old. That don't mean
I was watching basketball before you, sir. Well before you.
And I'm not about to tell you what you was doing at that age. Just
Yeah,
like
and I'm not gonna tell you that at 1991, I knew enough about basketball to talk about 1991 basketball as a 10-year-old. So I didn't know that. So I didn't see that. I didn't watch. I can't tell you about the 80s because I didn't see the 80s.
All right,
so don't. No, you don't get what I'm saying because you just want to repeat yourself. So I repeat myself again to you. You never saw a better basketball player than LeBron James. You said it was Kobe. How is Kobe better than LeBron James at basketball?
Winning, just superior mentality. All right, and what?
So winning. So winning. Is Kobe the most winningest player you saw in the NBA since you've been watching NBA? Is that? I know that's what you play for. Is Kobe the most winningest player in the NBA?
Yeah, it's a split.
Huh?
What you mean, Evan?
Is he the? Did he win the most championships since you started watching basketball?
Him and Tim Duncan.
Okay, so why is Tim Duncan not better than LeBron?
I got Tim Duncan on my list because Tim Duncan.
Is he better than LeBron?
Nah, I don't have Tim Duncan better than
Okay,
LeBron.
so Tim Duncan has 5 championships. Why you don't have him better than LeBron?
They got people that think he is, though.
I'm not asking other people. I'm asking you who put Kobe in front of LeBron because of championships. Why you don't have Tim Duncan in front of LeBron who has more championships?
Because I don't have Tim Duncan in front of LeBron.
Let's get to mentality. What about Kobe's mentality makes him better than LeBron? What about Kobe's mentality makes him better than LeBron?
Shit, just the Mamba mentality, the effort, the greed, like the mentality, like like the
effort doesn't make you better.
Ball thing, like
excuse me, your mentality doesn't make you better. Execution on a basketball court makes you better.
So are you saying?
You asked me what I wanted to eat. I'm telling you what I want to eat. If you
I know that.
White beans,
I know that.
You want white beans.
No, I know that. No, first
value,
of all, our food actually has flavor. You're the one running around here with the potato salad with raisins in it, talking about mentality.
Now, as freak of nature wise, LeBron James, man, it'll never be another Jordan. Kobe was the closest. It'll never be another LeBron.
There was another Jordan. It was Kobe.
He was actually better than Jordan.
No, what?
Then you got Anthony Edwards.
That's your opinion. Mm-hmm. That's your opinion.
No, that's not. That's based on facts.
Oh man!
What did Jordan do? Kobe couldn't do.
Kobe better.
What can Jordan do? Kobe can't do.
Jordan did. That still don't make you better. What you talking about, man?
No, you're the one who sat here and said mentality, all this other stuff. We want to figure out how Michael Jordan better than Kobe.
I said there would never be another LeBron. LeBron, a freak of nature. I'm talking about alien. The nigga still doing it at 40. You got people thinking he on steroids. Like still averaging 20 plus and all that done. Longevity, he my GOAT. If that's part of my criteria, longevity is in numbers wise, he's my GOAT. But as for dominating in your era, controlling your era in the span of years, and not letting nobody eat in your era, he's not my GOAT.
I do have a question. How can you say that Kobe's better than LeBron, but their head to head and their stats all favor LeBron? Like how can you? What rationale do you have to say Kobe's still better?
What you mean?
They're 16 to 6.
16 wins, 6
Oh,
losses.
you
And
talking about
LeBron
the regular
averaged more
season record?
points, more rebounds, more steals, more blocks, more
More
assists,
everything.
his higher percentage.
LeBron go look. If LeBron keep playing, he gonna have 100,000 points. I'm
No,
not
this
talking
is
about no
head to
total
head
shit.
versus Kobe. This is head to head versus Kobe. Winning
You talking
and
about regular
stats, it
season?
favors all LeBron.
You talking about regular season?
Yes.
Because that's the only time they played each other in the regular season, right?
Yes. Head to head, yes.
All right, since you going with that metric, I could say Kobe ate the teams that he was letting knock him out. Since you going with that metric,
I don't know what
the
that
teams
means,
that
but
knocked LeBron out.
okay. No, I want
Well,
you to explain
let me
why
break it
when
down.
they
The
play
teams that
together versus each other, why is the winning and the stats so lopsided towards LeBron?
because I don't go by that. Fucking Gilbert Arenas
So
scored.
okay, so you don't go
Gilbert Arenas scored 60 points against the
playing versus
Lakers.
each
What that
other.
mean? He better than Kobe?
They play versus each other. They played in the same era. They competed
And like
versus
I
each other.
said, Gilbert Arenas scored 60 against the Lakers. Does that make him better than Kobe?
So you mean to tell me that they're playing
Answer the
versus each
question.
other and LeBron's outplaying them and you still say Kobe's better?
Gilbert Arenas scored 60 points in a regular season game against Kobe.
That's
Does
one
that make
game.
him better?
That's one game. We're talking
Did
about
he
for a
win 16
13-year
times?
stretch.
No,
We're
16
talking about
times,
a
sir.
13-year stretch.
I understand what you're saying. You throwing in, of course, LeBron in the regular season. LeBron no one's beating the Lakers, but them same seasons, the team that knocked him off, Kobe was. In Cleveland was the number one seed like the last 2 years he was there, right? I'm
Okay,
correct.
We'll
okay.
talk about
Since
we'll talk about the years in Miami because Kobe had the
since you're
opportunity to face
saying
LeBron in
that
Miami and he
stats
couldn't make
and
it.
win head to head does not matter.
The year when Miami,
Why do the same time
hands
that Kobe
down.
and LeBron played together, LeBron has more MVPs, more titles, more Finals MVPs, more points, more assists, more steals, more rebounds, more blocks. Everything from that time period that they played, LeBron is superior than Kobe Bryant in, including winning and titles and MVPs, everything.
All right, look, from 2010 decade, that's Kobe. This how I got. This how I got it.
2003 4 to 2016 is when they played together as on the court.
Look, listen.
Why is LeBron has more
Listen. This how,
MVPs,
look,
more Finals MVPs, more titles, more wins, more points, assists, rebounds, steals, everything when they played together during the same time period?
all right, look here. Hear me out. 2000 decade to 2010. I got the Mamba. That's the Mamba era right there. Miami LeBron, Miami. That's my favorite LeBron. Miami LeBron. That's my favorite LeBron. Miami LeBron. I'm not anti LeBron. I just think them dudes was more superior than him. That's just all. That's all.
I gotta
I'm not
disagree,
anti
but
LeBron. Of course you go
Okay.
disagree.
Well,
That's
I'm
just
gonna
based
say
on
one more
opinion.
thing.
yeah,
I'm gonna say
Paul
one
Pierce
more
is my
thing
favorite player of all time.
because Kobe and LeBron actually played as teammates as well on the Olympics team. Why, when they played in the FIFA and two Olympics, LeBron averaged more points, more steals, more rebounds, more assists, shot a higher percentage, more blocks when they played as teammates as well? Why is every time LeBron and Kobe is in the same sentence, the same building,
Charles
LeBron
Barkley averaged
outperforms
more
them?
points than Carmelo Anthony won the MVP for the fucking
No one won MVP because there
Olympic
wasn't an
team.
MVP
That
back
don't mean he
then.
better than
But why did
LeBron.
LeBron outperform Kobe in the
So
every category?
Charles Barkley won the MVP. Charles Barkley won the MVP in the Dream Team.
There
Carmelo
wasn't no
Anthony won the
MVP
MVP.
of the Dream Team.
So I just made this up.
Yeah, like everything else you've been saying all night, all day.
How I'm making that up?
Because it's based
How?
on your opinions. Yeah, everything you
Char-
say is based on your opinions, brother. You have nothing based on no proof, no facts, no nothing.
Charles Barkley was the MVP of the Dream Team. Carmelo Anthony was the MVP of the fucking Redeem Team. That don't mean he better than LeBron James, though. I
Carmelo
don't have
of the
him better than
Redeem
LeBron
Team.
James.
The Redeem Team wasn't
Yeah, of
Carmelo Anthony.
no, well, not the Redeem, the '08 team.
That was the Redeem
Okay.
Team. That was
Okay.
Dwayne Wade.
So in 1992, the Dream Team won
Charles Barkley was the
USA
best player.
basketball of the year. So the whole dream team won it. In 2008, the whole redeem was the USA basketball most valuable players. In 2012, LeBron James won the USA basketball most valuable player. So is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Carmelo
And
Anthony
in 2024, LeBron won the Olympic MVP, which just started in 2020 when Kevin Durant won the first one.
Thank you. That's why he didn't win it. It's not an award that existed back then. That's what we keep telling y'all. Shit, y'all don't listen, bro.
See, that's the problem. All right, I understand cutting it like this your show, or whatever you heard, but just because you like something, that don't mean I gotta like it too. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's not about liking something. You're saying that Kobe's superior in things that he's not. Kobe has no superiority in LeBron in any statistical category. Wins,
you don't have to like
championships, anything.
No.
You don't have to like facts. You're right, brother. You don't have to like facts.
Nobody got better stats than Bron. Nobody.
Nobody got a better career than Bron. Nobody has a better career. Nobody played basketball better than LeBron. LeBron's the greatest basketball player you ever seen in your life. I keep telling you that. You never seen nobody better.
Nah, you got. All right. What about Kareem?
You never seen Kareem. I didn't see Kareem.
All right, guys, it's been fun. I am about to head out of here. So
let's get up out of here. We're gonna get up out of here. We out of here. Listen.
5 hours.
Yeah, we've been on 5 hours. Enough Zesty Jeffrey Logic. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. We appreciate you, gentlemen. But Brandon and I are ready to get up out of here. I'm ready to get up out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you guys so much. Like I told you, if you want to support what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, become a GOAT James Kingdom member. All you got to do is join our hit the join tab. When you become a member of the channel, you'll see all the different perks and everything that goes along with being a GOAT James Kingdom member of the channel. Again, if you are a part of the King's Guard, you have access to your posters, and all the members that showed up Friday as well, we'll be working on your posters. Again, if you want to talk to me on a Friday night is where you do it, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel with the Friday night exposure with the exposer. If that doesn't work well for you, you could always come on a Sunday afternoon and do the show on Sunday right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform, where B. Lee and I open up the platform like we just did for all of you Zesty Jeffries and all of you real basketball fans. If you want to have a true debate in basketball, one-on-one, show up on the Radar Show every Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Other than that, if you just want to talk sports, guess what? We have the Allen Powell Show, which is available on Wednesday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we had a great Sunday. Brandon and I are getting out of here. I'm tired. He's tired. We can't keep exposing Zesty Jeffrey lies. Peace and blessings. Have a great Sunday afternoon.
If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. You get to enjoy B. Lee and A. Johnny talk basketball every Sunday noon Eastern Time right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Support by subscribing, and also check out the membership at GOAT James Kingdom.